Hello, dear dreamer. Welcome back to our journey through fantasy and wonder. Or if you're just joining us, welcome. You've arrived at exactly the right moment. Tonight, we continue our exploration of the magical beliefs that have shaped human imagination across the centuries. In this volume, we'll walk with wizards and witches. We'll seek to know the unknowable future through cards and stars and ancient oracles, and we'll reach for objects of impossible power, grails and swords, stones that transform lead to gold, hammers that command thunder. We'll meet Merlin bearing the burden of prophecy, Circe on her island of transformation, and the Norns weaving the threads of fate at the base of the world tree. We'll shuffle tarot cards and cast runes, gaze into crystal balls and read the patterns in tea leaves. We'll quest for the Holy Grail that can never quite be found, hold Excalibur knowing it must be returned, and learn why opening Pandora's box released every sorrow into the world, but kept hope trapped inside. These are the stories of power, how humans have sought it, feared it, wielded it, and learned that every magic comes with a price. So settle in now. Make yourself comfortable. Let the day's tensions begin to release. Close your eyes or let them grow heavy. Breathe slowly, deeply. The journey begins again. Let's step back through time to the sunken kingdom of Lyonesse, drowned in a single night, where only one man escaped the waves. Lyonesse's sunken kingdom. Off the coast of Cornwall, England, beneath the cold waters of the Atlantic, there lies, according to local legend, an entire kingdom. Not ruins, not archaeological remnants, but a once thriving land of towns and churches, farms and castles, swallowed by the sea in a single catastrophic night. This was Lyonesse, and its drowning is Cornwall's Atlantis, a story of pride, divine judgment, and tragic loss that has haunted the Cornish imagination for centuries. The legend tells that Lyonesse was a fertile lowland stretching between Cornwall and the Scilly Isles, which lie about 28 miles off the Cornish coast. The kingdom contained 140 churches, prosperous towns, and rich farmland. It was ruled from a capital city variously called the City of Lions or Caer Lyonesse. The people of Lyonesse grew wealthy and comfortable, but also proud and sinful, forgetting their duties to God and to each other. Then came the judgment. On a November night, the exact date varies by telling, but it's always November, always autumn, always the season of dying. A terrible storm arose. The winds howled with supernatural fury. The seas rose higher than anyone had ever seen. And then, with a roar that could be heard across Cornwall, the sea broke through. The waves came so fast that there was no time for escape. Towns were engulfed in minutes. People fled their homes only to be swept away by the rushing water. Churches filled with worshippers became their tombs. The entire kingdom sank beneath the waves in a single night, drowning thousands. Only one man escaped, Trevelyan. He was either warned by a divine vision, or was simply lucky enough to be at the kingdom's eastern edge when disaster struck. He leaped onto the fastest horse he could find and rode desperately toward Cornwall, the waves literally at the horse's hooves. He rode up the rising land, the water chasing him, until finally he reached high enough ground that the waves couldn't follow. He looked back to see his entire homeland beneath the sea. Lyonesse was gone. He was the sole survivor. The Trevelyan family of Cornwall claims descent from this survivor, and their coat of arms features a horse emerging from water, a memorial to their ancestors' desperate ride. According to the legend, on calm days, fishermen can sometimes see the ruins of Lyonesse beneath the waves, church spires, building tops, the remnants of the drowned kingdom. On stormy nights, some claim to hear the bells of Lyonesse's 140 churches ringing beneath the sea, a ghostly tolling from the drowned land. The Scilly Isles in this reading are the mountaintops of Lyonesse, the only parts of the kingdom that remained above water. The numerous rocks and sandbars between Cornwall and the Scillies are the remnants of the drowned kingdom's higher ground. Is there any truth to the legend? The geological evidence is ambiguous. The sea level around Britain has changed significantly over the past several thousand years. During the last ice age, sea levels were much lower. The Scilly Isles were indeed connected to Cornwall by land, and much of what's now the English Channel was dry land. As the ice melted and sea levels rose, beginning around 10,000 BCE and continuing for millennia, coastal areas were gradually inundated. The process was usually slow, a few inches per century, but there could have been sudden inundations when natural dams broke or during storm surges. Archaeological evidence shows that the Scilly Isles were once a single large island or even connected to the mainland, with the current configuration of multiple small islands being relatively recent in geological terms. Ruins of stone walls have been found in the waters between islands, suggesting that what's now sea was once land. So yes, land was drowned. But was it a sudden catastrophe that destroyed a kingdom overnight, or a gradual process over centuries that people adapted to by moving to higher ground? Most historians lean toward the latter. The dramatic single-night destruction is likely folkloric elaboration of the real, slower process of coastal erosion and sea level rise. But the legend serves important functions regardless of literal truth. First, it's a warning about hubris and divine judgment. Like the flood in biblical tradition, the drowning of Lyonesse is framed as punishment for sin. The people grew proud, neglected their spiritual duties, and God, or in older, pre-Christian versions, the sea gods, destroyed them. The moral lesson: no matter how prosperous you become, remember humility and virtue, or destruction will find you. Second, it represents the very real anxiety coastal communities feel about the sea. Cornwall is a peninsula, 3 sides surrounded by water, constantly threatened by erosion, storms, and flooding. The sea gives life through fishing and trade, but also takes it through drowning and land loss. Lyonesse embodies that dual nature, the sea as both provider and destroyer. Third, the legend speaks to the melancholy of loss and change. The older generation always remembers a better time, a golden age that's now gone. For Cornish people, Lyonesse represents that lost golden age, literally drowned, irretrievably gone, but still present in memory and legend. The Lyonesse legend became woven into Arthurian romance. In some versions of the King Arthur story, Lyonesse is the homeland of Tristan, or Tristram, one of Arthur's knights. The drowning of Lyonesse becomes part of the larger narrative of the fall of Arthur's kingdom, the old order passing away, the golden age ending, civilization collapsing into chaos and loss. Alfred, Lord Tennyson, incorporated Lyonesse into his Idylls of the King, using it as the setting for Arthur's final battle. The drowned kingdom becomes symbolic of the dying of Arthur's realm, the end of chivalry and honor, the triumph of chaos over order. In this literary tradition, Lyonesse stops being just a drowned Cornish kingdom and becomes universal. It represents any lost golden age, Any civilization that reached great heights and then fell, any period of history that we look back on with nostalgia and grief. Modern Cornwall maintains the Lyonesse legend as part of its cultural identity. Tourist sites reference it. Local folklore keeps it alive. The Scilly Isles are marketed partly on their connection to the legend. And there's something deeper at work. In an age of rising sea levels and climate change, the Lyonesse legend feels newly relevant. We're facing the possibility of coastal cities flooding, island nations disappearing, millions displaced by rising oceans. Lyonesse isn't just ancient folklore, it's prophecy. The legend reminds us that the sea gives no warning, that land we thought permanent can be lost, that entire civilizations can be swallowed when we fail to respect the power of nature and the consequences of our actions. Of nature and the consequences of our actions. If Lyonesse drowned because its people grew proud and forgot their responsibilities, what does that say about our current civilization? We're proud of our technology, confident in our ability to control nature, dismissive of warnings about climate catastrophe. Are we setting ourselves up for our own Lyonesse moment? The legend offers no comfort. Trevelyan survived only through luck or divine warning. Everyone else drowned. There was no mass evacuation, no rebuilding, no recovery. The kingdom simply ended, and the sea claimed it forever. That's the dark power of the Lyonesse legend. It doesn't promise redemption. It promises loss. Total, irreversible, final loss. And the only survivors are those who recognize the danger early and run. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing on the Cornish coast, looking out toward the Scilly Isles. The water is calm, the sky is clear. And you think you see something beneath the waves. A shape that might be a church spire, a pattern that might be streets and buildings, a shadow that might be the drowned kingdom. You listen. Is that the sound of waves, or is it bells ringing beneath the sea? The tolling of 140 churches, still calling the faithful even though everyone who might answer drowned centuries ago. The tide is rising. It's always rising, slowly, inexorably. The question isn't whether the sea will claim more land. It will. The question is whether you'll be like the people of Lyonesse, comfortable and proud and unprepared, or like Trevelyan, watching for warnings, ready to ride. Sleep now, on land that may or may not always be land. Dream of drowned kingdoms and ringing bells. And wake tomorrow with the question, what are you willing to change, to adapt, to leave behind, to survive what's coming? The sea is patient. It can wait, but it never forgets to claim what it's owed. The mountains of the moon. On ancient maps of Africa, drawn by Greek and Roman cartographers who'd never ventured more than a few hundred miles from the Mediterranean coast, there appears a mysterious mountain range. It's placed in the heart of the continent, near the equator, and labeled in Latin, Luni Montes, the mountains of the moon. And from these mythical peaks, mapmakers drew the source of the Nile River, solving one of the ancient world's greatest mysteries with pure speculation and poetic imagination. The mountains of the moon first appear in the writings of Claudius Ptolemy, the 2nd century Greco-Egyptian geographer whose maps and astronomical work influenced Western cartography for over 1,000 years. Ptolemy, synthesizing earlier accounts and travelers' reports, placed the Nile source at 2 great lakes in equatorial Africa, fed by snow from mountains he called the Mountains of the Moon. He almost certainly never saw these mountains himself. He was working from second-hand and third-hand accounts, possibly including reports that had traveled from deep Africa through multiple intermediaries, getting distorted with each retelling. But his placement was remarkably close to correct. The Nile does indeed have sources in the African interior, near the equator, in a region with significant mountain ranges. But why Mountains of the Moon? The name carries such poetry, such mystery. Was it a translation error? A poetic flourish? A description of something real? Various theories exist. The mountains might have been named for their appearance, perhaps snow-capped peaks that glowed white like the moon, or mountains shrouded in mist that had a lunar quality. The name might derive from local African languages. Some suggest connections to words meaning white or shining, which European scholars translated as moon-like. It might reference the ancient belief that the moon controlled water. Placing the Nile source at the Mountains of the Moon would poetically link the river's flood cycles to lunar influence. Or it might simply be romantic invention, mapmakers labeling unknown regions with evocative names that suggested mystery and wonder. For over 1,500 years, the Mountains of the Moon remained on maps despite no European having actually seen them. Medieval and Renaissance cartographers copied Ptolemy, and the mountains became geographic fact through sheer repetition. Somewhere in Africa's interior, everyone knew there was a mountain range sacred to the moon, and from it flowed the Nile. The search for the Nile source became an obsession for 19th century European explorers. For millennia, no one knew where the world's longest river came from. The Nile flowed from south to north through Egypt and Sudan, but beyond the cataracts and swamps of South Sudan, its origins were unknown. Ancient Egyptians speculated about it. Greek and Roman explorers tried to find it. Medieval Arab travelers claimed to have reached it. But no clear answer existed. European explorers in the 1800s, driven by scientific curiosity, national prestige, and colonial ambition, mounted expeditions to solve the mystery. Richard Burton and John Hanning Speke traveled together into East Africa in 1856 to 1859, searching for the legendary source. They discovered Lake Tanganyika, one of Africa's Great Lakes. Burton believed this was the Nile source. But Speke, after separating from Burton, who was ill, discovered an even larger lake, which he named Lake Victoria. Speke was convinced that Lake Victoria was the true source of the Nile. The two explorers returned to England as rivals, each claiming to have found the source. The controversy dominated geographic societies and public imagination. Speke's theory was eventually proven correct. The Nile does flow from Lake Victoria, but the vindication came tragically. The day before he was scheduled to debate Burton publicly, Speke died in a shooting accident while hunting. Whether it was accident or suicide remains debated. Later explorers traced the Nile's tributaries further, finding that Lake Victoria itself was fed by rivers coming from surrounding highlands. The true source kept receding further back. Each discovery revealed another stream, another spring, another beginning point. And then, in 1888, explorer Henry Morton Stanley confirmed what local African peoples had known all along. In the region now between Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, there was indeed a major mountain range. The Rwenzori Mountains, rising to over 16,700 feet, often shrouded in clouds, with peaks covered in glaciers and snow despite being nearly on the equator. Could these be Ptolemy's Mountains of the Moon? The location was right, near the equator, in the African interior, near the Nile's source lakes. The description fit, snow-capped mountains that would appear white and luminous. Local names for the mountains included terms that could be translated as Rainmaker or Cloud King, poetically similar to Mountains of the Moon. Stanley and subsequent explorers concluded that yes, these were the legendary mountains. Ptolemy's ancient geography, despite being based on fragmentary reports and speculation, had pointed to a real place. The Mountains of the Moon existed. Except, and here's where it gets interesting, they don't actually feed the Nile directly. The Rwenzori Mountains are part of the region's watershed, but the Nile's primary source is the rivers flowing into Lake Victoria from other highlands, not from the Rwenzoris themselves. Ptolemy's map was approximately correct in location but wrong about the specific hydrology. So were the Rwenzoris the Mountains of the Moon? Or did Ptolemy's label refer to a different range, or to the general region of equatorial highlands, or to nothing real at all? Just a cartographic placeholder for unknown source of the Nile? The ambiguity is perfect. The mountains of the moon remain semi-mythical even after being found. They exist, but whether they're the mountains of legend depends on how you interpret the legend. What I find beautiful about the mountains of the moon is how they represent the relationship between geography and imagination. For 15 centuries, these mountains existed primarily in human imagination, on maps, in texts, in speculation. They were real because people believed they were real and acted accordingly. Explorers searched for them, cartographers drew them, scholars debated them. When the Ruenzoris were discovered, though local Africans knew them all along, it was a moment of confirmation, imagination touching reality, myth becoming fact. The explorers felt they were finding Ptolemy's mountains, completing a quest started in the 2nd century. But the discovery also diminished something. Once you've seen the actual mountains, photograph them, map them with precision, assign them a non-poetic name, Ruwenzori is more prosaic than mountains of the moon. They become just mountains. Impressive mountains, certainly, their glaciers and unique alpine vegetation are remarkable. But just mountains. The mountains of the moon when they were purely legendary could be anything. They could be impossibly tall, could hold magic, could be the dwelling place of gods or the birthplace of rivers or the edge of the world. Real mountains can only be what they actually are. This is the paradox of exploration. Every mystery solved is also a wonder lost. Every blank space on the map that gets filled in is a space that can no longer hold unlimited possibility. We've now mapped every mountain on Earth. Satellites have photographed every peak. We know the heights, the geology, the ecosystems. There are no more mountains of the moon waiting to be discovered, no more places on Earth that exist primarily in imagination and legend. But we've gained something too, understanding. We know how rivers form, how mountains rise, how climate creates glaciers at equatorial heights. We know the actual, complex, beautiful reality of how the Nile begins, not from a single source but from hundreds of tributaries, from seasonal rains and permanent springs, from a vast network spanning multiple countries. The real hydrology is more intricate and more wonderful than ancient mapmakers imagined, but it lacks the poetry of mountains of the moon. Perhaps we need both. The knowledge of how things actually are, and the capacity to see them poetically, to maintain wonder even in the face of complete understanding. The Ruwenzori Mountains can be both the real range you can visit, climb, and study, and also the mountains of the moon, the legendary peaks that took 15 centuries to find, the place where reality and myth met and confirmed each other. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing at the base of mountains whose peaks are hidden in clouds. You know they're there, you've seen them on maps, read about them in books, but you can't see them directly. The clouds maintain the mystery. You could climb. You could pierce the clouds and see the peaks clearly, solve the mystery, know exactly what's there. And there's value in that. In the climbing, in the knowing, in the conquering of mystery with knowledge. But there's also value in standing at the base, in the clouds, in the mystery, letting the mountains remain partly legendary, partly real, fully wonderful. Both approaches honor the mountains. Both are valid. Perhaps wisdom is knowing when to climb and when to stand in wonder, when to seek knowledge and when to preserve mystery. Sleep now, with mountains rising around you. Some known, some unknown, all magnificent. Dream of peaks hidden in clouds, of rivers beginning in secret springs, of maps where blank spaces still hold possibility. The mountains of the moon are waiting. They've always been waiting, and they'll wait for you. Whether you climb them or simply dream them doesn't matter. They exist in both places, reality and imagination. And both are real. Soft, concluding tone for part 3. And so we conclude our journey through magical places and lost lands. We've sailed to Atlantis and Avalon, hidden in the valleys of Shangri-La, and searched through jungles for El Dorado. We've sought the kingdoms of Prester John and discovered Iram beneath the sands. We visited Tir na Nog and the Garden of the Hesperides, descended toward Agartha and sought the Fountain of Youth. We've mourned drowned Lyonesse and gazed upon the mountains of the moon, places where legend and reality blur together, where human longing creates geography as real as any continent. These places teach us something profound. We are mapmakers of meaning, cartographers of hope, architects of impossible territories. When reality denies us paradise, we create it in legend. When death seems final, we invent lands where aging stops. When the world disappoints, we imagine hidden kingdoms where everything is better. These places don't exist on any physical map, but they exist in the atlas of human longing, and that makes them real in ways that matter. They shape our journeys, our choices, our refusal to accept that the world as it is represents the world as it could be. Rest now, traveler. You've visited lands that never were and places that might have been. You've learned that some destinations are reached by sailing, some by dreaming, and some by accepting that the journey itself is the destination. More wonders await in the parts to come. But for now, let these magical places carry you gently into sleep, where all lands are accessible and all lost kingdoms can be found. Witches, wizards, and sorcerers. These are the witches, wizards, and sorcerers who have fascinated and terrified humanity for millennia. Some were real people, historical figures whose actual lives became entangled with legend. Others were mythological from the start, archetypes embodying our ideas about power, knowledge, and the dangerous allure of forbidden wisdom. What they all share is this: they refuse to accept the limitations of ordinary existence. They sought hidden knowledge, spoke with spirits, transformed reality through will and ritual. Whether they truly possessed magical power or simply convinced others they did, they changed the world. Sometimes for better, often for worse, always unforgettably. So settle deeper into the darkness now, let your eyes close, and prepare to meet the practitioners of the impossible arts. We begin with the most famous wizard in Western tradition, a figure so legendary that his very name has become synonymous with magic itself. Merlin. Merlin's historical origins. Every culture has its archetypal wizard, but none has captured the Western imagination quite like Merlin. The advisor to kings, the prophet who sees all futures, the shapeshifter who moves between worlds, the tragic sage driven mad by knowledge. Merlin is all of these and more. But before he became the immortal wizard of Arthurian legend, Merlin was something else entirely, a Welsh prophet-poet driven insane by the horrors of war. The historical roots of Merlin lie in 6th century Wales, in the figure of Myrddin Myrddin the Wild. According to Welsh tradition, Myrddin was a bard who fought in the Battle of Arfderydd in 573 CE, a brutal conflict between rival British kingdoms in what is now southern Scotland. The battle was catastrophic, with thousands dead, and Myrddin witnessed horrors that shattered his sanity. After the battle, Myrddin fled into the Caledonian forest, where he lived as a wild man for 50 years. He wore animal skins, ate roots and berries, and spoke to no one. But in his madness, he gained something: the gift of prophecy. The trauma that destroyed his rational mind opened him to visions of the future. He could see what was to come, could speak truths that no sane person could perceive. People would venture into the forest seeking Merlin, hoping to hear his prophecies. He would emerge from the trees, wild-haired and wild-eyed, speaking in riddles and poetry about the fate of kingdoms, the death of kings, the rise and fall of dynasties. His prophecies were cryptic, often incomprehensible until after the events they predicted had occurred. But they were also, according to Welsh tradition, invariably accurate. This is the original Merlin, not a court wizard in elegant robes, but a traumatized madman living in the wilderness, his gift of foresight inseparable from his mental anguish. He saw the future because he had lost his place in the present. He understood the patterns of fate because his own mind no longer followed rational patterns. The transformation of Merlin the Wild into Merlin the Wizard happened through Geoffrey of Monmouth, the same 12th century chronicler who wrote about Arthur and Avalon. Geoffrey wrote two works that established Merlin in Western consciousness: Prophetie Merlini, The Prophecies of Merlin, and Historia Regum Britanniae, History of the Kings of Britain. Geoffrey changed Merlin's name to Lyonesse, Latinizing it, because Merlin too closely resembled the French word merde, excrement, which would have made the character ridiculous to Norman French audiences. This simple linguistic adjustment changed history. Merlin sounds mystical and powerful. Merlin would have been laughable to medieval French readers. But Geoffrey did more than change the name. He transformed the character. In Geoffrey's telling, Merlin was born to a mortal woman and an incubus, a demon who visited her in the night. This hybrid nature gave Merlin supernatural powers while keeping him tied to humanity. He could see the future, shapeshift, move objects with his mind, and summon storms. But he also felt human emotions, formed human attachments, and ultimately suffered human tragedy. Geoffrey's Merlin became King Arthur's advisor, the architect of Camelot, the power behind the throne. He arranged Arthur's conception through magic, disguising King Uther Pendragon as another man so he could sleep with Igraine. He raised Arthur in secret, revealed him as the true king through the sword in the stone test, and guided him throughout his reign. But even in this more glamorous version, echoes of the original mad prophet remained. Merlin still possessed knowledge that tormented him. He could see Arthur's eventual downfall, could foresee every betrayal and tragedy, but couldn't prevent them. He was trapped by his own prophetic gift, knowing the future but powerless to change it. Later medieval romances added more layers to Merlin's legend. In Robert de Baron's version, Merlin was wise from birth, speaking while still an infant to save his mother from execution. In the Vulgate cycle, Merlin fell in love with Vivian, also called Nimue or the Lady of the Lake, who seduced him into teaching her all his magic, then used it to imprison him forever in a cave, tree, or tower, depending on the version. This ending is particularly poignant. Merlin, who could see the future, foresaw his own imprisonment. He knew that loving Vivian would lead to his destruction. But he loved her anyway, taught her anyway, walked willingly into the trap that ended his freedom. Knowledge of the future didn't give him power over it. It just meant he suffered twice, once in anticipation and once in actuality. The Merlin of later tradition became increasingly powerful and increasingly tragic. He could command the elements, transform his shape at will, create illusions indistinguishable from reality, and speak with spirits and demons. But all this power couldn't save Arthur, couldn't prevent Camelot's fall, couldn't even save himself from being imprisoned by the woman he loved. So what is Merlin really? What does he represent? On one level, Merlin is the archetype of the advisor, the power behind the throne, the wise counselor who guides the king. But he's a specific kind of advisor, one whose wisdom comes from seeing too much, knowing too much, being burdened with understanding that others lack. Merlin's tragedy is the tragedy of knowledge itself. The more you know, the more you suffer. Ignorance is bliss, but wisdom is torment. Merlin sees the future and cannot prevent the catastrophes he foresees. He understands the patterns of fate but is bound by them as tightly as anyone. On another level, Merlin represents the liminal figure, neither fully human nor fully supernatural, neither fully sane nor fully mad, neither fully in control nor fully controlled by his visions. He exists between categories, which gives him power but also alienates him from both worlds he bridges. The medieval Merlin was often depicted as sexually ambiguous or asexual until his late-life passion for Vivian. This separation from normal human desires reinforced his otherworldliness. He could advise on matters of love and marriage, could arrange Arthur's conception, but couldn't participate normally in human relationships until love finally trapped him. The mad prophet origins never fully disappeared from Merlin's character. Even at his most powerful in the romances, there's a wildness to him, an unpredictability. He appears and disappears without explanation. He speaks in riddles. He laughs at things others don't find funny because he sees connections they can't perceive. In modern retellings, Merlin has been reimagined countless ways. As a druid preserving ancient wisdom against Christianity, as a time traveler living backwards through history, as multiple people sharing a title, as a woman in disguise, as an alien, as a metaphor for the unconscious mind. Each age recreates Merlin according to its needs. But the core remains. Merlin is the wizard who sees too much and suffers for it. He's the counselor whose advice isn't heeded until it's too late. He's the tragic genius whose gifts become his prison. He's the price of wisdom, the burden of prophecy, the isolation of understanding. The historical Merlin, if he existed at all, was probably just a traumatized warrior poet who went mad after a battle and lived in the forest making cryptic pronouncements. But through centuries of retelling, he became something more. The embodiment of a particular kind of power and a particular kind of tragedy. Magic, in Merlin's story, isn't wish fulfillment. It's burden. The ability to see the future means watching everyone you love walk toward their doom. The power to transform doesn't include the power to escape your own fate. The wisdom to advise kings doesn't prevent your own mistakes. This is sophisticated magic, not Harry Potter's wonder and adventure, but something darker and more psychological. Merlin's magic is knowledge, and knowledge is suffering. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through a forest. It's autumn, and the leaves crunch under your feet. In the distance, you hear someone speaking, or is it singing? The voice is rhythmic, poetic, rising and falling like music or madness. You find him in a clearing, an old man with wild hair and wilder eyes, dressed in ragged robes, speaking to the trees or to the air or to visions only he can see. This is Merlin, or Merlin, in his madness and his power. He sees you and smiles. You want to know the future, he says. Not a question, a statement. You nod. Be careful what you ask for, he whispers. I've seen the future. All of it. Every possibility, every ending. And now I can never unsee it. I'm trapped in time, drowning in futures that haven't happened yet but will, inevitably will. He touches your forehead with one finger, and for a moment you see it too. Everything that's coming, all your potential futures branching out like trees, some beautiful, most painful, all ending the same way eventually. And then the vision ends. Merlin is gone. The forest is just a forest. But you understand now why the gift of prophecy is really a curse. Why seeing the future is a burden. Why sometimes ignorance isn't just bliss but mercy. Sleep now, in the blessed darkness of not knowing. Dream without prophecy. Wake without visions. And be grateful that you can live in the present, moment by moment, without the terrible weight of seeing what's to come. Merlin carries that weight for all of us. Let him keep it. Circe's Island of Transformation. On the island of somewhere in the wine-dark Mediterranean, there lived a goddess so skilled in transformation magic that even the mighty hero Odysseus, who'd faced cyclopes and sea monsters, approached her with fear and trembling. This was Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios, and she was humanity's first great enchantress, the prototype for every seductive, dangerous witch who would follow in literature and legend. Circe's story comes to us primarily through Homer's Odyssey, written around the 8th century BC. Odysseus and his men, lost and weary after years of wandering the Mediterranean following the Trojan War, landed on seeking food and shelter. Odysseus sent half his crew inland to explore while he remained with the ships. The explorers discovered a palace in the island's interior, and in the clearing before it, wolves and lions prowled. But these beasts didn't attack. Instead, they approached the men gently, nuzzling them like tame dogs. The men were confused. Why were these dangerous predators acting so docile? They didn't realize the truth. These animals were not animals at all. They were men who'd landed on before them, transformed by Circe's magic into beasts but retaining their human consciousness. The tame animals were trying to warn the newcomers, but humans couldn't understand their desperate animal sounds. Circe appeared at the palace door, beautiful, terrible, smiling. She invited the men inside, offered them wine and food. They ate and drank eagerly, grateful for hospitality after months at sea. The wine tasted sweet, but it was drugged with magical herbs. And once the men had drunk deeply, Circe revealed her power. She struck each man with her wand and spoke the words of transformation. Their bodies shifted, twisted, changed. Within moments, where Greek sailors had sat, pigs now grunted and squealed. Circe drove them out of the palace and into a pigsty, where she threw them acorns and slops to eat. The men retained their human minds. They knew what had happened to them. They recognized each other. But they were trapped in pig bodies, unable to speak, unable to resist. They could only wait in the filth and hope for rescue that might never come. One man had stayed behind, too cautious to enter the palace. He watched the transformation through a window, then fled back to the ships to tell Odysseus what had happened. Odysseus, driven by duty to his men, armed himself and headed toward Circe's palace. On the way, he was met by the god Hermes in disguise, who gave him a gift, a magical herb called moly. The plant had a black root and white flower, and it would protect Odysseus from Circe's magic. When Odysseus entered the palace, Circe offered him the same drugged wine she'd given his men. He drank it without hesitation. Circe struck him with her wand, spoke the transformation spell, and nothing happened. The Moli protected him. Odysseus drew his sword and threatened Circe. She was shocked. No one had ever resisted her magic before. She fell to her knees, offered him her bed, promised him anything if he would spare her. But Odysseus was clever. He made Circe swear a binding oath that she wouldn't harm him or his men before he would accept her hospitality. She swore, and only then did Odysseus allow himself to trust her, at least provisionally. Circe restored the transformed men to human form. She welcomed Odysseus and his entire crew to her palace. And here's where the story becomes strange. Odysseus stayed. For an entire year, he lived with Circe on Aea, sleeping in her bed, feasting at her table, while his men grew restless and his wife Penelope waited faithfully back in Ithaca. What was happening during that year? On one level, Circe was simply a dangerous obstacle overcome. Odysseus defeated her, broke her power, and forced her to become an ally instead of an enemy. The year on Aea was a reward, a period of rest before continuing his journey. But there's more complexity here. Circe didn't remain defeated. She became Odysseus's lover, yes, but also his advisor, his guide, his teacher. When he finally prepared to leave, it was Circe who told him how to reach the underworld to consult the prophet Tiresias. It was Circe who warned him about the sirens, about Scylla and Charybdis, about the sun god's cattle. Her knowledge saved him and his remaining men multiple times. So what does Circe represent? Why has she fascinated readers for nearly 3,000 years? On the most obvious level, Circe is the dangerous woman, beautiful, powerful, sexually available but also threatening. She lures men to their destruction with hospitality and wine. She transforms them into beasts, reducing civilized human beings to animals. She's every ancient Greek man's nightmare about female power, a woman who can literally unmake a man, who can strip away his human identity and leave him grunting in a pigsty. But there's a deeper reading. Circe's transformations aren't arbitrary. She turns men into pigs, the animal associated with unchecked appetite, with wallowing in filth, with baseness. She's revealing what's already there. The men who accept her wine without suspicion, who glut themselves at her table, who make no effort to resist or question, these men were already acting like pigs. Circe simply made the external form match the internal reality. This interpretation suggests that Circe isn't creating monsters, she's revealing them. Her magic is a kind of truth-telling. It shows people what they really are beneath the veneer of civilization and self-control. Odysseus resists transformation not just because of the magical herb, but because he approaches Circe with caution, with awareness, with self-control. He doesn't glut himself on her offerings. He remains vigilant, and because he maintains his humanity in spirit, he keeps it in form as well. Later classical sources expanded Circe's backstory. She was exiled to Aea by her father Helios, or by Zeus, depending on the version, because her magical experiments in transformation were considered too dangerous. She'd poisoned a rival in love, transforming the woman into a monster. She was too powerful, too dangerous, too willing to blur the boundaries between human and animal, mortal and immortal. On her island, Circe continued her magical work in isolation. The transformed beasts prowling her palace grounds were her experiments, her art, her way of passing eternity. When men landed on her island, she added them to her collection, not out of malice necessarily, but out of curiosity. What would they become? How would they handle transformation? Who would they really be when their human form was stripped away? Ovid's Metamorphoses tells of Circe's failed love for the sea god Glaucus. When he rejected her for a mortal woman named Scylla, Circe transformed Scylla into a monster, the same Scylla who would later terrorize Odysseus's ship. Love spurned became creative destruction, jealousy expressed through transformation magic. Medieval and Renaissance writers reimagined Circe through Christian and moral lenses. She became a symbol of temptation, of the sensual world that leads men astray from virtue. Her island was a kind of hell, her transformations a punishment for gluttony and lust. Men who indulged in bodily pleasures became pigs because that's what sensuality does. It reduces humans to beasts. But there were always those who saw Circe more sympathetically. Some Renaissance humanists suggested that her transformations were tests. Those who failed became pigs. Those who passed, like Odysseus, became her equals, worthy of her knowledge and power. The year Odysseus spent with her wasn't wasted time but education. He learned from her, gained wisdom that saved him on the rest of his journey. Modern retellings often make Circe the protagonist, giving her voice and interiority. Madeline Miller's novel, Circe, 2018, portrays her as a lonely goddess discovering her power, exiled for threatening the social order, transforming men partly in self-defense and partly as an expression of agency in a world that offers women little power. This reading resonates because it connects to timeless questions about female power and male fear. Circe can transform men into beasts. That's the ultimate threat to patriarchal order. A woman who can literally unmake masculinity, who doesn't need male protection or approval, who exists as a sovereign power unto herself. The fear of Circe is the fear of women who can't be controlled, who possess knowledge and power independent of men, who might use that power to reveal uncomfortable truths about male nature. But Circe also represents something beyond gender politics. She represents the power of transformation itself. She's the alchemist, the shapeshifter, the one who understands that forms are fluid and identity is changeable. In a world that insists on fixed categories, human/animal, civilized/savage, male/female, Circe demonstrates that boundaries can be crossed, that transformation is always possible. And she knows something crucial: transformation can be reversed. She turns the men into pigs, yes, but when Odysseus demands it, she turns them back. The change isn't permanent. Forms can be reclaimed. Humanity can be restored. This makes her ultimately less frightening than she first appears. Yes, she can make you a pig, but she can also make you human again. The power to transform includes the power to restore. Magic in Circe's hands is reversible, controlled, ultimately in service of her own purposes rather than mere destruction. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine sailing to an unknown island. You're weary, hungry, desperate for rest. You see a palace in the distance, smoke rising from its chimney, promising warmth and food. A beautiful woman stands at the door, smiling, welcoming. She offers you wine, offers you meat, offers you hospitality and comfort after your long journey. Do you drink? Do you enter? Do you trust? Or do you remember the lesson of Circe, that not all welcomes are safe, that transformation waits in every cup, that the line between human and beast is thinner than we'd like to believe? But perhaps the deeper lesson is this. If you do transform, if you do become something other than what you were, the change doesn't have to be permanent. Forms are fluid. Identity is negotiable. And sometimes, to find your way home, you first have to become something else entirely. Sleep now in whatever form you wear. Dream of transformations. And wake tomorrow with the possibility that you might be different than you were, and that might not be entirely bad. The Witch of Endor. In the oldest book in the Bible that depicts magic, there's a scene so strange and troubling that religious scholars have debated its meaning for millennia. King Saul, the first king of Israel, faces an impossible battle. The Philistine army is massed against him, vast and terrifying. He prays to God for guidance, but God doesn't answer. No prophets speak. No dreams come. Heaven is silent. In desperation, Saul does the one thing he himself had forbidden throughout his kingdom. He seeks a witch. This is the Witch of Endor, and her story, told in 1 Samuel chapter 28, is one of the most mysterious and disturbing passages in the Hebrew Bible. It's a story about forbidden magic, about the dead speaking to the living, about a king so desperate that he'll violate his own laws and risk his soul for a few moments of supernatural counsel. Let's set the scene. Saul has spent his reign trying to eliminate witches, mediums, and necromancers from Israel. The law of Moses explicitly forbids consulting with the dead or practicing divination. There shall not be found among you anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens, or a sorcerer or a charmer or a medium or a necromancer or one who inquires of the dead, for whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord. Deuteronomy 18 verses 10 to 12. Saul has enforced this law ruthlessly. He's driven the mediums out, executed many, made it clear that trafficking with spirits is punishable by death. Israel, under his rule, is supposed to be purified of such practices. But now Saul himself needs what he's forbidden. The Philistines are coming. God won't speak to him. The prophet Samuel, who'd guided Saul for years, is dead. Saul is alone, terrified, and out of options. He asks his servants, "Find me a woman who is a medium, that I may go to her and inquire of her." His servants, remarkably, know exactly where to find one. Despite Saul's purges, there's still a woman in Endor who practices the forbidden arts. Either Saul's enforcement wasn't as thorough as he thought, or people know how to hide what must be hidden. Saul disguises himself. He can't approach the witch as the king. She'd either refuse to help him or would be too terrified to perform. So he dresses in common clothes and travels by night to the witch's dwelling in Endor, accompanied by 2 servants. The woman is immediately suspicious. A man arrives at night asking for illegal magic? This could be a trap. She tells him, "Behold, you know what Saul has done, how he has cut off the mediums and the necromancers from the land. Why then are you laying a trap for my life to bring about my death?" Saul swears an oath. "As the Lord lives, no punishment shall come upon you for this thing." The irony is exquisite. Saul swears by God, the same God whose law forbids necromancy, that the witch will face no punishment for breaking that law. He's making a holy oath to protect someone from consequences for violating divine commandments. The moral contradiction seems lost on him in his desperation. The witch agrees. "Whom shall I bring up for you?" she asks. "Bring up Samuel for me," Saul replies. And here's where the story becomes truly strange. The witch performs her ritual. The text doesn't describe it in detail, suggesting perhaps that the authors didn't want to give instructions in dark arts. And something happens that she doesn't expect. She cries out in shock and terror. Something about what appears convinces her instantly that her client is King Saul. "Why have you deceived me? You are Saul." What did she see? The text isn't entirely clear, but the implication is that Samuel's spirit actually appeared. Not a conjured illusion, not a demonic deception, but the genuine spirit of the dead prophet. And the power and terror of this apparition revealed to the witch that only Saul would dare summon Samuel this way. Saul demands to know what she sees. She describes a divine being coming up out of the earth, an old man wrapped in a robe. Saul recognizes the description. It's Samuel. He bows face to the ground in reverence and fear. And Samuel speaks. But he's not happy about being disturbed. "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Samuel's spirit demands. Saul explains his desperate situation. "I am in great distress, for the Philistines are warring against me, and God has turned away from me and answers me no more, either by prophets or by dreams. Therefore I have summoned you to tell me what I shall do." Samuel's response is devastating. "Why then do you ask me, since the Lord has turned from you and become your enemy? The Lord has done to you as he spoke by me, for the Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor, David. Because you did not obey the voice of the Lord and did not carry out his fierce wrath against Amalek. Therefore the Lord has done this thing to you this day. Moreover, the Lord will give Israel also with you into the hand of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me." In other words, you're doomed. Tomorrow, you and your sons will die in battle. There's nothing you can do. You sought this necromantic counsel, and all you've received is confirmation of your destruction. Saul collapses. The prophecy, for it is a true prophecy, strips away his last hope. The witch, seeing him devastated, shows unexpected compassion. She urges him to eat, to regain his strength. She slaughters her last calf and bakes bread, feeding the doomed king before he returns to face his fate. The next day, everything happens as Samuel prophesied. Saul's army is defeated. His sons are killed. Saul himself, wounded and desperate, falls on his own sword rather than be captured. The first king of Israel dies in disgrace, his line ended, his kingdom lost. So what do we make of this bizarre story? Religious interpreters have struggled with it for millennia. Did Samuel's spirit really appear? If so, did God allow it, or was this a demonic deception? If God allowed genuine necromancy, doesn't that contradict the law forbidding it? Why would God communicate through a forbidden medium when he'd refuse to communicate through legitimate prophetic channels? Some Jewish and Christian scholars argue that what appeared wasn't really Samuel but a demon impersonating him. This preserves the absolute prohibition against necromancy. The witch's magic didn't work as intended. Instead, a deceiving spirit appeared. But this interpretation doesn't quite fit the text. The witch is shocked by what appears, suggesting it's not what she normally conjures. Samuel's prophecy comes true exactly, and the narrative seems to treat the apparition as genuinely Samuel, not as a demonic counterfeit. Other interpreters suggest that God made an exception in this case. He allowed Samuel's spirit to appear specifically to deliver final judgment on Saul. The necromancy itself didn't work. God simply used the occasion to speak one last time to the doomed king. But the text doesn't explicitly say this. It describes the events matter-of-factly, without the usual biblical commentary about God's direct intervention. The simplest reading, and the most troubling for religious orthodoxy, is that the necromancy worked. The witch successfully summoned Samuel's spirit from the dead. Saul violated God's law, and the magic he sought actually functioned. The prohibition against necromancy wasn't because it doesn't work, but precisely because it does work and is dangerous. This reading suggests something deeply unsettling. The dead can be summoned. They exist in some realm from which they can be called. And while doing so is forbidden, it's forbidden not because it's fake, but because it's real and disrupts the proper order of death and afterlife. The Witch of Endor herself is fascinating. She's never named, just the woman who is a medium, or the Witch of Endor, a title rather than a name. We don't know her background, how she learned her arts, or why she continued practicing despite the risk of execution. She's portrayed sympathetically. When she realizes she's helped the king, she doesn't gloat or curse him. When she sees him collapsed in despair, she shows maternal care, feeding him before he goes to his death. She's a criminal according to Saul's law, but she's not presented as evil, just as someone who possesses and practices forbidden knowledge. And she's effective. Whatever ritual she performed, it worked. This isn't a charlatan tricking the desperate with cold reading and vague pronouncements. She genuinely summoned something, whether Samuel's actual spirit or something else, powerful enough to prophesy true events and terrify an experienced medium. The story has influenced Western culture's image of the witch. Here is the archetype, the woman on the margins of society, practicing forbidden arts, dangerous to authorities, capable of genuine supernatural power. She's not a Disney villain or a Halloween caricature. She's a real person with real knowledge, operating in the shadows because the light has made her illegal. The scene has been depicted in countless artworks, from medieval woodcuts to Renaissance paintings to modern illustrations. Artists struggle with how to portray the apparition. Is it terrifying? Majestic? Corpse-like? Divine? Each choice reflects the artist's theological stance on whether this is holy or unholy magic. In literature, the Witch of Endor appears when authors want to invoke serious, dangerous magic. She's referenced in works from medieval mystery plays to modern horror fiction. She represents magic that works but shouldn't, power that exists but is forbidden, knowledge that is real and therefore dangerous. What makes the story so compelling is its ambiguity. The text doesn't tell us clearly what to think. It presents events without the usual biblical judgment. We're left to decide. Was this a sin punished? Saul dies the next day? Or was God speaking through forbidden channels? Or did something happen entirely outside divine control? A genuinely successful act of necromancy that the cosmos allowed despite its prohibition? And the witch, was she wicked for practicing dark arts? Or was she a vessel for divine judgment, unknowingly serving God's purpose? Or was she simply a skilled practitioner of real magic, neither blessed nor damned, just present at a crucial moment in history? Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine being approached by a desperate stranger asking you to do the forbidden thing you know how to do. You've hidden your knowledge, practiced in secret, stayed alive by staying invisible. But now someone needs what only you can provide. Do you refuse? Do you protect yourself by maintaining the prohibition? Or do you help, knowing that what you summon might be real, might be true, might change everything, and that the cost might be higher than either of you can imagine? The Witch of Endor chose to help. She performed the ritual, and what came through the veil between life and death was real enough to prophesy the future, real enough to doom a king, real enough that we're still trying to understand it 3,000 years later. Sleep now on this side of the veil, where the dead rest silently and don't answer when called. Dream peacefully, knowing that some boundaries exist for good reason, not because they can't be crossed, but because crossing them reveals truths we're not always ready to face. Baba Yaga's chicken-legged hut. In the deep forests of Eastern Europe, where the trees grow so dense that sunlight barely reaches the ground and wolves howl through endless winter nights, there stands a hut unlike any other dwelling in the world. It doesn't sit on a foundation of stone or earth. Instead, it perches on two enormous chicken legs, scaly and yellow, constantly moving, scratching at the ground, turning the hut in circles, sometimes picking up and walking to a new location entirely. This is the home of Baba Yaga, and she is unlike any witch in Western European tradition. She's not a crone plotting in a cottage or a beautiful seductress on an island. She's something more primal, more ancient, more ambiguous. A figure who might help you or eat you, who might grant your wish or steal your soul, depending on factors so subtle that even she might not fully understand them. Baba Yaga appears in Slavic folklore, Russian, Polish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, with variations across the region, but certain elements remain consistent. She's always old, impossibly old, with a nose so long it touches the ceiling when she lies down. She has iron teeth. Her legs are thin and bony like a skeleton's. She flies through the forest in a giant mortar, using the pestle as a rudder and sweeping away her tracks with a broom made of silver birch. The chicken-legged hut is her most distinctive feature. The hut can walk through the forest on its own, relocating whenever Baba Yaga desires. It's surrounded by a fence made of bones, human bones, topped with skulls whose eyes glow in the darkness. The gate posts are made of human leg bones. The lock is a mouth with sharp teeth. Inside, the hut is vast, much larger than should be possible from the outside. This is one of its magical properties. The interior space doesn't obey normal geometry. Baba Yaga might have dozens of daughters living with her, or she might be entirely alone. The hut might contain vast storerooms or be almost empty. It changes according to her will and the story's needs. But here's what makes Baba Yaga truly fascinating. She's not simply evil. She's not a villain who must be defeated. She's a test, a threshold guardian, a force of nature embodied in humanoid form. She might help the hero or heroine, but only if they approach her correctly, show proper respect, and prove their worth. The typical Baba Yaga tale follows a pattern. A young person, often a girl sent by a cruel stepmother on an impossible errand, ventures into the forest. They come to a clearing and see the hut spinning on its chicken legs. The hut won't open for them. It won't even stand still. So the young person must speak the magic words, "Turn your back to the forest, your front to me." Or variations, little hut, stand the way your mother placed you." The hut obeys. It settles down, faces the speaker, and the door opens. Inside, Baba Yaga lies stretched across the entire hut, her nose touching the ceiling, her ancient body filling the space. She sniffs the air. "Foo, foo," she says. "I smell Russian blood." Or, "I smell the smell of a human being." This moment is crucial. How the young person responds determines everything. If they're rude, if they demand help, if they show fear or disrespect, Baba Yaga will likely kill and eat them. She might roast them in her oven or grind them up in her mortar or simply devour them raw with her iron teeth. But if they're polite, if they greet her properly, ask permission to enter, offer to help with chores, and answer her questions honestly, Baba Yaga becomes helpful. She'll provide magical objects, give crucial advice, or perform impossible tasks. She might give the hero a ball of yarn that unrolls to show the path, or a comb that becomes a forest, or a handkerchief that becomes a river. The rules of interaction with Baba Yaga are specific. Show respect. Always greet her formally as you would a powerful elder. Be honest. She can smell lies. Deception means death. Offer service. Volunteer to help before asking for help. Complete tasks properly. If she sets you a chore, do it exactly as instructed. Don't ask too many questions. Excessive curiosity can be dangerous. In one tale, Baba Yaga tells a girl, "Too much knowledge makes you old before your time." Follow these rules, and Baba Yaga becomes an ally. Break them, and she becomes a monster. But even when she's helping, Baba Yaga remains frightening. She's not a fairy godmother dispensing wishes with a smile. She's a terrifying crone who happens to be on your side, this time. She might cackle as she helps you. She might make ominous comments about how delicious you'd be roasted. She creates an atmosphere of perpetual danger even when she's being beneficial. What does Baba Yaga represent? On one level, she's the dangerous forest personified. The deep woods in Slavic culture were places of both resource and danger. You could gather mushrooms, berries, and firewood there. But you could also get lost, freeze, or be eaten by wolves. The forest gave and took life with equal indifference. Baba Yaga is the same. She can provide what you need, but she can also destroy you. She's the forest spirit, amoral, powerful, bound by rules but not by human ethics. On another level, Baba Yaga represents the harsh wisdom of survival. Life in traditional Eastern European peasant society was brutal. Winters killed. Harvests failed. Children died. To survive, you needed to be tough, clever, respectful of power, and willing to face terrifying things without flinching. Baba Yaga tests these qualities. She's the ultimate winnowing force. The weak, the rude, the foolish, the fearful don't survive her. Only those with courage, cleverness, and proper respect make it through. She's not nurturing. She's harsh, but her harshness prepares you for a harsh world. There's also a feminine power aspect. Baba Yaga is female, old, powerful, and completely independent. She doesn't have a husband or master. She doesn't serve male authority. She exists unto herself, following her own inscrutable rules. She can't be controlled or defeated through conventional means. Heroes who try to fight her directly typically fail. You can't force Baba Yaga to do anything. You can only ask properly and hope she chooses to help. This represents a kind of female power that patriarchal societies found both necessary and threatening. Baba Yaga was the midwife, the herbalist, the wise woman who knew things men didn't: knowledge of birth, death, healing, poisoning. She was essential but also dangerous because her knowledge gave her independence. The chicken-legged hut is symbolically rich. It can move, meaning Baba Yaga is never trapped or cornered. It can turn away, meaning she can refuse to engage. The fence of bones warns that she's killed before and will kill again. The glowing skull eyes suggest that even the dead serve her, that death itself is part of her domain. Some scholars interpret the hut as a threshold, a liminal space between the civilized world, village, home, safety, and the wild world, forest, danger, transformation. To enter Baba Yaga's hut is to cross a boundary from the known to the unknown, from childhood to adulthood, from ignorance to knowledge. The person who emerges from Baba Yaga's hut is changed. They've faced mortality, proved their worth, and received gifts or knowledge that will help them complete their quest. They've been initiated. Modern retellings of Baba Yaga stories often try to make her more palatable, a misunderstood grandmother figure, or a protector of the forest, or a fierce feminist icon. These interpretations capture some truth but lose something essential: Baba Yaga's dangerous ambiguity. She's not good. She's not evil. She's Baba Yaga, and that's a category unto itself. She follows rules, but they're her rules, not human moral law. She might help you today and eat you tomorrow if circumstances change. She's not subject to character development or moral growth. She is what she is eternally. This makes her more mythologically powerful than more simplified witches. She represents something true about nature and power. Not everything can be categorized as friend or foe. Some forces are simply powerful and must be navigated carefully. Some beings demand respect regardless of whether they like you or you like them. And there's something compelling about a figure who cannot be reduced to villain or helper, who contains multitudes, who is ancient and will remain ancient, who lives in a walking hut in a forest that exists in story and psyche more than in geography. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine walking through a dark forest. The trees are so close together that their branches interweave overhead, blocking the stars. You're lost. You're cold. You need help. And then you see it. A small clearing, and in it, a hut. But the hut is moving, turning slowly on enormous chicken legs, the bones creaking, the skulls on the fence glowing with cold light. You know who lives there. You know what you must do. You step forward and speak. Little hut, turn your back to the forest, your front to me. The hut obeys. It settles, faces you, and the door, a mouth with teeth, creaks open. Inside you see her, Baba Yaga, ancient and terrible. She sniffs the air and smiles with iron teeth. This is the test. Everything depends on what you say next, how you conduct yourself, whether you can be respectful and honest and brave in the face of something that could crush you as easily as help you. But here's the secret. If you can pass this test, if you can face Baba Yaga and emerge with her help, then you can face anything. The forest becomes navigable. The impossible becomes possible. The story continues. Sleep now, knowing that in the deep forest of your unconscious, Baba Yaga's hut is always there, always moving, always waiting for those brave enough to knock. And when you need her, when you truly need her, you'll remember the words to make the hut turn and face you. Until then, she waits, ancient and patient, in the dark between the trees. Nicholas Flamel's alchemical success. In the heart of medieval Paris, on a street near the church of Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie, there lived a man who, according to legend, solved alchemy's greatest mystery. He discovered the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. the substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. His name was Nicholas Flamel, and here's the remarkable thing. Unlike most alchemists who are purely legendary, Nicholas Flamel was a real person. We have records of his birth, his marriage, his business dealings, and his death. But the truth of his life became so entangled with legend that separating fact from fantasy is nearly impossible. The historical Nicholas Flamel was born around 1330 in Pontoise, France. He moved to Paris and established himself as a scrivener and manuscript seller, a respectable occupation for someone literate in an age when books were rare and valuable. He married Paracelsus, a widow who brought considerable property to the marriage. Together, they operated shops near the Church of Saint-Jacques. This much is documented fact. The Flamels existed. They were successful in business, accumulated wealth, and became known for their charitable donations. They funded the building of hospitals, schools, and church decorations. Their generosity was so notable that it attracted attention and questions. How did a mere scrivener become so wealthy? The business of copying manuscripts was profitable, certainly, but the Flamels' wealth seemed excessive for their occupation. Rumors began. Flamel had discovered the secret of transmutation. He'd made gold through alchemy. The legend that coalesced around Flamel claimed that in 1357, he acquired a mysterious book, a large volume with copper covers, written in a strange script that he couldn't read. The book was titled The Book of Abraham the Jew, and was supposedly written by a Jewish sage who'd encoded alchemical secrets in its pages. Flamel spent years trying to decipher the book. He showed it to scholars, to priests, to anyone who might understand the strange symbols and cryptic text. Finally, according to the legend, he traveled to Spain and met a converted Jewish scholar who could read the book. This scholar revealed that it contained the formula for creating the Philosopher's Stone. Flamel returned to Paris and began his alchemical work. After 3 more years of experiments, in 1382 he succeeded. He transmuted mercury into silver, then into gold. He'd created the Philosopher's Stone. The legend continues that Flamel and Paracelsus used the stone's power to extend their lives. Though they pretended to die, Paracelsus in 1397, Nicholas in 1418, they actually faked their deaths and continued living in secret, sustained by the elixir of immortality produced by the stone. Various accounts claim Flamel has been spotted through the centuries, at the opera in Paris in the 18th century, in India in the 19th century. He became one of those immortal figures who supposedly walk among us still, centuries old but appearing middle-aged, possessing wealth and knowledge accumulated over lifetimes. So what's the truth? The historical record shows that Flamel really did become wealthy and really did donate large sums to religious and charitable causes. But the source of his wealth was probably much more mundane than alchemy. His wife Paracelsus was already wealthy when he married her. Flamel's business was legitimate and successful. He wasn't just a copyist but also dealt in real estate and money lending, which could be quite lucrative. The charitable donations, while generous, weren't impossibly large for a successful medieval businessman. The story about the mysterious book appears in an alchemical text called The Exposition of the Hieroglyphical Figures, which claims to be written by Flamel but was actually published in 1612, nearly 200 years after Flamel's death. It's almost certainly a forgery, written by someone else using Flamel's name to lend authority to their alchemical ideas. Why did Flamel become the focus of alchemical legend rather than some other wealthy Parisian merchant? Partly it's because of the charitable foundations he established. These institutions had his name attached and continued for centuries after his death, keeping his memory alive when other medieval merchants were forgotten. His visible legacy suggested mysterious origins for his wealth. Partly it's because Paris in the 14th century was a center of alchemical activity. Scholars and charlatans alike pursued the great work. Flamel's profession, dealing with books and manuscripts, connected him to the scholarly world where alchemy was studied. He might have actually owned alchemical texts, might have sold them to practitioners, might have been tangentially involved in the scene even if he wasn't a practitioner himself. And partly it's because people wanted to believe. Alchemy promised not just gold but spiritual transformation and immortality. The idea that someone actually achieved it, that the Philosopher's Stone was real and worked, was irresistible. Flamel, with his documented wealth and visible charitable works, fit the narrative perfectly. By the 17th century, Flamel had become one of alchemy's patron saints. Alchemists wrote texts claiming to reveal his secrets, to have discovered his manuscripts, to be his spiritual descendants. The legend grew with each retelling. The actual buildings associated with Flamel still exist in Paris. The Flamel House at 51 Rue de Montmorency, built in 1407, is considered Paris's oldest stone house. It was originally an inn for poor workers, funded by Flamel's charity. You can visit it today. It's now a restaurant. There's something poignant about this. The real Nicholas Flamel created something that has lasted over 600 years. Not the Philosopher's Stone, but actual stone buildings that still stand, still serve the community, still bear his name. That's a kind of immortality more tangible than any alchemical legend. But the legendary Flamel refuses to die. In modern popular culture, he appears in countless fantasy novels, games, and films. In J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series, Nicholas Flamel is depicted as having actually created the Philosopher's Stone and lived for over 600 years before finally choosing to die. This modern treatment captures something true about the legend even if it's not historically accurate. Flamel represents the dream that alchemy is real, that transformation is possible, that death can be defeated through knowledge. Alchemy itself was both science and spirituality. Early alchemists did genuine chemical experiments. They discovered processes and substances that laid groundwork for modern chemistry. But they also believed that transforming base metals into gold was a metaphor for spiritual transformation, purifying the soul, achieving enlightenment, transcending mortal limitation. The Philosopher's Stone in this reading isn't a literal object but a state of being, enlightenment, perfection, union with the divine. The process of creating it wasn't about laboratory equipment but about internal transformation. The alchemists themselves was the lead being transmuted into gold. If Flamel achieved anything alchemically, it was probably this metaphorical transformation. He took his ordinary life and transmuted it into something golden, not through literal magic but through generosity, charity, and creating lasting good in the world. His buildings still stand. His charitable works continued for centuries. His name is still known. He achieved a kind of immortality through legacy, which is the only immortality most humans can actually achieve. But the legend won't accept this mundane truth. The legend insists that Flamel found the real stone, made real gold, achieved real immortality. And perhaps that's because we need such legends. We need to believe that someone, somewhere, figured out how to transcend death, how to transmute suffering into joy, how to turn the base metal of ordinary existence into something precious and eternal. Flamel becomes a symbol of hope, the idea that transformation is possible, that ancient wisdom holds secret science has forgotten, that the material world isn't all there is. Whether or not he actually created the Philosopher's Stone matters less than what he represents. The human refusal to accept limitation, the insistence that magic might be real, the dream that death itself might be defeated. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing in Flamel's laboratory, not the real one, he probably didn't have one, but the legendary version. Furnaces glow. Alembics bubble. Strange diagrams cover the walls. And in the center, in a crucible heated to impossible temperature, something is transforming. Lead becomes silver. Silver becomes gold. And gold becomes something beyond gold. The Philosopher's Stone itself, glowing with inner light, containing the secret of immortality. You reach for it, but as your hand approaches, you understand. The stone isn't outside you. The transformation isn't in the crucible. The real alchemy happens inside, in the slow, difficult work of transmuting fear into courage, selfishness into generosity, mortality into legacy. Flamel's real magic wasn't making gold. It was making his life mean something, creating works that would outlast him, achieving the only immortality that's actually real, being remembered for making the world better. Sleep now and dream of transformation. Not the instant, magical kind, but the slow alchemy of becoming who you're meant to be. That's the real Philosopher's Stone. And unlike Flamel's legendary creation, it's something you can actually achieve. Morgan Le Fay's healing powers. In the earliest versions of the Arthurian legend, before the romances turned complex and contradictory, there appears a mysterious figure at the moment of Arthur's greatest need. The king lies dying from wounds received in his final battle. His kingdom has fallen, his knights are dead or scattered, Camelot is no more. But a boat arrives, carrying 3 queens dressed in black, and the foremost among them is Morgan Le Fay. She takes Arthur to Avalon to heal his wounds, to preserve him until Britain needs him again. This Morgan, the healer, the preserver, the keeper of life, is very different from the Morgan who appears in later medieval romances. That later Morgan is Arthur's enemy, the sorceress who schemes against him, who steals Excalibur's scabbard, who conspires with Mordred, who represents everything dangerous about female power and sexuality. How did the same character become both Arthur's healer and his destroyer? How did Morgan Le Fay transform from benevolent fairy queen to malevolent witch? The answer reveals something fascinating about how legends evolve and how society's anxieties about powerful women shape the stories they tell. The original Morgan appears in Geoffrey of Monmouth's Vita Merlini, Life of Merlin, written around 1150. Geoffrey describes her as the chief of 9 sisters who rule the Isle of Apples, Avalon. She's learned in the healing arts, can fly through the air by shape-shifting, and possesses knowledge of all medicinal herbs. When Arthur is brought to Avalon mortally wounded, Morgan examines him and declares she can heal him if he remains on the island long enough. This Morgan is powerful, certainly, but not evil. She's a healer queen, a fairy woman. The Le Fay means the fairy, someone with supernatural knowledge used for preservation rather than destruction. She's more goddess than human, more nature spirit than wish. The name Morgan likely derives from Morrigan, a Celtic goddess associated with fate, war, and sovereignty. The Morrigan could appear as a beautiful woman or as a crow, could bless or curse warriors, could determine the outcome of battles. She was powerful and dangerous, but not inherently malevolent. She simply operated by divine logic rather than human morality. Early Arthurian texts maintain this ambiguity. Morgan is powerful. Morgan is other, not quite human, not bound by human rules. Morgan has knowledge and abilities that make her dangerous. But dangerous isn't the same as evil. The transformation begins in the French prose romances of the 13th century. Here, Morgan becomes Arthur's half-sister, daughter of his mother Igraine and her first husband, the Duke of Cornwall. This makes Morgan royal by birth but also resentful. Arthur is king, Morgan is not. Arthur was conceived through Merlin's magic while Morgan's father was still alive, essentially through adultery. Arthur represents the new order, Morgan represents the old. In these romances, Morgan becomes a sorceress who studied magic under Merlin, in some versions. She's beautiful, seductive, and treacherous. She takes lovers, schemes against Arthur and Guinevere, creates magical illusions to trap knights, and generally represents chaotic female sexuality and ambition. Various romances attribute different schemes to her. She steals Excalibur's scabbard, which protected Arthur from wounds, and gives it to her lover, hoping Arthur will be killed in battle. She creates a magical illusion of a beautiful woman to seduce Lancelot and prove his unfaithfulness to Guinevere. She reveals Lancelot and Guinevere's affair to Arthur, precipitating the kingdom's collapse. She allies with Mordred, who in some versions is her son by Arthur? Yes, it gets complicated and disturbing. But here's what's fascinating. Even when Morgan is doing these destructive things, she's also healing. When wounded knights stumble into her domains, she heals them. When she captures Arthur's knights, she doesn't kill them but holds them in magical prisons where they're well treated. And in the end, when Arthur lies dying, it's still Morgan who takes him to Avalon to heal. It's as if the tradition couldn't quite commit to making Morgan purely villainous. The healing goddess kept breaking through the scheming sorceress characterization. Why did later medieval writers transform Morgan from healer to antagonist? Partly, the romances needed conflict. A story where everything goes well for Arthur is boring. Morgan provided a supernatural opponent who was personally connected to the king, more interesting than random enemies or monsters. Partly, it reflects medieval anxieties about women and power. A woman who was powerful and independent, who had knowledge, especially sexual and magical knowledge, who wasn't under male control. This was threatening. Morgan needed to be villainized because what she represented, female autonomy, female knowledge, female power, was seen as dangerous. And partly, it's about Christianity versus paganism. Morgan represents the old religion, the fairy faith, Celtic tradition. Arthur represents Christian kingship. By making Morgan the antagonist, the romances symbolically show Christianity triumphing over the old pagan ways, even though Morgan still has enough power to preserve Arthur in the end. But there's a deeper reading available. What if Morgan isn't really Arthur's enemy? What if she's doing what needs to be done, operating by a logic Arthur and his court can't understand? Consider, Morgan reveals Lancelot and Guinevere's affair. This seems destructive, but the affair was genuinely destroying the kingdom. The Round Table was fracturing because the greatest knight was sleeping with the queen. Morgan didn't create this problem. She just refused to let it remain hidden. Morgan steals Excalibur's scabbard. This seems like attempted murder, but maybe it's testing, seeing if Arthur is truly worthy, truly protected by right and justice, or if he's become dependent on magical protection rather than virtue. Morgan creates challenges and illusions. But these test the knights, reveal their true characters, force them to grow or fail based on their actual worth rather than their reputation. Morgan, in this reading, is the fairy goddess doing what fairy goddesses do, maintaining balance, testing heroes, ensuring that power is earned rather than assumed, revealing truth even when truth is painful. She's the force of fate, of natural law, of consequences. Arthur's court wants to believe in eternal glory, in permanent success, in heroes who never fail. Morgan insists on reality, that all kingdoms fall, all heroes die, all glory is temporary. And when the end comes, when Arthur has lost everything and lies dying, Morgan doesn't gloat. She takes him to Avalon. She heals him, because that's who she fundamentally is, not destroyer but preserver, not enemy but the force that ensures nothing is truly lost, that the king will return when needed. The healing powers attributed to Morgan are extensive. She knows all herbs and their properties. She can cure wounds that no other healer can touch. She understands poisons and antidotes. She can heal not just the body but also enchantments. She can break curses, dispel illusions, restore those transformed by magic. This knowledge would have been the province of real women in medieval society. The wise women, the herbalists, the midwives who understood healing in ways male physicians didn't. These women were simultaneously respected when you needed them and feared because their knowledge gave them power. Morgan represents this type of woman elevated to supernatural levels. She's the wise woman who can't be controlled, can't be married off to cement political alliances, can't be made to conform to society's expectations. She has her own island, her own knowledge, her own power. Medieval society didn't know what to do with such women. So the stories tried to contain them by making them villains. But the original power kept breaking through. Morgan remained a healer even when the stories tried to make her only a destroyer. In modern retellings, there's been a reclamation of Morgan Le Fay. Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon portrays her sympathetically as a priestess of the old religion fighting to preserve her people's ways against Christian oppression. Other modern works explore Morgan as a complex figure, not simply good or evil but operating by her own ethical system, protecting what she values, pursuing her own goals. These modern versions often emphasize the healing aspect. Morgan becomes a guardian of ancient knowledge, a preserver of wisdom that patriarchal society wants to suppress. Her antagonism toward Arthur isn't personal hatred but philosophical opposition. She represents one worldview while he represents another. And there's something compelling about a character who contains such contradictions. Healer and harmer, sister and enemy, destroyer and preserver, human and fairy. Morgan refuses to be simplified into a single role. She's as complex and contradictory as actual humans, which makes her more interesting than purely good or purely evil characters. The image that haunts me is Morgan in the boat, taking the dying Arthur to Avalon. Whatever scheme she enacted, whatever opposition she represented, when Arthur truly needs healing, she's there. The healer persists beneath the sorceress. The sister persists beneath the enemy. Perhaps that's the real magic. Not the spells and illusions, but the capacity to hold contradictions, to be both opponent and ally, to fight against someone while still preserving them when they truly need you. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine sailing to Avalon in Morgan's boat. You're wounded, not necessarily physically but in spirit, in hope, in the core of who you are. The battle is over. You've lost. Everything you built has fallen. But Morgan is there. She doesn't offer empty comfort. She doesn't pretend your losses aren't real. But she offers healing, the slow, difficult work of restoration. Not resurrection back to what was, but transformation into what comes next. You'll heal, she says, and her voice contains both comfort and challenge. But you'll be changed. Healing isn't returning to what was before. It's becoming something new, something that includes the wound and the wisdom it brings. Rest now in Morgan's care. Let the healer beneath the sorceress, the sister beneath the enemy, the preserver beneath the destroyer work her ancient magic. You're in Avalon now, where time moves differently, where healing happens at its own pace, where the old powers still hold sway. Sleep, wounded one. Wake whenever you're ready, tomorrow or 1,000 years from now. Morgan is patient. The island waits. And healing, real healing, cannot be rushed. The vulva of Norse society. In the brutal world of the Vikings, where survival depended on strength and raiding prowess, where warrior culture dominated, there existed a figure who commanded respect from even the fiercest berserker and the mightiest jarl. She was the vulva, the seeress, the worker of seer magic, the woman who could see fate itself. And when she spoke, everyone listened, because the vulva could see the threads of WRD that bound all lives, could glimpse the future, and could, sometimes, even change it. The vulva was not feared as witches were in later Christian Europe. She was honored, sought after, paid handsomely for her services. When a vulva traveled from farmstead to farmstead, she was given the high seat in the hall, fed the best food, offered rich gifts. Communities competed to host her, to receive her visions, to have her bless their endeavors or warn them of dangers to come. This respect for a female magical practitioner is remarkable in a culture so associated with masculine violence. But the Norse understood something that later European societies forgot. Wisdom and power come in many forms, and the vulva's magic was different from, but no less valuable than, a warrior's strength. The practice of seer, pronounced satyr, the magic the vulva performed, was considered dishonorable for men. This wasn't because it was weak magic, far from it. Seer was incredibly powerful, dealing with fate, prophecy, and the manipulation of reality itself. But it was considered unmanly because it involved passivity, reception, allowing oneself to be a vessel for otherworldly forces. Norse masculinity was about action, aggression, straightforward combat. Seer required stillness, trance states, surrender to visions. A man who practiced seer was considered urgy, unmanned, effeminate, shameful. The god Odin practiced seer and was sometimes criticized for it, but Odin was powerful enough that he could ignore conventional gender roles. But for women, seer was not only acceptable but prestigious. The vulva was a professional, a specialist, someone whose skills were valuable enough to make her wealthy and independent. She didn't need to marry for support. Her magic supported her. She traveled freely, went where she wished, spoke truth to power, and was protected by the respect her position commanded. The process of seer, as described in the sagas, was elaborate and ritualized. When a vulva came to perform divination, a special platform or high seat would be prepared for her. She wore specific ritual clothing, a blue cloak with stones set into it, gloves made of cat skin, a hood lined with white cat fur, and shoes of calfskin. She carried a staff, often decorated with brass and set with stones. She would be fed ritual foods, a porridge made from the hearts of all kinds of animals. This was important. She needed to consume the essence of many creatures to gain comprehensive vision. Then the seer ceremony would begin. Women would sit in a circle around the vulva and sing Vardlakker, specific songs designed to call forth spirits. As they sang, the vulva would enter a trance state, and her spirit would journey into other realms. In this altered state, she could see things hidden from normal sight. She could see the threads of fate that the Norns wove, could perceive coming events, could communicate with spirits of the dead, could understand the true nature of situations that seemed obscure. When she emerged from the trance, she would speak her visions. These weren't vague pronouncements. The sagas describe vulvas giving specific, detailed prophecies about harvests, about who would die in the coming year, about the outcomes of feuds and ventures. And these prophecies were taken seriously, used to make important decisions about when to travel, whom to marry, whether to pursue or abandon particular plans. The vulva also had other powers beyond prophecy. She could cast spells to influence weather, to affect outcomes of battles from a distance, to curse or bless. She could perform healings, though this was often secondary to her prophetic work. She could bind or loose, create or destroy, depending on her will and the payment offered. But the vulva's primary power was seeing. She could perceive WRD, the complex web of fate, cause and effect, past actions creating future consequences. Norse cosmology didn't believe in pure free will or pure predestination, but something in between. Your actions shaped your fate, but fate also constrained your actions. Understanding this interplay required seeing the larger pattern, and the vulva could see it. Famous vulvas appear throughout the Norse sagas. One of the most detailed accounts is in the saga of Eric the Red, which describes a vulva named Thorbjord visiting a Greenland settlement during a famine. The community prepared elaborate hospitality for her. She wore her ritual garments, sat in the high seat, ate her ritual foods, and then performed seer to divine when the famine would end and whether the settlement would prosper. Her prophecies were detailed. She told a young woman named Gudrid that she would make a remarkable marriage in Iceland and would be the ancestor of a great lineage. The prophecy came true. Gudrid did indeed have descendants who became prominent in Icelandic society, and the saga was likely written by one of them, centuries later, as a way of honoring their ancestress and the vulva who foresaw her greatness. This demonstrates the vulva's social function. She provided continuity between past, present, and future. By seeing lineages extending forward, she helped communities understand their place in the larger pattern of time. She connected the present moment to deep time, to the actions of ancestors and the fate of descendants not yet born. The vulva also played a role in myth. In the Völuspá, the prophecy of the seeress, one of the most important poems in the Poetic Edda, Odin himself raises a vulva from the dead to question her about fate and the future. She describes the creation of the world, the gods and their deeds, and then, most importantly, Ragnarok, the end of everything. She describes in vivid detail how the world will end. The gods will fall, monsters will break their chains, brother will kill brother, the sun will be swallowed, the earth will sink into the sea. But then she sees beyond the ending, the earth rising again from the water, green and fertile, a new generation of gods and humans inhabiting a renewed world. Even Odin, the Allfather, the god of wisdom who sacrificed his eye for knowledge, needs the Volva's vision. Even he cannot see what she sees. Her magic grants her access to knowledge that even divine wisdom cannot reach. What happened to the Volva tradition when Christianity came to Scandinavia? It was suppressed, like most pagan practices, but not immediately or completely. The respect for the Volva's knowledge was too deeply embedded. Some Volvas converted and became Christian mystics or healers. Some practices were absorbed into folk magic traditions that persisted for centuries. Some elements may have influenced early Christian ideas about female saints as prophets and miracle workers. But the independent, honored position of the Volva couldn't survive in a Christian framework. The Church didn't allow for women having autonomous spiritual authority, receiving visions outside Church control, or practicing magic, even beneficial magic. The Volva became the witch, and the witch was not to be honored but feared and eventually persecuted. Modern Norse paganism, Keith Henry, Asa True, has attempted to revive seer and the Volva tradition. Practitioners study the historical sources, reconstruct rituals, enter trance states, and seek visions. The results are controversial. Some view this as genuine spiritual practice, others as historical cosplay. But what's being sought, whether or not it's successfully found, is that connection to something lost. A tradition where women's spiritual authority was respected, where magical practice was honored rather than persecuted, where seeing the future was a valuable skill rather than a demonic corruption. The Volva represents a road not taken in European development, a path where women's spiritual power could have remained respected and integrated into society rather than suppressed and demonized. We can't know what that alternative history might have looked like, but the Volva's honored position in Viking society shows it was at least possible. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine sitting in a Norse hall during a winter storm. The fire blazes in the central hearth. Warriors sit on benches lining the walls. And at the head of the hall, in the high seat, sits the Volva. She's older, weathered, her eyes distant as if seeing something beyond the firelight and smoke. She wears her blue cloak, her catskin gloves, her ritual garb. Her staff rests beside her. She's just finished eating the ritual porridge. The women begin to sing, wordless, haunting melodies that seem to come from somewhere deep beneath the earth or far above in the sky. The Volva's eyes close. Her breathing changes. She's going under, going deep, traveling to the places where the Norns weave fate and the dead still speak. You watch, hardly breathing, knowing that when she emerges she'll speak of things no one else can see, futures unfolding, fates being woven, the hidden patterns that determine what will come. And perhaps she'll look at you, her gaze suddenly focused and piercing, and speak a truth about your own fate. Something you need to hear. Something you can't unhear. Something that will shape how you walk forward from this moment. The vision is coming. The vulva is seeing. And soon she'll speak, and everything will change. Sleep now, as the Vardlocker continues, as the Circe journeys, as fate slowly reveals itself to those brave enough to listen. John Dee's Angelic Conversations. In a darkened room in Mortlake, England, in the year 1582, two men sat before a polished obsidian mirror, a scrying stone acquired at great expense from the Americas. One man was Dr. John Dee, mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. The other was Edward Kelly, a medium who claimed he could see angels reflected in the dark mirror and hear their voices speaking divine truths. What followed was one of the most extraordinary episodes in the history of Western magic. Years of angelic conversations, thousands of pages of transmissions from beings who claimed to be divine messengers, the revelation of an entirely new language called Enochian, and ultimately, a command so disturbing that it shattered Dee's faith and his partnership with Kelly. John Dee was no charlatan or superstitious fool. He was one of the greatest minds of Elizabethan England, a legitimate scientist by the standards of his time, a mathematician whose work influenced navigation and cartography, a scholar who owned one of Europe's largest private libraries. He was respected at court, consulted by the Queen, admired by intellectuals across Europe. But Dee lived in an age when magic and science weren't yet separated. Natural philosophy, what we call science, merged seamlessly with what we call occultism. Studying the motion of planets and attempting to communicate with angels were both legitimate pursuits of knowledge about the cosmos. Dee saw no contradiction between his mathematical work and his angelic conversations. Both were ways of understanding divine order. Dee's library at Mortlake contained over 4,000 books, an enormous collection for the time. It included mathematical texts, astronomical tables, works of natural philosophy, but also grimoires, alchemical treatises, and books of angel magic. For Dee, these weren't different subjects. They were all parts of the same grand project, understanding how the universe worked and humanity's place within it. By the 1580s, Dee had become frustrated with the limitations of conventional learning. Books could only teach you so much. Human teachers were fallible, but angels, beings of pure intelligence who dwelt in the presence of God, they could reveal truth directly. If only there was a way to communicate with them. Dee had tried scrying, seeing visions in crystals or mirrors, himself, but found he had no talent for it. He needed a medium, a scryer who could see what he could not. He worked with several before finding Edward Kelly, who used the alias Edward Talbot when they first met, having had his ears cropped as punishment for forgery, not an encouraging credential. Kelly claimed he could see angels in the scrying stone and hear them speak. Dee would ask questions. Kelly would report what the angels showed and said, and Dee would meticulously record everything in elaborate notebooks. Dee was the scholar, the questioner, the recorder. Kelly was the channel, the medium, the one with the gift of vision. The angels who appeared, Uriel, Michael, Gabriel, and others, including entities with stranger names like Madamai, provided elaborate cosmological teachings. They revealed the structure of the heavens, explained correspondences between numbers and divine names, described hierarchies of angels and demons, and they revealed a new language, Enochian, supposedly the original language spoken by Adam in Eden before the fall, the language God used to create the universe, the tongue of angels. Kelly would report the letters one by one as the angels spelled them out, and Dee would record them, slowly accumulating a complete angelic alphabet, grammar, and vocabulary. Enochian is a real, complete language. You can learn it, speak it, write it. It has consistent grammar and syntax. Whether it's genuinely angelic or Kelly's impressive invention has been debated for centuries. Linguists note it has English-like structure, suggesting Kelly created it, consciously or unconsciously. But believers in the angelic source note its internal consistency and the circumstances of its transmission, letter by letter, backward, over months of sessions, which would be extraordinarily difficult to fabricate on the fly. The angelic communications weren't just linguistic exercises. The entities gave predictions, many of which Dee interpreted as fulfilled, provided practical advice about Dee's life, and claimed to be revealing divine knowledge hidden since ancient times. But then came the command that shattered everything. Through Kelly's visions, an angel commanded that Dee and Kelly should share all things in common, including their wives. Dee was horrified. This seemed contrary to all Christian morality. Surely no angel of God would command adultery? But the entity insisted. It was God's will. It would bring about spiritual transformation. Dee agonized, prayed, questioned. Kelly was equally disturbed. Both men were married with families. This wasn't a casual proposition. Eventually they complied, or claimed to. Whether the sharing actually occurred or was symbolic is unclear from Dee's coded records. But the incident poisoned the partnership. Not long after, Dee and Kelly parted ways. Dee returned to England. Kelly remained on the continent, eventually dying in prison after attempting to make gold for Emperor Rudolph II and failing to deliver. Dee spent his final years impoverished and scorned. The library at Mortlake had been ransacked by a mob during his absence. His reputation as a magician, which he'd never hidden, now made him suspect. He died in 1608 or 1609, poor and largely forgotten. But the angelic diaries survived. Dee's records of the sessions, thousands of pages, were preserved and later rediscovered. They influenced occultism for centuries. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in the late 19th century studied Dee's Enochian system intensively, incorporating it into their magical practices. Aleister Crowley used Enochian magic extensively. Modern chaos magicians and ceremonial magicians still work with Enochian, considering it one of the most powerful magical systems available. So, what was actually happening in those sessions? Skeptics say Kelly was a con man who invented everything to maintain his position with the wealthy D. The Enochian language, the angelic visions, the elaborate cosmology, all fabrication, either conscious fraud or self-delusion. Believers in the supernatural say genuine angelic or demonic, depending on your theology, entities communicated through Kelly, revealing authentic hidden knowledge. Psychological interpretations suggest Kelly was accessing his unconscious, that the angels were aspects of his psyche producing information through a trance state, and that the language emerged from deep linguistic structures in his mind. Each explanation has problems. If Kelly was consciously fabricating, his sustained creation of a complete language with consistent grammar while performing backward letter-by-letter transmission is extraordinarily impressive. If he was accessing unconscious processes, the same observation applies. His unconscious was remarkably creative and systematic. And if the communications were genuinely angelic, well, that raises the disturbing question of why angels would command wife-sharing, which seems to violate the divine law they supposedly serve. Perhaps the truth is that the sessions were genuine communication, but not necessarily with the entities the participants believed. Perhaps Dee and Kelly opened a channel to something, and something responded, but that something wasn't what they thought it was. The occult is full of warnings about discernment, about testing spirits, about the dangers of assuming that entities who appear in light and claim divine authority are telling the truth. What's certain is that Dee believed. This brilliant man, this scholar and scientist, invested years and ultimately his reputation and fortune in pursuing angelic knowledge. He wasn't a fool. He wasn't uneducated. He evaluated the evidence as carefully as he could and concluded the communications were genuine. That should give us pause before dismissing it all as fraud or delusion. Either Dee was badly deceived, or he was accessing something real that we don't have frameworks to properly understand. The Enochian language endures. Occultists still use it in rituals. Some claim it's uniquely powerful, that speaking the words produces tangible effects. Others say it's psychologically potent because of its exotic structure and mystical associations. Still others maintain it's genuinely the language of angels, and speaking it opens connections to non-human intelligence. Dee's legacy is complicated. Mainstream history largely ignores his magical work, focusing on his legitimate contributions to navigation and mathematics. But the magical community remembers him as one of the great magi, someone who successfully contacted higher realms and brought back a system that still functions centuries later. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine sitting before a dark mirror. Candlelight flickers. You ask a question, not to emptiness, but to whatever might be listening beyond the veil of ordinary perception. And in the mirror, something moves. A face appears, beautiful, terrible, claiming to be an angel, claiming to bring truth from divine realms. It begins to speak, to reveal knowledge, to show you things you've never seen. Do you trust it? Do you record its words as Dee did, believing you're receiving sacred revelation? Or do you remember that the most dangerous lies come wrapped in light, that nothing is more seductive than the promise of hidden knowledge, that not everything that claims to be an angel deserves your faith? Dee chose belief. It cost him everything. But perhaps he gained something too, something we can't measure, something that existed only in those moments of contact with whatever spoke through the scrying stone. Sleep now and dream your own communications, with your unconscious, with archetypes, with whatever lies beyond the mirror. Just remember, not everything that speaks in dreams is friendly. Not everything that appears in light is holy. And not everything that claims to know the truth is telling it. The mirror waits. It's always waiting. And something is always watching from the other side. Paracelsus and medical magic. In the early 16th century, a Swiss physician did something scandalous. He publicly burned the medical texts of Galen and Avicenna, books that had been the foundation of medical practice for over 1,000 years. Then he began lecturing in German instead of Latin, treating poor patients alongside wealthy ones, and claiming that doctors learned more from old women's folk remedies than from ancient authorities. His name was Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, but history knows him as Paracelsus, and he revolutionized medicine by treating it as a magical art. Paracelsus lived from 1493 to 1541, during the Renaissance when the boundaries between science, magic, and medicine were still fluid. But even in that magical age, Paracelsus was extreme. He believed that to truly understand medicine, you had to understand alchemy, astrology, theology, and magic. The human body wasn't just a mechanical system to be fixed. It was a microcosm reflecting the entire universe, connected to stars, elements, and spiritual forces. He rejected the medicine of his time because it was based on theory rather than observation. Classical medicine taught that illness came from imbalances of four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile, and that treatment meant restoring balance through bloodletting, purging, and dietary restrictions. Paracelsus said this was nonsense. He advocated studying actual diseases, observing what actually worked, and using chemistry to create targeted medicines rather than relying on ancient formulas. But his approach was deeply magical. Paracelsus believed in the doctrine of signatures, the idea that God created plants with visual clues to their medicinal uses. A walnut, which looks like a brain, was good for treating head ailments. The spotted leaves of lungwort resembled diseased lungs, so it could cure respiratory problems. Yellow plants could treat jaundice. This seems absurd to modern medicine, but it reveals Paracelsus's worldview. The universe is meaningful. God has written instructions directly into creation, and the physician's job is to read those signs. He also believed diseases had spiritual causes that required spiritual cures. Some illnesses came from natural causes and could be treated with natural medicines. but others came from curses, demonic influence, or spiritual imbalance, and these required magical intervention, prayers, talismans, astrologically timed treatments. Paracelsus was the first to suggest that some diseases were caused by external agents, what we'd now call germs or toxins, rather than internal imbalances. This was a radical insight centuries before germ theory. But he explained it magically. Diseases were caused by invisible entities he called ens, beings, which could be physical, spiritual, or astrological. And here's where Paracelsus enters folklore permanently. He named the elementals. According to Paracelsus, 4 types of spirits inhabited the 4 elements. Gnomes lived in earth, short, sturdy beings who guarded underground treasures and could move through solid rock as easily as humans move through air. Undines, or nymphs, lived in water, beautiful female spirits who dwelt in rivers, lakes, and oceans. Sylphs lived in air, delicate, almost invisible beings who controlled winds and weather. Salamanders lived in fire, fierce spirits who danced in flames and could withstand any heat. Before Paracelsus, these creatures existed in various folk traditions, but they had different names and characteristics. Paracelsus systematized them, gave them their now familiar names, and explained their nature philosophically. Gnomes, undines, sylphs, and salamanders entered Western magical tradition through his writings and have remained there ever since. He believed these elementals were real beings, not metaphors or allegories, but actual inhabitants of a realm parallel to our own. They didn't have immortal souls like humans, but they were intelligent and could interact with the material world. Miners reported seeing gnomes in deep tunnels. Sailors glimpsed undines in the waves. These weren't hallucinations or superstitions. According to Paracelsus, they were genuine encounters with beings that science was too narrow-minded to acknowledge. Paracelsus's medical practice was as unconventional as his theories. He treated beggars and prostitutes, groups most physicians ignored. He experimented constantly, trying new combinations of herbs and minerals, discarding what didn't work and refining what did. He used mercury and antimony as medicines, substances other doctors considered too poisonous to administer, and claimed remarkable cures. He was also one of the first to recognize occupational diseases. He studied miners and metal workers, noting that certain professions led to specific illnesses. This was groundbreaking epidemiology, centuries ahead of its time. But he explained it through alchemy. The harmful spirits in metals and minerals could transfer to workers who handled them, causing illness. Despite his medical innovations, Paracelsus was difficult to work with. He was arrogant. Some say his name, Bombastus, gave us the word bombastic, argumentative, and constantly moving. He held a prestigious position at Basel but was forced to flee after insulting the city's magistrates. He wandered through Europe, treating patients, writing prolifically, making enemies, and dying at age 47 under mysterious circumstances, possibly murdered, possibly dying of a fall, possibly poisoned by medical experiments on himself. But his influence outlasted him. Paracelsian medicine spread through Europe, challenging the old authorities. His chemical approach to medicine led directly to iatrochemistry and eventually to pharmacology. His emphasis on observation and experimentation influenced the scientific method. His belief that diseases had specific causes rather than being general imbalances anticipated modern pathology. Yet mainstream medical history often downplays Paracelsus because his work is so entangled with magic. He can't be comfortably claimed by either science or occultism. He belongs to both and to neither. He's a reminder of a time when those categories didn't exist as separate domains. Modern homeopathy claims descent from Paracelsian principles, particularly his idea that, like cures like the doctrine of signatures. Modern chemistry acknowledges his pioneering work with minerals and compounds. And modern fantasy literature still uses his gnomes, ondines, sylphs, and salamanders. But perhaps Paracelsus's greatest legacy is his insistence that healing requires understanding the whole person in their whole context. Body, mind, spirit, environment, astrology, chemistry, prayer, herbs, all of these mattered. The patient wasn't a broken machine needing repair, but a complex being requiring holistic treatment. This sounds remarkably modern. Contemporary integrative medicine, which combines conventional treatment with complementary approaches, echoes Paracelsian principles, without the magical framework. The recognition that illness has psychological and social dimensions alongside physical ones. That's Paracelsian thinking. Of course, modern medicine has abandoned the parts that don't work. Astrology doesn't determine treatment outcomes, the doctrine of signatures is mostly wrong, and elementals don't actually exist. But the core insight remains valid. Healing is more art than science, requires treating the whole person, and benefits from creative experimentation rather than blind adherence to authority. Paracelsus would be horrified by modern medicine's mechanistic approach, its reduction of patients to diagnoses and numbers. But he'd recognize the scientific method he helped pioneer, the chemical medicines he advocated, and the willingness to discard theories that don't match observation. And if you told him that some of his ideas sound like magic rather than science, he'd laugh. To Paracelsus, that distinction was meaningless. All truth came from God, was written into creation, and could be discovered by those willing to look beyond conventional wisdom and see the signatures hidden in nature. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through a forest with Paracelsus. He stops frequently, examining plants, explaining their virtues. See how this leaf is shaped like a heart? It treats heart ailments. God writes in images for those who can read. You pass a cave mouth. Paracelsus pauses, listening. The gnomes are working deeper in, he says matter-of-factly. Mining gold, shaping crystals. They know the earth's secrets, which stones cure which ills, where the healing waters flow beneath the rock. Is he speaking literally or metaphorically? With Paracelsus, the boundary blurs. Perhaps the gnomes are real beings. Perhaps they're personifications of geological processes. Perhaps they're both, symbols that point toward truths that can't be captured in purely mechanical language. You continue walking. The sun sets. Salamanders dance in your campfire, or are they just flames behaving as flames do, and Paracelsus simply gives them a name to make the fire feel less lonely, less merely chemical? He mixes a medicine for your ailment, something you didn't know you had until he examined you with those piercing eyes. Herbs, minerals, prayers, all combined according to astrological timing. Magic or medicine. With Paracelsus, they're the same. Sleep now and let the elementals watch over you. The gnomes beneath the earth, holding it stable. The undines in the water, flowing through your cells. The sylphs in the air, carrying each breath. The salamanders in your warmth, keeping metabolism's fire burning. Paracelsus named them, and in naming them, he gave us a way to think about the forces that sustain us, forces that are neither purely physical nor purely spiritual, but something in between, something for which we still don't have better words than the ones he gave us 500 years ago. The Salem witch trials. In the winter of 1692, in the Puritan village of Salem, Massachusetts, 2 young girls began having fits. They screamed, contorted their bodies into impossible positions, complained of being pinched and bitten by invisible forces, and spoke words that seemed not their own. The village physician, examining them and finding no natural illness, offered a diagnosis that would doom 20 people to death. The evil hand is upon them. The Salem witch trials weren't the largest witch hunt in history. European hunts killed far more people. They weren't the first in America. Witch trials had occurred in the colonies before. But they've become the definitive example of what happens when fear, religion, social tension, and fantasy beliefs collide, creating a cascade of accusations that destroys a community from within. The 2 girls were 9-year-old Betty Paris and 11-year-old Abigail Williams. Betty was the daughter of Salem Village's minister, Samuel Paris. Abigail was his niece. They lived in the minister's household along with Tituba, an enslaved woman from the Caribbean who helped care for the children. When the girls were diagnosed with bewitchment, the obvious question was, who had cursed them? Under pressure, the girls named 3 women: Tituba, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who'd scandalized the village by living with a man before marrying him. Notice the pattern: an enslaved Caribbean woman, a beggar, and a social outcast. The accusations targeted those with the least power to defend themselves. The 3 women were arrested and interrogated. Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne denied everything, but Tituba, possibly tortured or promised leniency for cooperation, confessed. And her confession was extraordinary, full of details that fed Puritan fears and fantasy about witchcraft. Tituba described meeting with the devil, who appeared as a man in black. She told of a covenant with Satan, of other witches in Salem, though she wouldn't name them all, of spectral attacks on the girls, of demonic animals serving the witches. Her testimony likely drew on Caribbean folk beliefs, Puritan witch theology, and whatever she thought her interrogators wanted to hear. Her confession opened the floodgates. If Tituba was telling the truth about being a witch, then her claims about other witches must also be true. The girls' fits continued and worsened. More young women joined them in accusation, experiencing similar afflictions. And they named more witches. The pattern escalated rapidly. Accusations led to arrests. Interrogations extracted confessions or denials. Those who confessed, admitting witchcraft and naming other witches, were imprisoned but generally not executed. They were cooperating witnesses. Those who denied the charges were hanged. Their denials proved their allegiance to Satan, who gave them the strength to resist confession. The logic was perfectly circular and perfectly deadly. Confess and you might survive. Deny and you've proved your guilt through your refusal to confess. Over the next several months, accusations spread like infection through the community. Neighbors accused neighbors. Children accused parents. Friends accused friends. The criteria for accusation were vague and impossible to defend against. If the afflicted girls screamed when you looked at them, you were a witch. If you'd had arguments with accusers, you might be named. If you lived alone, were argumentative, or had any kind of social stigma, you were vulnerable. What's particularly disturbing is that many accusers believed their own testimony. The afflicted girls weren't, all, cynically fabricating for attention. Many genuinely experienced fits, visions, and supernatural attacks. They were having real physical and psychological experiences. They just attributed them to witchcraft rather than to hysteria, ergot poisoning, a theory some historians favor, or psychosomatic illness. The trials themselves were farcical by modern standards. Spectral evidence was admitted, testimony that the witch's spirit, specter, had appeared to the victim and tormented them. This evidence couldn't be verified or challenged. If an accuser said they saw your specter attacking them in their sleep, how could you prove you didn't? You might have witnesses that your body was elsewhere, but the specter could travel independently. Other tests were equally absurd. The accused might be asked to recite the Lord's Prayer perfectly. Any stumble was proof of demonic influence. They might be searched for a witch's mark. Any mole, scar, or blemish could qualify. Their houses might be searched for puppets, dolls used in folk magic, and any doll, even a child's toy, could be presented as evidence of witchcraft. 20 people were executed. 14 were women, 6 were men. 19 were hanged. One man, Giles Corey, was pressed to death, crushed under heavy stones, when he refused to enter a plea. Corey's final words, according to legend, were "more weight," a defiant refusal to participate in the proceedings even as they killed him. Dozens more were imprisoned, some for months. Several died in jail from the harsh conditions. One woman, Sarah Good, was pregnant when arrested and gave birth in prison. The infant died. When Sarah Good was taken to the gallows, Salem Village's minister urged her to confess and save her soul. Her response was bitter. "I am no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." The minister, Nicholas Noyes, allegedly died years later hemorrhaging blood from his mouth. The trials finally ended when accusations began targeting people who couldn't be easily dismissed: the governor's wife, prominent merchants, ministers. When the social elite started getting accused, suddenly doubt about the proceedings became acceptable. The governor dissolved the special court handling witch trials. Spectral evidence was disallowed. Without it, convictions became impossible. The remaining accused were released. The aftermath was devastating. Salem Village was shattered. Families were destroyed. The executed were denied proper burial. Witches couldn't be buried in consecrated ground, so their bodies were dumped in unmarked graves. Those who'd confessed to save their lives were marked as admitted witches, stigmatized forever. And slowly, guilt set in. Within 5 years, several jurors publicly apologized, saying they'd been sadly deluded and mistaken. One judge, Samuel Sewell, made a public confession of error and shame. The minister who'd encouraged the trials, Cotton Mather, never apologized but grew notably quieter about witchcraft. Many of the accusers retracted their testimony or admitted they'd been caught up in hysteria. But the dead remained dead. No apology could restore them. What happened in Salem? How did a Puritan village go so mad so quickly? Historians point to multiple factors. Religious fervor. Puritans genuinely believed in Satan as an active force in the world. Witches weren't fantasy. They were real servants of the devil, genuinely dangerous to Christian community. Social tension. Salem Village was divided between the more prosperous port area and the struggling farming community. Many accusers came from the farming faction. Many accused came from the port faction. Witchcraft accusations became a way to attack social enemies. Fear and paranoia. New England was a dangerous place. Native American raids, disease, harsh winters, crop failures. Death was always close. This created anxiety seeking an outlet, an explanation, someone to blame. Child testimony. Puritan theology taught that children could be spiritually sensitive, capable of seeing demons adults couldn't perceive. When children had fits and visions, adults took them seriously as legitimate spiritual insights. Mass hysteria. Once accusations started, they created their own momentum. To doubt the trials was to side with Satan. To speak up for the accused was to risk accusation yourself. The social pressure to conform, to join the collective delusion, was overwhelming. But underneath all these factors is something else. The collision between fantasy and reality. Puritans believed in a specific fantasy about how witchcraft worked. Witches made pacts with Satan, attacked people spectrally, served demons, attended witches' sabbaths. These beliefs came from European witch-hunting manuals, from sermons, from theological treatises. When the girls' fits began, the community interpreted them through this fantasy framework. And once you accept that framework, that witches are real, that they attack invisibly, that denying being a witch proves you are one, then the trials make horrible sense. The logic is consistent within its own delusional premises. Salem teaches us that intelligent, well-meaning people can participate in terrible evil if they accept false premises about reality. The people of Salem weren't stupid or uniquely wicked. They were frightened humans who believed things that weren't true, and those false beliefs led them to kill their neighbors. The witch trials ended, but the pattern persists. Replace witch with any demonized group, and you see the same dynamics. Mass hysteria, circular logic, testimony from the fearful against the powerless, social pressure to conform, authorities encouraging rather than restraining the madness. Salem is a warning that never stops being relevant. This can happen anywhere, to anyone, if we let fear and fantasy override reason and compassion. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine being in Salem in 1692. You're a villager, respected and ordinary. Then someone accuses you. Perhaps you argued with them about property boundaries. Perhaps your cow died while theirs lived. Surely you bewitched it? Perhaps you're simply too prosperous or too poor, too outspoken or too quiet, too anything. You stand before the court. The girls scream when they see you. They say your specter torments them. You're asked if you're a witch. Every instinct screams to deny it because it's absurd, it's false, you've done nothing wrong. But you realize, denial means death. Confession means life, even if it means admitting to something you didn't do, naming other innocent people to save yourself. What do you choose? Truth and death? Or lies and survival? Sleep now, grateful that you live in a time and place where such choices are rare. But remember Salem. Remember that ordinary people in ordinary communities can become monsters if they accept monstrous premises. And if you see it starting, accusations without evidence, circular logic, fear silencing doubt, speak up. Even when it's dangerous. Even when everyone else is silent. Because the alternative is the rope, the unmarked grave, and the terrible knowledge that an entire community convinced itself that murdering innocents was doing God's work. Aleister Crowley's Magical Orders. In 1904, in a Cairo hotel room, a British occultist sat with paper and pen while his wife channeled a being that called itself Iwas, supposedly the messenger of the ancient Egyptian god Horus. Over 3 days, for exactly 1 hour each day, the entity dictated a text that would become the Book of the Law, the central holy book of Thelema, a new magical religion. The receiver and scribe was Aleister Crowley, and he remains the most famous, controversial, and influential magician of the 20th century, the wickedest man in the world, according to contemporary British press, but also the architect of magical systems that thousands still practice today. Aleister Crowley was born in 1875 to a wealthy English family of Plymouth Brethren, an extremely strict Protestant sect. His childhood was suffocatingly religious, which may explain his adult rebellion. When he inherited his father's fortune as a young man, he had money, time, and a burning desire to explore everything his upbringing had forbidden. He joined the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in 1898, one of the most influential magical orders of the time. The Golden Dawn taught ceremonial magic, Kabbalah, tarot, astrology, and alchemy, synthesizing centuries of Western occult tradition into a structured system of initiation and practice. Crowley was brilliant, dedicated, and utterly impossible to work with. He progressed rapidly through the Golden Dawn's grades, mastering rituals and theory faster than almost anyone. But he was arrogant, bisexual, scandalous for the time, and deliberately provocative. He claimed magical visions and experiences his superiors questioned. When the order fractured due to internal conflicts, Crowley made his own fracture worse through his personality and ambitions. He traveled to Egypt with his new wife Rose, and there the Cairo working occurred, the reception of the Book of the Law. The text is cryptic, poetic, and disturbing. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. Every man and every woman is a star. But also, the slaves shall serve, and descriptions of brutal conquest that have led some to see fascist undertones in Thelema. Crowley initially rejected the book. It troubled him, but he eventually accepted it as genuine revelation and spent the rest of his life elaborating the Thelemic system based on it. The central teaching of Thelema is discovering and following your true will, not your whims or desires, but your deepest purpose, the orbit you're meant to follow like a star follows its path. Do what thou wilt doesn't mean do whatever you want. It means discover your true purpose and pursue it without deviation. This required rigorous magical training. Crowley reformed and systematized magical practice, creating the Therefore Argentium Astrum, Silver Star, a magical order designed to guide students through initiatory experiences leading to enlightenment. He also became the head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO, Order of the Temple of the East, a magical order originally founded in Germany. Crowley reformed it, making Thelema its central teaching and creating elaborate degree rituals that remain in use today. Crowley's magical practices were extreme by any standard. He experimented with every kind of altered consciousness, meditation, yoga, psychedelics, sleep deprivation, sexual magic, intentional mortification. He kept detailed magical diaries recording thousands of rituals, visions, and experiments. His approach to sex magic was particularly scandalous. Crowley believed sexual energy was the most powerful force available to magicians and should be harnessed for magical purposes. His practices included solo sex magic, heterosexual partnered magic, and homosexual partnered magic, all used to raise energy, consecrate talismans, or achieve altered states. This wasn't purely hedonistic, though Crowley certainly enjoyed himself. It was magical technique, detailed and specific, with careful record-keeping of what worked and what didn't. But it scandalized conventional society and damaged his reputation permanently. Crowley's life was chaotic. He went through the fortune he'd inherited, living extravagantly and supporting various magical projects. He married multiple times, had numerous affairs, and fathered several children. He experimented heavily with drugs, heroin, cocaine, mescaline, both recreationally and magically. By his later years, he was impoverished, addicted, and living in a boarding house, still performing rituals and initiating students until just before his death in 1947. The British press called him the wickedest man in the world and the Great Beast 666, a title Crowley enthusiastically adopted, interpreting the number 666 through numerological systems to relate to his name and mission. Stories circulated, many exaggerated or false, about orgies, animal sacrifices, and devil worship. Crowley played into these rumors, enjoying the notoriety even as it destroyed his mainstream reputation. But what was Crowley actually trying to achieve? His magical writings make clear he wasn't worshipping Satan or seeking worldly power through demons. He was pursuing what he considered scientific spirituality, using rigorous experimental method to explore consciousness, will, and the relationship between mind and reality. Crowley believed magic was the art and science of causing change in conformity with will. This could mean mundane change, influencing events, people, or conditions, or spiritual change, transforming consciousness and achieving enlightenment. The techniques were varied: ritual, meditation, yoga, invocation of gods and spirits, creation of talismans, astral travel, scrying, and more. His approach was syncretic, drawing on Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu traditions. He treated all religions as valid systems for accessing truth, with different paths suited to different temperaments. This offended everyone. Christians saw him as satanic, while he viewed Christianity as one useful magical system among many. Crowley's influence on modern occultism cannot be overstated. Nearly every contemporary magical system shows his impact. Wicca and modern witchcraft use adapted versions of his rituals and concepts. Chaos magic developed partly as a reaction to Crowleyan ceremonial magic, but still uses his methods. The modern tarot revival owes much to Crowley's Thoth Tarot deck and his Book of Thoth. Contemporary paganism's emphasis on individual spiritual path echoes the Thelemic principles. Even mainstream self-help and New Age thought borrowed Crowleyan ideas, often without knowing their source. Do what thou wilt became follow your bliss. Every man and every woman is a star, influenced ideas about inherent human divinity. Was Crowley's magic real? Did his rituals actually work? His diaries record extraordinary experiences, visions of gods and angels, out-of-body travels, communications with non-human intelligence, moments of mystical union. These experiences transformed him and convinced him magic was real. Skeptics explain these as drug-induced hallucinations, self-hypnosis, or psychological phenomena misinterpreted as supernatural. Crowley certainly used drugs, but he also had similar experiences without them, and his magical diary entries show sophistication. He questions his visions, tests them, distinguishes between types of experience, and maintains critical awareness even in altered states. Whether supernatural forces responded to his rituals or whether he was accessing deep layers of his own psyche through sophisticated techniques of self-transformation, either way, something happened. The experiences were real even if their metaphysical status remains debatable. Crowley's personal character was deeply flawed. He could be cruel, selfish, manipulative. He burned through friends, lovers, and students. His drug addictions damaged him and those around him. His provocations were often needlessly offensive. But he was also brilliant, dedicated to truth as he understood it, genuinely seeking enlightenment, and committed to making magical knowledge available rather than keeping it secret. His books are difficult but comprehensive. His rituals are effective, according to those who practice them, and his influence persists precisely because he created systems that actually work for magical practice, whatever work means in that context. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine standing in a magical circle, candles at the four quarters, incense smoke rising. You're performing a Crowleyan ritual, not to summon demons but to invoke your own higher nature, to connect with what Crowley called your holy guardian angel, your deepest self, your true will. You speak words of power. You make gestures ancient and strange. You focus your entire being on a single intention, to know yourself truly, to discover your purpose, to align your will with the universe's will. And something shifts, not outside but inside. A presence, a knowing, a certainty. Is it supernatural? Is it psychological? Does the distinction matter if the experience transforms you, shows you truth, sets you on a path? Crowley would say, test it. Experiment. Don't accept anything on faith. Verify through experience. Magic is science applied to consciousness. The results speak for themselves. Sleep now and dream your true will. What are you meant to do, to be, to become? Not what others expect, not what's practical or safe, but what calls to you with the voice of stars, with the certainty of orbit, with the gravity of purpose. Tomorrow, you might dismiss it as just a dream, or you might wake up and begin, carefully, cautiously, but genuinely, to do what thou wilt. The choice, as always, is yours. But Crowley would remind you, choosing not to seek your true will is still a choice, and probably the most destructive one you can make. Hermes Trismegistus. In the early centuries of the Common Era, in the cosmopolitan city of Alexandria, where Greek philosophy met Egyptian religion met Jewish mysticism, there emerged a collection of texts attributed to an impossibly ancient sage. He was called Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes the thrice great, and he supposedly lived in the distant past, contemporary with Moses or even earlier. The texts bearing his name claimed to contain the fundamental secrets of the universe: how it was created, how magic works, how the human soul relates to the divine, and how wisdom can transform base matter into gold and mortal minds into immortal consciousness. For over 1,000 years, these Hermetic texts were treated as genuine ancient wisdom. Renaissance philosophers and magicians believed they were reading the words of an Egyptian priest-king who'd achieved enlightenment before the pyramids were built. They studied the Corpus Hermeticum with the same reverence they gave to Plato and the Bible, convinced it contained primordial truth from the very dawn of human civilization. Then, in 1614, a scholar named Isaac Casaubon demonstrated through linguistic analysis that the Hermetic texts weren't ancient Egyptian at all. They were written in Greek, probably during the 2nd or 3rd century CE, by unknown authors synthesizing Greek philosophy with Egyptian religious ideas. Hermes Trismegistus never existed. The texts were sophisticated forgeries, or at least misattributions, written by Hellenistic philosophers and mystics putting their ideas into the mouth of a legendary sage to give them authority. This revelation should have destroyed Hermeticism's influence. If the texts weren't genuinely ancient, if Hermes Trismegistus was a fictional creation rather than a real enlightened master, why should anyone care what the text said? But here's the remarkable thing: Hermeticism didn't die. The texts continued to influence Western magic, alchemy, and mysticism, because whether or not Hermes Trismegistus existed, the ideas attributed to him were profound, coherent, and useful. Truth doesn't require an ancient author. Wisdom is wisdom, regardless of its source. So who, or what, was Hermes Trismegistus supposed to be? The name combines Greek and Egyptian elements. Hermes was the Greek god of wisdom, magic, and communication, the messenger between gods and mortals, the guide of souls to the underworld, the patron of alchemy and secret knowledge. The Egyptians identified Hermes with their god Thoth, the ibis-headed deity of writing, magic, and wisdom who'd supposedly invented hieroglyphics and all sacred sciences. Trismegistus means thrice great, suggesting Hermes Thoth had achieved mastery in 3 realms: earthly wisdom, heavenly wisdom, and underworld wisdom, or mastery as king, priest, and philosopher, or mastery of the 3 fundamental arts: alchemy, astrology, and magic. The exact meaning of thrice great was deliberately ambiguous, implying multiple layers of understanding. The legendary Hermes was said to have written tens of thousands of books containing all knowledge. The Roman writer Clement of Alexandria claimed Hermes wrote 42 essential books. The Egyptian priest Manetho attributed 36,525 books to him. These numbers are obviously symbolic rather than literal, but they convey the idea. Hermes represented the totality of wisdom, the sum of all magical and philosophical knowledge. What survives of the Corpus Hermeticum is a fraction of what was attributed to Hermes. We have about 18 tractates, philosophical dialogues between Hermes and his students, discussing cosmology, theology, the nature of the divine, and the path to enlightenment. We also have technical Hermetic texts on astrology, alchemy, and magic. The philosophy presented in these texts is sophisticated and strange. It combines Greek Platonism, the idea that the material world is an imperfect reflection of perfect forms, and that wisdom means escaping matter to reunite with the divine. Egyptian religion, the veneration of the cosmos as divine, the use of statues and rituals to connect with gods, the belief in an afterlife where the soul is judged. Gnostic ideas, the concept that hidden knowledge, gnosis, liberates the soul, that the material world is a prison, and that most humans live in ignorance of their divine nature. Jewish mysticism, particularly from Hellenistic Jewish communities in Alexandria, contributing ideas about creation, divine emanations, and the power of sacred names. The result is a unique synthesis. The Hermetic texts teach that the universe is a living, divine being. God, called the All or the Good, permeates everything. There's no separation between creator and creation. The cosmos is God's body, and we live within the divine. Humans are divine in essence. We're not separate from God, but are parts of God experiencing separation. As above, so below. The microcosm, human, mirrors the macrocosm, universe. Understanding yourself leads to understanding everything. Knowledge transforms. Gnosis, deep, experiential understanding of divine truth, liberates the soul from matter and restores it to divinity. This is an abstract learning but direct mystical experience. Magic is natural philosophy. Understanding the connections between all things allows you to influence them. Astrology works because stars and humans are parts of the same divine organism. Alchemy works because matter and spirit are different states of the same substance. The most famous Hermetic text is the Poimandres, the opening tractate of the Corpus Hermeticum. It describes a vision where Hermes encounters the divine mind, Nous, who reveals the secret of creation. God, desiring to create, emanated the word, Logos. Through the word, creation emerged. First the spiritual realms, then the material world. Humanity was created as both divine and material, capable of existing in both realms. But humans became trapped in matter, forgetting their divine nature. Most people live as if they're purely material beings, unaware of their spiritual essence. The path of return requires remembering who you truly are, not your body, not your personality, but the divine consciousness experiencing temporary material existence. This vision became foundational for Western esotericism. The idea that matter and spirit aren't opposed but are different states of a unified reality, this allowed magic to be respectable. If everything is ultimately one divine substance, then influencing material reality through spiritual means isn't violating natural law. It's applying deeper natural law. The Hermetic principle, as above, so below, became the foundation for correspondences used in magic and alchemy. If the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm, then the 7 classical planets correspond to 7 metals, 7 days of the week, 7 parts of the body, 7 types of angels and demons, 7 virtues and vices. Understanding these correspondences allows you to work magic. Affecting one part of the pattern influences the whole. Medieval and Renaissance Europe became obsessed with Hermeticism. When the Corpus Hermeticum was translated into Latin by Marsilio Ficino in 1463, it exploded in popularity. Here was supposed proof that ancient wisdom predated and validated Christianity. Hermes Trismegistus became a Gentile prophet, a pagan who'd glimpsed Christian truth before Christ. Scholars tried to reconcile Hermes with the Bible. Some claimed he'd learned from Moses, others that Moses learned from him. Some saw Hermes as a prophet of the coming Christ, others as a figure of Christ in pre-Christian times. The need to integrate Hermetic wisdom with Christianity drove centuries of theological creativity and contortion. When Casaubon proved the texts weren't ancient, the immediate effect was devastating for Hermetic credibility. But the long-term effect was liberating. Once you accepted that the texts weren't divinely inspired ancient prophecy, you could read them on their own merits, as sophisticated philosophy synthesizing multiple traditions into coherent mystical teaching. Modern occultism remains deeply Hermetic. The Kybalion, published in 1908 and claiming to present Hermetic principles, became enormously influential, though scholars debate whether it represents genuine Hermetic philosophy or modern New Thought dressed in Hermetic language. The 7 principles it presents, mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and gender, are taught in magical schools worldwide. Hermeticism influenced alchemy, which became the attempt to replicate divine creation on a human scale. The alchemist's goal wasn't just making gold, though that would be nice, but achieving the same transformation in their own soul that they sought to create in matter. The Philosopher's Stone was simultaneously a physical substance and a spiritual state, the perfection of matter mirroring the perfection of consciousness. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in 1888, took its name and much of its philosophy from Hermetic texts. Aleister Crowley's Thelema incorporates Hermetic principles. Wicca and modern witchcraft use Hermetic correspondences. New Age thought about universal consciousness and the power of mind draws, often unknowingly, from Hermetic sources. Even if Hermes Trismegistus never existed, the tradition bearing his name shaped Western esotericism more than any historical individual ever could. The fictional sage became real through his influence, more real in some ways than most historical figures. And perhaps that's the deepest Hermetic teaching. Truth isn't about historical accuracy, but about ideas that transform consciousness. Whether Hermes Trismegistus wrote the texts attributed to him matters less than whether studying those texts leads to wisdom, enlightenment, and understanding of reality's hidden structure. The thrice great wisdom isn't in knowing who wrote the texts. It's in understanding what the texts reveal. that everything is connected, that above and below mirror each other, that the universe is divine and so are you, and that knowledge, real, deep, experiential knowledge, transforms not just your understanding but your very being. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine encountering Hermes Trismegistus in a dream. Is he Egyptian, with the ibis head of Thoth? Is he Greek, the youthful messenger god with winged sandals? Is he an old sage with the wisdom of ages? He's all of these and none of them, because Hermes Trismegistus isn't a person but a principle, the eternal teacher, the perennial philosophy, the wisdom that transcends any single culture or era. He asks you, do you know what you are? You start to answer with your name, your role, your identity, but he stops you. No. Do you know what you are? Not who, but what. And in the dream logic clarity that sometimes comes just before true sleep, you understand. You're not separate from the universe but a part of it. The same consciousness that moves the stars moves in you. The same divine intelligence that shaped galaxies shaped your thoughts. As above, so below. You're the microcosm containing the macrocosm, infinity folded into finite form. Hermes smiles. Now you know the secret. Everything else, all the magic, all the alchemy, all the mystical practice, flows from this one understanding. You are divine. The universe is divine. They're not two things but one thing experiencing itself from infinite perspectives. He fades, but the knowledge remains. Not intellectual knowledge, but something deeper. Gnosis, the experiential understanding that transforms. Sleep now, divine fragment, and dream the dreams of gods. Medusa before the curse. Everyone knows Medusa as a monster, the snake-haired gorgon whose gaze turned men to stone, the villain beheaded by Perseus, the severed head that became a weapon and eventually a decoration on Athena's shield. But Medusa wasn't always a monster. According to the Roman poet Ovid, she was once a beautiful woman, a priestess serving the virgin goddess Athena. And her transformation into a monster wasn't punishment for evil she'd done but for violence done to her. The story appears in Ovid's Metamorphoses, written around 8c. Ovid tells us that Medusa was so beautiful that she caught the attention of Poseidon, god of the sea. Poseidon desired her and pursued her relentlessly. Medusa fled, seeking sanctuary in Athena's temple, a sacred place where no violence should occur, where a virgin priestess should be absolutely safe. But Poseidon didn't care about sanctuary. He raped Medusa in Athena's temple, desecrating the holy place and destroying Medusa's life in a single act of divine violence. Athena discovered the violation. She was furious, but not at Poseidon. Gods don't punish other gods, especially not when the offender is as powerful as Poseidon. Instead, Athena punished Medusa. The goddess transformed her victimized priestess into a monster. Medusa's beautiful hair became a nest of writhing serpents. Her lovely face became so terrible that anyone who looked at her turned to stone. She was banished to a remote land at the edge of the world, where she lived in isolation with her two Gorgon sisters, who were already monsters. This is one of mythology's cruelest ironies, the victim punished for the crime committed against her. Medusa was raped, and for this violation, she was transformed into a creature that ensures no one can ever look at her again without dying. Her beauty, which attracted unwanted attention, was replaced with terrible ugliness. Her ability to move freely in the world was stolen. She became isolated, feared, hunted. Classical Greek sources don't give Medusa this backstory. In earlier versions, all three Gorgons, Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, were monsters from birth, daughters of primordial sea deities, ancient and terrible. Medusa's mortality, she could be killed, unlike her immortal sisters, was her only distinguishing characteristic. Ovid's Roman retelling added the rape, the transformation, the tragedy. Whether this was Ovid's invention or an older tradition he recorded, we can't know. But his version has persisted because it addresses something the earlier versions don't. It makes Medusa's monstrosity meaningful rather than arbitrary. In Ovid's telling, Medusa becomes a symbol of violated womanhood transformed into untouchable danger. The male gaze that once admired her beauty now literally kills. The vulnerability that led to her violation becomes impenetrable defense. She's both victim and weapon, destroyed and dangerous, powerless and terrifying. The Perseus story continues the tragedy. The hero comes to kill Medusa, not because she's done anything wrong, but because King Polydectes wants her head as a trophy and a way to get rid of Perseus. Armed with gifts from the gods, winged sandals, a mirrored shield, an unbreakable sword, Perseus finds Medusa sleeping among stone statues of men who'd looked at her and died. He approaches carefully, watching her reflection in his polished shield rather than looking directly at her. As she sleeps, he strikes, decapitating her in a single blow. From her severed neck spring two offspring she'd been carrying since Poseidon's rape: Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant or golden warrior, depending on the source. Even in death, Medusa's body reveals the violation that made her monstrous. Perseus takes her head, still deadly even severed. He uses it as a weapon, turning enemies to stone. Eventually, he gives it to Athena, who places it on her shield, or breastplate, the Aegis. The goddess who punished Medusa for being raped now wears Medusa's severed head as decoration and protection. This is the ultimate objectification. Medusa reduced to a weapon, a trophy, a apotropaic image, a symbol used to ward off evil. The Gorgonian, Medusa's face, appears on Greek shields, armor, temples, and buildings. It's meant to frighten and protect. But in using Medusa's image this way, the Greeks transformed her from a subject with a story into an object without agency. Modern retellings have reclaimed Medusa, reading her story as a rape-revenge narrative. In these interpretations, Athena's curse was actually a gift. She gave Medusa the power to destroy any man who looked at her with desire. The transformation wasn't punishment but protection. Medusa became a symbol of female rage against patriarchal violence, a figure who embodies the right to be dangerous, to be untouchable, to turn the male gaze into a weapon against itself. This reading resonates because it restores agency to Medusa. She's not just a victim or a monster, but a survivor who became powerful. The snakes aren't just horrifying, they're protective, multiple eyes watching in all directions, ensuring no one can sneak up on her again. The stone gaze isn't just a curse, it's self-defense, the absolute refusal to be violated again. But we should be careful about making Medusa's story too comfortable or empowering. The original remains tragic. She was punished for being raped. Her power came at the cost of isolation, transformation into something people feared and hunted, and eventual beheading. This isn't empowerment. It's the best possible outcome in a terrible situation, a kind of agency cobbled together from trauma. Feminist readings of Medusa also emphasize her as victim of patriarchal theology. Athena, despite being a goddess, operates within patriarchal divine law. She can't punish Poseidon, male gods protect each other. So she punishes Medusa, women are expendable. This reflects how patriarchy turns women against each other, how even powerful women within the system perpetuate violence against less powerful women rather than challenging the system itself. The image of Medusa has become a feminist symbol precisely because of this complexity. She's simultaneously victim, monster, weapon, and symbol. Her story contains rage, grief, violation, transformation, and the terrible cost of becoming dangerous enough that no one can hurt you again. Throughout history, women who've spoken uncomfortable truths, who've refused male authority, who've been too intelligent or too independent, have been called Medusas, monsters to be feared and silenced. The Gorgon becomes shorthand for the threatening woman, the one whose gaze must be avoided, who must be destroyed lest she turn the patriarchal order to stone. But there's power in claiming the monster label. If being safe means being monstrous, if protection requires becoming untouchable, if the only way to prevent violation is to be so terrifying that no one dares approach, then maybe the monster isn't the problem. Maybe the culture that makes monstrosity the only safe option is the problem. Ancient Greek art typically showed Medusa as grotesque, tongue lolling, eyes bulging, face distorted. But some earlier representations show her as beautiful even in death, her face serene, almost peaceful. These images suggest a memory of Medusa before the curse, of the beautiful priestess she once was. In the Medusa Rondinini, a Roman marble relief, her face is not monstrous at all. She looks sad, tired, almost gentle. The snakes are there, but her expression is human, vulnerable, and weary. This Medusa looks like someone who's suffered, who's endured, who's become what circumstances forced her to become. That's the Medusa worth remembering, not just the monster who turns men to stone, but the woman who was turned into a monster, the priestess who sought safety in a sacred place and found violation instead, the victim who became a symbol but never got justice. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine meeting Medusa before the curse. She's young, beautiful, dedicated to her goddess. She serves in the temple, tending sacred flames, offering prayers, living a life of devotion and peace. She doesn't know what's coming. She doesn't know that gods can't be trusted, that sacred spaces aren't always safe, that her own goddess will punish her for being victimized. Would you warn her? Tell her to flee, to hide, to never enter the temple on that day? Or would you tell her something else? That she'll survive, that she'll become powerful in terrible ways, that her name will be remembered for millennia, that she'll become a symbol that gives strength to others who've been violated and transformed by trauma? Medusa can't hear you. She's in the past, or in myth, or in that timeless space where stories exist. But perhaps you can hear her, the warning she sends forward through the centuries. I was beautiful and it destroyed me. I was victimized and it made me monstrous. I was powerful and it got me killed. Be careful what you wish for. Be wary of gods and men. And if the world makes you a monster, own it. Become so terrifying that no one can hurt you again. Sleep now and dream of snakes that protect rather than threaten, of gazes that turn cruelty to stone, of violated women who became powerful enough that we still tell their stories 3,000 years later. Medusa endures, not despite her monstrosity, but because of it. The witch hunt's real death toll. For centuries, the figure has been repeated as historical fact. 9 million women were executed during the European witch hunts, victims of patriarchal violence and religious hysteria. This number appears in feminist literature, popular books, documentaries, and countless websites. It's a powerful figure, 9 million dead, that captures the magnitude of the witch hunt's horror and positions them as perhaps history's greatest act of gender-based violence. There's only one problem: it's wrong. Wildly, impossibly wrong. The actual death toll from the European witch hunts, based on careful historical research and examination of trial records, is somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000 people executed over approximately 300 years, roughly 1450 to 1750. This is still a horrific number. Thousands of innocent people tortured and killed based on impossible accusations. But it's not 9 million. So where did the 9 million figure come from? And why does it persist despite being demonstrably false? The number originated in the 18th and 19th centuries from scholars who made wild guesses without access to actual trial records. They assumed that if some regions had witch trials, all regions must have had proportional numbers. They extrapolated from incomplete data to arrive at absurdly inflated totals. The 9 million figure specifically seems to have crystallized in feminist writings of the 1960s and 70s. Authors like Mary Daly and others promoted it as evidence of systematic violence against women throughout history. The number was compelling, memorable, and served a political purpose: demonstrating the extreme danger of patriarchal power. But subsequent historical research revealed the truth. Scholars painstakingly examined trial records from regions across Europe. They found that not all regions had witch trials. They were concentrated in certain areas: Germany, Switzerland, Scotland, parts of France, while other areas, Spain, Portugal, much of Italy, had relatively few. Not all accused were executed. Many were acquitted, released, or given lesser penalties. Execution rates varied enormously by region and time period. Not all victims were women. While about 75 to 80% of those executed were female, 20 to 25% were male. In some regions, Iceland, Estonia, parts of Russia, the majority of victims were men. The trials peaked and declined in waves. They weren't a constant 300-year horror, but episodic outbursts of persecution followed by periods of relative calm. The actual witch hunts were terrible enough without exaggeration. Thousands died, most of them women, many of them elderly, poor, or socially marginal. They were tortured into false confessions. They were executed publicly in ways designed to terrify and control communities. Families were destroyed. Communities were traumatized. But historical accuracy matters. Inflating the numbers doesn't honor the victims. It distorts their reality. And it makes witch hunt history vulnerable to dismissal. If the 9 million figure is false, perhaps other claims about the witch hunts are also exaggerated? Let's examine what we actually know about the witch hunts. Geography matters. The Holy Roman Empire, roughly modern Germany, accounted for about half of all executions. This wasn't accidental. The empire was fragmented into hundreds of small territories, each with its own courts, and many competed to show their piety through vigorous witch hunting. Centralized states with strong legal systems, like Spain with its Inquisition, ironically, actually had fewer witch executions because central authorities could restrain local hysteria. Class matters. While the stereotype is that witches were poor, the reality is more complex. Initial accusations often targeted the marginal, beggars, widows, the elderly. But once trials began, accusations spread to all classes. In some German towns, wealthy citizens, even burgomasters and city council members, were accused and executed. Gender matters, but not in simple ways. Yes, most victims were women, but the reasons are complicated. Women were associated with lesser rationality, greater susceptibility to demonic influence, and dangerous sexuality. But men were also vulnerable, especially if they defended accused women or practiced healing, folk magic, or other suspect activities. The persecutors were diverse. Witch hunting wasn't solely a Catholic or Protestant phenomenon. Both engaged in it. It wasn't just religious authorities. Secular courts often drove the trials. It wasn't exclusively men hunting women. Women accused other women, testified against them, sometimes served as professional witch finders. The accused were sometimes guilty of folk magic. Many people actually practiced what we call folk magic, herbalism, fortune-telling, love charms, cursing. When questioned, they sometimes admitted to these practices, not realizing that what they considered harmless or helpful would be interpreted as demonic. The gap between folk culture and elite theology created victims from both ignorance and misunderstanding. Torture guaranteed confessions. The procedures used in witch trials practically ensured conviction. Torture was routinely applied until the accused confessed. Once someone confessed to witchcraft, they were pressured to name accomplices. This created a cascading effect where one accusation generated dozens more. Some tried to stop it. Not everyone participated in the hysteria. Many judges, priests, and scholars argued against witch trials. The Jesuit Friedrich Spee, after serving as confessor to condemned witches, wrote a devastating critique of witch trials, arguing they were unjust and that torture made true investigation impossible. Individuals and institutions resisted, though often ineffectively, against popular fear and local political interests. The witch hunts finally ended not because of sudden enlightenment but because legal reforms made torture and spectral evidence inadmissible in many jurisdictions. Central governments reasserted control, restraining local courts. Intellectual elites increasingly questioned whether witchcraft was real or simply peasant superstition. The wars of religion ended, reducing the anxiety and social stress that fueled witch hunting. But the memory remains fraught. Modern Wiccans and neo-pagans often refer to the witch hunts as the Burning Times, presenting them as genocide against pagan practitioners. This is also historically inaccurate. Most victims were Christians accused of making pacts with the devil, not pagans preserving ancient religions. Yet the emotional truth persists. The witch hunts represent patriarchal violence against women, the danger of religious extremism, the horror of torture and false accusation, and the fragility of justice when fear overwhelms reason. Getting the numbers right doesn't diminish these truths. If anything, accurate history strengthens them. We don't need to exaggerate to make the witch hunts horrifying. The documented reality is horrifying enough. 40 to 60,000 people, mostly women, killed over 3 centuries. Each one had a name, a story, a life that ended in terror and agony. Each one was someone's mother, daughter, sister, neighbor. Each execution traumatized a community and reinforced the message: step out of line, and this could be you. That's the real horror. Not an inflated number that strains credibility, but the documented, verifiable reality that for 3 centuries, European legal systems tortured and executed tens of thousands of people for impossible crimes. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, don't imagine 9 million abstract victims. Imagine one. A specific woman in a specific town on a specific day. She's accused by a neighbor who envies her small garden. She's arrested, imprisoned in filth and darkness. She's tortured, sleep deprivation, thumbscrews, the strappado, suspended by tied arms until shoulders dislocate. She confesses to flying to Sabbaths, kissing the devil's anus, murdering children with curses. None of it is true, but the torture continues until she names names. Perhaps her friends, perhaps random people, anyone to make the pain stop. She's executed publicly. If she's lucky, she's strangled before burning. If not, she burns alive while crowds watch, some horrified, some enthusiastic, all receiving the message. This is what happens to witches. This is what happens to women who are too independent, too knowledgeable, too different. One woman, one life, one terrible death. Multiply that by 50,000. Not 9 million, but 50,000 real people, each with a story as individual and terrible as hers. That's the witch hunts. Not a myth or symbol, but history, brutal, documented, and painful to remember. Sleep now, grateful you live in a time when accusations of witchcraft don't end in torture and fire. But remember those who weren't so fortunate. Say their names when you can. Resist when modern witch hunts begin, and they do begin, just with different targets. Because the lesson of the witch hunts isn't about witches. It's about what humans do when fear, power, and religious certainty combine to override justice, compassion, and reason. That can happen again. That is happening again, somewhere, to someone. The witch hunts haven't ended. They've just changed their accusations. Hecate's crossroads magic. In the darkest part of the night, at the three-way crossroads where paths diverge and travelers must choose their direction, there stands a goddess older than the Olympians, more dangerous than any witch, yet essential to anyone who practices magic. This is Hecate, goddess of witchcraft, ghosts, necromancy, and the liminal spaces between worlds. And if you want to understand Western magic, you must understand her. Hecate is strange among Greek deities because her origins are uncertain and her nature is paradoxical. She appears in Hesiod's Theogony, 8th century BCE, as a titan who retained her ancient powers even after Zeus and the Olympians took over. Zeus honored her above all others, giving her power over earth, sea, and sky. She could grant victory in battle, success in contests, blessings for flocks and fishing, yet she could also withhold these gifts. She was powerful, respected, and fundamentally ambiguous. But by the classical period, Hecate had become something darker. She was no longer the cosmic goddess honored by Zeus, but the goddess of witchcraft, the patroness of magic and necromancy, the terrifying figure who appeared at crossroads accompanied by howling dogs and restless ghosts. What happened? Why did Hecate transform from honored titan to queen of witches? Part of the answer is that she'd always been associated with liminal spaces, thresholds, doorways, crossroads, the boundary between day and night. Hecate was called Propylaea, before the gate, and Triaditis, of the three-way crossroads. She dwelt in the places where boundaries meet, where travelers pause and choose direction, where the familiar and the unknown intersect. These threshold spaces were considered dangerous in ancient Greece. Crossroads were where ghosts gathered, where criminals were buried, where offerings were left for underworld deities. To stand at a crossroads, especially at night, was to stand at a point where the normal rules of reality were suspended. Anything could happen. Any world could touch this one. And Hecate ruled these spaces. She was the goddess who could move between worlds, mortal and divine, living and dead, light and dark. When Persephone was abducted to the underworld, Hecate heard her cries and became her companion in the darkness, helping her navigate between realms. This made Hecate the guide between life and death, the one who knew the paths that others couldn't see. By the Hellenistic period, 4th to 1st centuries BCE, Hecate worship had become associated with magic. The magical papyri, collections of spells and rituals from Egypt, invoke Hecate constantly. She's called the Three-Formed One, appearing as maiden, mother, and crone, or as three women standing back to back. The keyholder, she can unlock any door, including the gates of the underworld, and the torchbearer, she lights the way through darkness. Witches, or those accused of being witches, were said to worship Hecate. Medea, the famous sorceress, was Hecate's priestess. Circe, who transformed men into pigs, invoked Hecate in her spells. The witch Erichtho in Lucan's Pharsalia summoned Hecate to reanimate corpses and force them to prophesy. The rituals associated with Hecate were performed at night, at crossroads, with offerings left for the goddess and her ghost companions. The deep nun, Hecate's supper, was celebrated on the new moon, the darkest night, when Greeks would leave food at crossroads for Hecate and the restless dead. These offerings, bread, eggs, fish, garlic, honey cakes, were left not out of love but out of fear and respect. You fed Hecate so she wouldn't send her ghosts against you, so her dogs wouldn't howl outside your door, so she'd protect rather than curse your household. Hecate's symbol was the key. She could unlock any door, including metaphorical ones. She could open the gates of the underworld, could unlock secrets, could open paths between worlds. This made her essential to any magic that sought to cross boundaries. Necromancy, speaking with the dead, theurgy, summoning gods, transformation magic, and curse work. The association between Hecate and dogs is particularly interesting. Dogs were sacred to her, and her approach was heralded by barking and howling. In ancient Greece, dogs were liminal animals, not wild but not fully domesticated, living in the spaces between human civilization and wilderness. They guarded boundaries, could see ghosts, Greeks believed, and howled at things invisible to human eyes. When dogs howled at night for no apparent reason, Greeks said Hecate was passing by with her ghost procession. The wise stayed indoors and didn't look out the windows. To see Hecate's procession could drive you mad or mark you for death. But Hecate wasn't simply terrifying. She was also protective. She guarded households, watched over childbirth, protected travelers. She punished oath breakers and avenged the wronged. She was terrible, yes, but she was also just, by her own laws, which didn't always align with human morality. This dual nature, protective and terrifying, helpful and dangerous, made Hecate the perfect patroness for magic. Magic itself is liminal, operating in the spaces between what is and what could be, between natural and supernatural, between known and unknown. The magician stands at a crossroads, choosing which path to take, which powers to invoke, which boundaries to cross. In modern Wicca and neo-paganism, Hecate has been reclaimed as a goddess of female power and wisdom. The maiden mother crone triple goddess concept, though not historically Greek, is often associated with Hecate. She represents the wise woman, the crone who possesses knowledge and power, the witch who refuses to be controlled by patriarchal authority. This modern Hecate is less frightening than the ancient version, more wise grandmother than terrifying death goddess. But practitioners still recognize her dangerous aspects. Offerings are still left at crossroads. Rituals are still performed at the dark of the moon. Hecate is invoked for protection, for opening paths, for magic that requires crossing boundaries or facing the shadow. The crossroads remains her primary symbol. When you stand at a crossroads, especially a three-way intersection, especially at night, you're in Hecate's territory. The choice of which path to take isn't just physical but spiritual. Every choice opens one future and closes others. Every decision is a kind of magic, shaping reality through will and selection. And Hecate watches. She doesn't tell you which path to choose, that's your decision. But she illuminates the darkness with her torches, she opens the ways with her keys, and she ensures that crossroads remain places of possibility, where transformation can occur, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin enough to cross. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine standing at a crossroads. Three paths diverge before you. Each leads to a different future, a different version of yourself, a different destiny. You stand there, uncertain which to choose. And then you see her, Hecate, holding two torches that burn with cold light. Her face is shadowed. Is she young? All ages at once? Three women standing in one space? Her dogs sit beside her, alert, watchful, seeing things you cannot see. Ghosts gather at the edges of the crossroads, waiting, watching your choice. Which path, you ask? Which path, you ask? She doesn't answer directly. Instead, she says, every choice is a kind of death, the death of the paths not taken, the futures not lived. And every choice is a kind of birth, the creation of the path chosen, the future that will now unfold. To stand at the crossroads is to be simultaneously alive with all possibilities and dead to all but one. Which path should I take? You ask again. The one you choose, she says. That's the only one that will exist once you move. Choose wisely. Choose honestly. Choose knowing that I guard this space, but don't make the choice for you. I am the goddess of crossroads, not of the paths themselves. She steps back. The torches illuminate all three paths equally. The choice is yours. And perhaps that's Hecate's deepest teaching. She doesn't make decisions for you. She simply ensures that the crossroads exists, that transformation remains possible, that you always have choices even when they're difficult. Magic is standing at the crossroads and choosing. Hecate is the goddess who makes sure the crossroads remains open. Sleep now, with paths diverging in your dreams. Tomorrow, you'll wake and choose which to walk. But tonight, rest at the crossroads, in Hecate's domain, where all possibilities remain alive. And so we conclude our journey through the practitioners of the impossible arts, the witches, wizards, and sorcerers who shaped magic's history and continue to influence how we think about power, knowledge, and transformation. We've walked with Merlin through prophecy's burden, visited Circe's island of transformation, witnessed the witch of Endor summon the dead. We've met Baba Yaga in her walking hut, followed Nicholas Flamel's alchemical quest, and watched Morgan Le Fay heal the wounded king. We've honored the Volva's respected magic, examined John Dee's angelic conversations, and learned from Paracelsus's medical sorcery. We've witnessed Salem's terrible trials, explored Crowley's magical revolution, and touched the wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. We've seen Medusa before the curse, corrected the witch hunt's inflated numbers, and stood with Hecate at the crossroads where all paths diverge. These magicians, real and legendary, historical and mythical, remind us that magic is humanity's eternal attempt to transcend limitation, to access hidden knowledge, to transform both world and self through will and ritual. Whether magic works, in a literal sense, matters less than why we keep practicing it, keep believing in it, keep telling stories about those who wielded it. Magic represents our refusal to accept the world as purely mechanical, purely explained, purely knowable through ordinary means. The magicians endure because they embody our deepest aspirations. To see the future, to heal the unhealable, to speak with gods and spirits, to transform lead into gold and ignorance into wisdom. Rest now, student of the hidden arts. More mysteries await. But for tonight, dream of magic, not the fantasy kind, but the real magic of transformation, knowledge, and will exercised in service of becoming more than you were. Prophecies, divination, and fate. Welcome back, dear seeker. If you've journeyed with us through ancient beliefs, legendary creatures, lost lands, and the practitioners of magic, you've witnessed wonders and terrors alike. But now, as the deepest hours of night enfold you, we turn to perhaps the most universal human obsession, the desire to know what comes next. From the moment consciousness emerged, humans have looked toward the future with hope and fear. We've gazed at stars, cast lots, read signs in nature, and consulted oracles, all seeking the same thing, foreknowledge. If we could just glimpse tomorrow, we might avoid disaster, seize opportunity, make better choices, prepare for what's coming. But the future is stubborn in its secrecy. It reveals itself only in fragments, in symbols that require interpretation, in prophecies so cryptic that we understand them only after they've come to pass. And yet we never stop trying, throwing coins, shuffling cards, reading tea leaves, consulting the ancient systems our ancestors created to make sense of fate. These are the tools of divination, the methods of prophecy, the systems that claim to reveal what's hidden in time's currents. Some may be pure delusion, tricks of pattern-seeking minds desperate for meaning in chaos. Others might touch something real, something woven into the fabric of existence that occasionally allows itself to be glimpsed. So settle deeper now, let your breathing slow, and prepare to explore humanity's eternal attempt to read tomorrow in today's symbols. We begin with 3 women at a well beneath the world tree, weaving the threads of fate itself. The Norns weaving destiny. At the base of Yggdrasil, the world tree that connects all the 9 realms of Norse cosmology, there flows a well. Not just any well, but the well of Ord, the well of fate, whose waters contain the past, present, and future in their depths. And beside this well sit 3 women so ancient and so powerful that even the gods fear and respect them. These are the Norns, and they are weaving your fate right now, as they have been since before you were born, as they will continue until the moment of your death. Their names are what has been, Verandi, what is becoming, and Skuld, what shall be. Past, present, and future embodied as 3 women who share one task, weaving the threads of WRD, the complex web of fate that binds all living things. In the Norse understanding, fate isn't simple predestination. It's not that everything is written and you're merely acting out a script. Rather, WRD is like a vast tapestry where every thread affects every other thread. Your actions create consequences that ripple outward, affecting others, whose actions then ripple back to affect you. The Norns don't dictate your choices. They weave the consequences of those choices into the larger pattern of what must be. Imagine it this way: you're a thread in the tapestry. The Norns hold your thread, but you determine its color through your choices and actions. However, once a choice is made, once an action is taken, the consequences are woven in. You can't unweave them. The Norns ensure that past actions create present situations which constrain future possibilities. This is WRD, not unchangeable fate, but the weight of accumulated consequences. The 3 Norns represent time's 3 aspects. Word is ancient beyond measure, often depicted as an old woman, sometimes blind. She represents everything that has already happened, all the past actions whose consequences still echo forward. Every choice ever made, every word ever spoken, every deed ever done. Holds these threads and weaves them into the pattern. The past cannot be changed, and Ur's weaving is permanent. Verandi is middle-aged, in her prime, active and present. She represents the current moment, the now where choices are being made and actions are being taken. Verandi's weaving is happening right now. She's incorporating this very moment into the tapestry, creating new threads from present decisions. Skuld is often depicted as young, sometimes veiled, holding threads that aren't yet woven. She represents potential futures, the consequences that will flow from current actions, the debts that will come due, the promises that will be kept or broken. Her name also means debt or guilt, what is owed, what must be paid. Skuld's weaving incorporates obligation and consequence into the future pattern. The Norns don't just weave human fates. They weave everything: gods, giants, elves, dwarves, even the world tree itself. Yggdrasil is dying, the dragon Enar gnaws at its roots, stags eat its branches, but the Norns slow its decay by watering it daily with a well of Ur's sacred waters. They're literally preserving the cosmos, maintaining the structure that holds all 9 realms together. Even Odin, the All-Father, the wisest of gods, cannot change what the Norns weave. He can see fate. He sacrificed an eye for wisdom, hung himself on Yggdrasil for 9 days to gain runes. But seeing and changing are different things. Odin knows that Ragnarok is coming. The end of the world, the death of gods, the destruction of everything. The Norns have woven it. He can see the pattern clearly, but he cannot prevent it. This creates the tragic core of Norse mythology. The gods know their doom and face it anyway. They can't change their fate, so they choose how to meet it. With courage, with dignity, fighting to the last rather than accepting defeat passively. This is very different from Greek fate or Christian providence. The Greek fates, the Moirai, were absolute and somewhat arbitrary. They decided your lifespan, and there was no negotiating. Christian providence suggested that God had a plan, and while you had free will, everything ultimately served divine purpose. The Norse Norns are more nuanced. They don't impose arbitrary fate. They weave consequences. Your fate is partially yours to shape through your choices, but you can't escape the consequences of those choices. And the consequences of your ancestors' choices, and the larger patterns of the cosmos. These constrain your options, creating a fate that's neither completely free nor completely determined. In Norse society, understanding WRD was crucial. When you made a decision, you weren't just thinking about immediate outcomes but about long-term consequences, about how your actions would weave into your family's fate, your community's fate, your descendants' fate. Reputation mattered intensely because it was the thread you left in the tapestry after you died, the pattern others would see and remember. The Norns appear in the Voluspa, the great prophetic poem where a Volva, Circe, describes the creation and eventual destruction of the world. She says, "An ash I know standing called Yggdrasil, a high tree sprinkled with shining loam. From there come the dews which fall in the valley, evergreen, it stands over Ur's well. From there come women, knowing a great deal, 3, from the lake which stands under the tree. Is one named, Verandi another. They carved on wooden slips, Skuld the third. They set down laws, they chose lives, for the sons of men, the fates of men. They chose lives. This is the terrifying power of the Norns. Not that they micromanage every detail, but that they establish the fundamental parameters within which life occurs. They set the laws of consequence, the rules of cause and effect, the structure within which all choices and their outcomes must operate. You can't negotiate with the Norns. You can't bribe them or trick them. They simply are, weaving ceaselessly, incorporating every moment into the eternal pattern. But there's something almost comforting about the Norns' inexorability. In a chaotic universe where anything could happen, where gods themselves are mortal and worlds can be destroyed, the Norns represent order. Consequences follow actions with absolute consistency. The pattern holds. What you do matters because it will be woven in permanently, affecting everything connected to you. Modern Norse pagans, heathens, Asa-true practitioners still honor the Norns. Offerings are left at wells. Rituals acknowledge WIRD and the importance of living honorably because your actions create the threads you leave in the tapestry. There's an emphasis on Orlog, the fundamental primal law, the accumulated WIRD of your ancestors that you inherit and add to. In this worldview, you're not just an individual making isolated choices. You're a continuation of your ancestors, your actions adding to their pattern, creating WRD that your descendants will inherit. This creates a sense of responsibility that extends far beyond your individual life. The Norns weave in art and literature throughout Northern European history. They appear in Wagner's operas, in fantasy novels, in games and movies. Usually they're depicted as mysterious and somewhat frightening beings who know your fate but won't tell you, who hold power over your life but can't be influenced. But what if you could meet them? What would you ask? Would you want to know your fate? Norse wisdom suggests, probably not. Knowing might paralyze you, might make you try to avoid what's inevitable, might rob you of the courage to act freely. The Volva in the Voluspa ends her prophecy of Ragnarok with exhaustion, saying, "Now I must sink." Seeing too much of fate is a burden. Better to live honorably, make good choices, build good WIRD, and trust that the pattern you're creating is one you can be proud of, whether or not you ever see it woven in full. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine standing before the well of Ur. The world tree rises above you, impossibly vast. And beside the well, 3 women sit at their loom, weaving. You see the tapestry they're creating, infinitely complex, threads of every color, patterns within patterns, beauty and tragedy woven together inseparably. And you see your thread. It's not long, not compared to the tapestry's vastness, but it's there, woven in among countless others, connected to some, crossing others, affecting and being affected by the larger pattern. The Norns don't look up. They don't acknowledge you. They simply weave, adding moment after moment to the eternal design. You could ask them about your fate, but would they answer? And if they did, would knowing change anything, or would it just make the weight of consequence harder to bear? Perhaps the wiser choice is what the old Vikings did. Accept that WIRD exists, that consequences matter, that your actions create the pattern, and then live as honorably as you can, creating threads worthy of the tapestry, knowing that long after you're gone, the pattern you helped create will remain. The Norns will keep weaving. They were weaving before you were born. They'll weave after you're gone. But the thread that is uniquely yours, that's your contribution to the pattern. Make it beautiful. Make it strong. Make it matter. Sleep now as the Norns weave on, tireless and eternal, creating the vast tapestry of existence one thread at a time. Tarot's mysterious origins. Shuffle a tarot deck, lay out the cards in the Celtic cross spread, and turn over the first card. The image revealed, whether the fool stepping off a cliff, the tower struck by lightning, or death riding his pale horse, carries meaning that feels ancient, archetypal, meaningful. Surely these cards, with their rich symbolism and uncanny ability to reflect our deepest questions, must have originated in some mystery school of antiquity? Perhaps they came from Egypt, from Kabbalistic wisdom, from Gnostic secrets preserved through centuries? Here's the truth that disappoints enthusiasts and fascinates historians. Tarot cards were invented in 15th century Italy as a game. Not a divination system. Not a mystical teaching tool. A game called tarocchi, played by nobles and merchants for entertainment. The earliest surviving tarot cards date to around 1440, from Milan and Ferrara in northern Italy. They were commissioned by wealthy families, the Viscontis, the Sfortis, as luxury items, hand-painted and gilded. These weren't mass-produced fortune-telling tools but expensive playing cards. The standard deck had 78 cards, 56 suited cards, cups, coins, swords, and staves, the predecessors of hearts, diamonds, spades, and clubs, and 22 trump cards with allegorical images. The trumps depicted medieval and Renaissance concepts: the virtues, the Pope, the Emperor, death, the devil, the Last Judgment, and so on. These weren't mysterious symbols from lost civilizations. They were contemporary images, religious, social, and allegorical, that any educated 15th century Italian would recognize. The cards were teaching tools in the same way medieval art was. They depicted Christian virtues, the social hierarchy, the inevitability of death, and the hope of salvation. The game played with these cards involved trick-taking, similar to bridge. It was called tarocchi in Italian, tarot in French. It's still played in parts of Europe today, completely divorced from any mystical or divinatory purpose. In France, you can buy tarot decks in toy stores, and people play the game without ever thinking about fortune-telling. So how did playing cards become mystical divination tools? The transformation happened in the 18th century, particularly through a French occultist named Antoine Court de Gebelin. In 1781, he published a massive work on mythology and symbols, and in it, he claimed, without any evidence, that tarot cards originated in ancient Egypt. He argued that they were fragments of the legendary Book of Thoth, containing primordial wisdom preserved through the ages. This was completely made up. There's no Egyptian connection to tarot whatsoever. But Court de Gebelin's theory was compelling, romantic, and arrived at exactly the right moment. Europe was fascinated with Egypt, with ancient mysteries, with the idea that esoteric wisdom might be hidden in plain sight. Other occultists built on his claims. Jean-Baptiste Alliette, who used the pseudonym Attila, created the first deck explicitly designed for divination in 1791. He modified the traditional images, added Egyptian motifs, and published books explaining how to read the cards for fortune-telling. The British occultist Eliphas Levi, born Alphonse Louis Constant, further developed tarot's mystical associations in the mid-19th century, connecting the 22 trump cards to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet and the paths on the Kabbalistic tree of life. This was creative but ahistorical. The Italian card designers knew nothing of Kabbalah and weren't encoding Jewish mystical secrets into their playing cards. But Levi's connection stuck. They created a systematic framework for understanding tarot symbolically. Each card wasn't just an image but corresponded to letters, numbers, astrological signs, and mystical concepts. The system was coherent, elegant, and entirely invented. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in 1888, adopted tarot as central to their magical curriculum. They elaborated the correspondences, created detailed interpretations, and designed their own deck. Members included Arthur Edward Waite and Pamela Colman Smith, who created what became the most famous tarot deck of all time. The Rider-Waite-Smith deck, published 1909, is what most people think of as traditional tarot. The images, the fool with his dog, death on horseback, the hanged man, the lovers, these are Pamela Colman Smith's early 20th century designs, not ancient symbols. But they've become so iconic that they've retroactively become the authentic tarot in popular imagination. Aleister Crowley created the Thoth Tarot with artist Lady Frida Harris, incorporating his thelemic philosophy and making the symbolism even more elaborate and occult. Modern tarot decks number in the thousands, with themes ranging from cats to angels to cyberpunk. But here's what's fascinating. It doesn't matter that tarot's mystical origins are false. The cards work for divination anyway. Not because they're ancient, but because they're archetypal. The images on tarot cards, whether 15th century Italian or 20th century British or contemporary digital art, touch on universal human experiences: birth, death, love, loss, choice, fate, joy, suffering, beginnings, endings. These themes resonate regardless of cultural origin. When you shuffle the cards and ask a question, then lay them out and interpret the images, you're engaging in a sophisticated psychological process. The random cards create patterns that your mind interprets, finding meaning through apophenia, seeing patterns in random data, and confirmation bias, emphasizing hits, forgetting misses. But is that all it is? Pure psychology and pattern seeking? Maybe. Or maybe there's something else happening. Jung would say you're accessing the collective unconscious, touching archetypal symbols that carry meaning beyond conscious understanding. Magicians would say you're using synchronicity, meaningful coincidence, where the random cards that appear are actually perfectly suited to your question because everything is connected at deeper levels. Skeptics say it's cold reading combined with vague interpretations, the Barnum effect, where general statements feel personally meaningful. And they're not entirely wrong. A skilled reader can make almost any card seem relevant to almost any situation. But skilled readers also acknowledge something unusual happens in good readings. Moments where the cards speak to something the reader couldn't have known, where the pattern that emerges addresses exactly what the K-Rent needed to hear, where the random shuffle somehow produces profound insight. Is this magic? Is it psychology? Is it coincidence plus skill? Perhaps it's all three. Perhaps the question, do tarot cards really work, is less interesting than what happens when we use them? What happens is this. You externalize your question into a system of symbols. You shuffle uncertainty into randomness, then create pattern from chaos. You interpret images through a framework that requires you to think symbolically, metaphorically, deeply. You're forced to consider possibilities you hadn't thought of, to see your situation from angles you'd been ignoring. The cards don't tell the future, not literally, but they reveal the present in new ways. They show you what you're not seeing, what you're avoiding, what you already know but haven't admitted. They're mirrors that reflect your unconscious understanding back at you in symbolic form. And sometimes, often enough to keep people reading tarot for centuries, the cards seem to know things they shouldn't, seem to speak directly to secret worries or hidden hopes, seem to be more than random images but actual messages from something. The universe, the unconscious, synchronicity, spirits, or just the uncanny way that minds create meaning from symbols. The origin doesn't matter. Medieval Italian nobles playing trick-taking games accidentally created one of the most powerful divination systems in Western culture. The fact that occultists invented the mystical associations doesn't make those associations less meaningful. Truth isn't dependent on ancient provenance. Tarot works because humans work, because we're pattern-seeking, meaning-making, story-creating beings who can take 78 pieces of decorated cardboard and use them to access deep psychological and spiritual insight. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine drawing 3 cards. Past. The tower, everything you thought was stable, crumbling. The structures you built, the certainties you held, collapsing. But collapse creates space for something new. Present. The hanged man, suspended, seeing everything from an inverted perspective. What looked up is down. What seemed important is trivial. You're stuck, yes, but you're also gaining new understanding through this suspension. Future, the star, hope after devastation, water poured onto barren land, healing after trauma. Not immediate relief, but the promise that things will grow again, that light returns after darkness. Is this your actual past, present, future? I don't know. You don't know. But does the pattern speak to something true about transition, transformation, hope? Does it offer insight worth considering? That's tarot. Not ancient Egyptian wisdom, but something equally valuable. A system for thinking differently, for accessing intuition through symbol, for creating meaning from randomness. And sometimes, for reasons we don't fully understand, the cards that appear are exactly the cards we need to see. Sleep now, and perhaps in dreams, the fool will step off his cliff, trusting that either he'll fly or the fall itself will teach him what he needs to learn. Nostradamus' cryptic quatrains. In 1555, a French physician and astrologer published a book of prophecies that has never gone out of print. Nearly 500 years later, people still pore over its verses, convinced they contain predictions of everything from World War II to the 9/11 attacks to future catastrophes yet to come. The author was Michel de Nostradame, better known as Nostradamus, and his prophecies are perhaps the most famous and frustrating predictions ever written. Frustrating because Nostradamus wrote in quatrains, 4-line verses, that are deliberately obscure, metaphorical, and open to interpretation. He mixed French with Latin, Provençal, and Italian. He used anagrams for names. He jumbled chronology, so prophecies about different centuries appear in random order. He employed symbolic language that could mean almost anything. Here's a typical example. The blood of the just will be demanded of London, burnt by fire in the year 66. The ancient lady will fall from her high place, and many of the same sect will be killed. This seems to predict the Great Fire of London in 1666, when much of the city burned and old St. Paul's Cathedral, the ancient lady, was destroyed. Impressive, right? Except Nostradamus's quatrains weren't numbered by year. Interpreters decided this one must refer to 1666 because of the 66 in the verse, but Nostradamus himself gave no chronology. And the blood of the just demanded doesn't describe a fire. It sounds like execution or sacrifice. The fire didn't kill many people, maybe 6 verified deaths. So, many of the same sect killed doesn't fit. If you're determined to make it fit, you can. But you have to ignore parts that don't match and emphasize parts that do. This is how Nostradamus prophecies work. They're vague enough to be retrofitted to almost any event after it happens. So who was Nostradamus? And why did he write this way? Michel de Nostradame was born in 1503 in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, France. He trained as a physician and gained fame treating plague victims, though his methods, emphasizing cleanliness and fresh air, were unorthodox for the time. He practiced astrology, standard for educated men of his era, when astronomy and astrology hadn't separated. In his 50s, Nostradamus began writing his prophecies. He claimed they came to him in visions, often while gazing into a bowl of water by candlelight. He saw future events but recorded them in deliberately cryptic language because clear predictions might be considered witchcraft or heresy and get him killed by the Inquisition. He wanted to prevent panic. If people knew exactly what disasters were coming, it might cause more harm than the disasters themselves. He believed fate was somewhat mutable, and knowing too much detail might interfere with free will. Or, more cynically, vague predictions can't be proven wrong. The prophecies contain 942 quatrains organized into groups called centuries, though not all contain 100 verses. They claim to predict events from Nostradamus's time until the year 3797, over 2,000 years into the future. Nostradamus became famous in his own lifetime. Catherine de' Medici, Queen of France, consulted him about her children's futures. He predicted that all her sons would be kings, which came true, though two reigned only briefly and died young. He predicted Henri II would die in a jousting accident, which he did, sort of. The prophecy is ambiguous but can be read that way after the fact. These successes made Nostradamus's reputation. After his death in 1566, his fame only grew. Each generation rediscovered him, finding prophecies that seemed to predict their own time's disasters. The problem is that almost any event can be found in Nostradamus if you're creative enough with interpretation. Napoleon? Quatrain 1 hour 60 minutes mentions, an emperor will be born near Italy / who will cost the empire very dearly. Napoleon was born in Corsica, near Italy, and his wars devastated Europe. But the verse could describe any European ruler, and Napoleon isn't named. Hitler? Quatrain 224 mentions, beasts wild with hunger will cross the rivers, / the greater part of the battlefield will be against Hister. Hister is close to Hitler, right? Except Hister is the Latin name for the Danube River, and the verse most naturally reads as a battle near the Danube, not a prediction of a 20th century dictator. 9/11? Quatrain 6 hours 97 minutes. The sky will burn at 45 degrees, / fire approaches the great new city. New York is at 40.7 degrees latitude, close to 45. Sky burning could mean the towers. Fire approaches could mean the planes. But you have to ignore that other parts of the verse don't fit at all. This is the Nostradamus phenomenon. Confirmation bias plus creative interpretation equals accurate prophecy. We remember the hits, however forced, and forget the countless verses that have never matched any event. Skeptics point out that Nostradamus's defenders never predict future events using the quatrains. Only after something happens do they find the relevant verse. If the prophecies were clear enough to be useful, people would predict the future with them. Instead, they work only in retrospect, which suggests they're Rorschach tests rather than genuine predictions. But believers counter, maybe the prophecies are deliberately obscure to avoid changing fate. Maybe we're not meant to understand them until after they've happened. Maybe Nostradamus saw the future but couldn't express it clearly because he lacked vocabulary for modern technology and concepts. There's something compelling about this idea. Imagine trying to describe an airplane to someone in 1555 who's never seen anything fly except birds and arrows. You might describe it as a metal bird or iron eagle, which would sound mystical and symbolic rather than literal. Maybe Nostradamus's strange language is a 16th century mind struggling to describe 20th and 21st century events. Or maybe, and this is the skeptical view, there are no genuine predictions, just vague verses that humans' pattern-seeking minds can retrofit to anything. What's certain is that Nostradamus tapped into something psychologically powerful, the desire to know the future combined with language ambiguous enough that each generation sees itself reflected. The prophecies are mirrors showing you what you expect to see. And there's comfort in that, strangely. If Nostradamus predicted this disaster, then it was meant to happen. It's part of fate's pattern. The chaos and horror of history aren't random but preordained. There's meaning in the suffering, even if we don't understand it. This is why Nostradamus endures despite being repeatedly debunked. People don't read Nostradamus for accurate information about the future. They read him for the feeling that the future is knowable, that chaos has pattern, that someone, even a 16th century French physician, saw what was coming and wrote it down, waiting for us to understand. During every crisis, plague, war, terrorist attack, pandemic, Nostradamus books sell out. Publishers rush out new editions with fresh interpretations showing how Nostradamus predicted this specific disaster. The quatrains haven't changed, but the interpretation shifts to fit current anxieties. This reveals the real function of Nostradamus prophecies. Not prediction, but comfort. When the world feels out of control, when random catastrophe strikes, it's psychologically easier to believe that someone foresaw it, that it's part of a pattern, that maybe, just maybe, if we can understand the pattern, we can prepare for what's next. Of course, we never can. The quatrains remain opaque until after the fact. But the attempt to understand them makes us feel less helpless in the face of fate. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine sitting with Nostradamus in his study. He's hunched over his bowl of water, candlelight flickering. He's seeing something, visions of the future, images of events centuries away that he can't quite comprehend. He starts to write, "When the iron birds cross the sky and towers fall like autumn leaves, the world will shake with fear and fire, and the innocent shall weep." What is he seeing? Planes? Missiles? Something we haven't experienced yet? Or is he just writing poetry, letting metaphor and symbol flow from his pen, creating verses that feel prophetic without actually predicting anything specific? You'll never know. Neither will he. He writes because the visions demand it, because future generations will search his words for meaning, because, maybe, somewhere in the ambiguity lies genuine glimpses of what's to come. Or maybe the real prophecy is simpler. Humans will always face disaster. They will always seek meaning in chaos. They will always hope that someone, somewhere, saw it coming and left clues for those willing to search. That prophecy, at least, is absolutely accurate. Sleep now and dream your own cryptic quatrains. Tomorrow you might understand what tonight's symbols mean, or they might remain forever mysterious, open to interpretation, meaning everything and nothing, just like Nostradamus himself. Chinese I Ching wisdom. Long before tarot cards, before Norse runes, before the Hebrew Kabbalah, there existed a divination system so ancient that its origins disappear into Chinese prehistory. This is the I Ching, the Book of Changes, and it has been consulted continuously for at least 3,000 years, making it one of the oldest books still in active use anywhere in the world. The I Ching is not a book of predictions in the Western sense. It doesn't tell you what will happen. Instead, it describes the present moment's nature and the direction in which things are moving. It's based on a profoundly Chinese philosophical understanding. The universe is in constant flux, and wisdom lies in understanding the patterns of change rather than fighting against them. At the heart of the I Ching are 64 hexagrams, 6-line symbols made up of broken yin and unbroken yang lines. Each hexagram represents a different situation, a different moment in the endless cycle of change. Some hexagrams represent favorable situations, like progress or gathering together. Others represent challenges, like difficulty at the beginning or obstruction. And still others represent transitions between states. The method of consultation is ritualized and requires focus. Traditionally, you use 50 yarrow stalks. One is removed, leaving 49 in use, and perform an elaborate sorting process that takes several minutes per line. The randomness of how the stalks fall determines whether each line of the hexagram is yin or yang. You build the hexagram from bottom to top, line by line, over the course of about 20 minutes. The modern method is simpler. Flip 3 coins 6 times. Heads equals yang, unbroken line. Tails equals yin, broken line. But the traditional yarrow stalk method is considered more meditative, more likely to put you in the right frame of mind to receive guidance. Once you've generated your hexagram, you look it up in the I Ching text. Each hexagram has a name, like breakthrough, the wanderer, or return, a judgment, a short statement about the hexagram's overall meaning and image, a poetic description connecting the hexagram to natural phenomena line texts, specific meanings for each of the 6 lines, offering detailed guidance. But here's where it gets sophisticated. Some lines are changing lines. If you flip 3 tails or 3 heads in the coin method, that line is particularly significant and will transform into its opposite. Yin becomes yang or yang becomes yin. You then consult a second hexagram showing where the situation is moving. So you might get hexagram 29, the abysmal water, danger and challenge, with changing lines that transform it into hexagram 59, dispersion, difficulties dissolving. The reading suggests you're in danger now, but the situation is naturally moving toward resolution. Your task is to understand both where you are and where things are headed, and to act accordingly. The I Ching text itself is beautiful and cryptic. It was written by multiple authors over centuries, with the earliest core possibly dating to 1000 BCE or earlier. Confucius supposedly studied it intensively and wrote commentaries. Taoist philosophers used it. Chinese emperors consulted it before major decisions. The language is metaphorical, drawing on images from nature and Chinese culture. The image of fire over the lake. The superior man, in accordance with this, adjusts his measures of punishment and delays executions. Traveling through thickets, one reaches a temple in the forest. A great tree bears much fruit. The wind blows across the mountain. In this way, the superior man lessens what is below to augment what is above. Western readers often find the I Ching baffling because it assumes a worldview very different from Western thinking. Instead of linear cause and effect, it thinks in terms of cyclical patterns. Instead of opposing forces, it sees complementary aspects of a whole. Instead of trying to control outcomes, it emphasizes aligning yourself with natural processes. The fundamental concept is that reality consists of yang, active, masculine, light, upward moving, and yin, receptive, feminine, dark, downward moving, in constant dance. Neither is better than the other. They're interdependent. Pure yang with no yin becomes destructive. Pure yin with no yang becomes stagnant. Harmony requires balance and appropriate timing. Each hexagram captures a moment in this dance. Return, hexagram 24, shows yang beginning to return after yin has reached its peak. Like winter solstice when days start getting longer. Great accumulation, hexagram 26, shows yang energy building up, stored like water behind a dam, creating potential for powerful movement when released. Understanding the hexagram means understanding where you are in the natural cycle of change. Are you at a beginning or an ending? Is energy building or dissipating? Should you act forcefully or yield gracefully? The I Ching doesn't make these decisions for you. It helps you see the situation more clearly so you can decide wisely. Carl Jung was fascinated by the I Ching. He wrote the introduction to the influential English translation by Richard Wilhelm, 1950, explaining his concept of synchronicity, meaningful coincidence, to explain how it works. Jung argued that the random hexagram you generate is actually perfectly suited to your question because everything is connected in the collective unconscious. The coins or yarrow stalks don't generate randomness but reveal pattern. Whether you accept Jung's explanation or prefer a skeptical view, you interpret ambiguous symbols to fit your situation. People who use the I Ching regularly report that it provides genuine insight. Not fortune-telling but something subtler. It makes you think about your situation from angles you hadn't considered, reveals patterns you'd been missing, and offers wisdom that feels profound even if you can't explain why. The I Ching influenced Chinese culture so deeply that its hexagrams appear everywhere. In art, literature, martial arts, medicine, philosophy. Feng Shui uses I Ching principles. Traditional Chinese medicine applies yin-yang theory derived from the I Ching. Chinese strategy, from military to business, often reflects I Ching wisdom about timing, flexibility, and understanding natural patterns. Western counterculture discovered the I Ching in the 1960s and 70s. Philip K. Dick used it to write The Man in the High Castle, consulting the I Ching to decide plot points. John Cage composed music using I Ching generated randomness. Hippies used it for guidance, finding its non-authoritarian, nature-based wisdom appealing. But casual Western use often missed the depth. The I Ching isn't a magic 8-ball for yes/no questions. It's a meditation tool, a way of thinking about change and timing, a philosophical system disguised as divination. To use it properly requires focused question. Not should I take this job, but what do I need to understand about this decision? Frame questions as requests for wisdom rather than predictions. Meditative state. Whether using coins or yarrow stalks, the method should slow you down, quiet your mind, help you focus. Careful reading. Don't just skim for what you want to hear. Read all the judgment, image, and line texts. Let the symbols speak even when they're confusing. Reflection. The hexagram is a starting point for contemplation, not a final answer. Think about how the images apply to your situation. What patterns do you see? Action grounded in wisdom. The I Ching should inform your decision, not make it for you. You remain responsible for your choices. Used this way, the I Ching becomes something remarkable, a 3,000-year-old conversation partner, offering perspective from a radically different worldview, helping you see your situation through ancient Chinese eyes that valued harmony, timing, and flow over Western values of control, progress, and certainty. Does it predict the future? Does it reveal hidden patterns in the present moment and suggest how they're likely to develop? Many users would say yes. And even skeptics might agree that carefully contemplating 64 different archetypal situations and their transformations makes you a more nuanced thinker about change, timing, and natural process. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine consulting the I Ching about your life's current chapter. You flip the coins 6 times, building the hexagram line by line. The result is hexagram 53, development, gradual progress. The image says, on the mountain, a tree. Thus the superior man abides in dignity and virtue in order to improve the customs. The judgment, development. The maiden is given in marriage. Good fortune. Perseverance furthers. What does this mean? A tree on a mountain grows slowly but steadily, putting down deep roots, reaching upward gradually. Nothing happens overnight, but consistent, patient effort in the right direction leads to lasting achievement. The maiden given in marriage represents a major transition approached correctly, with proper timing, respect for process, attention to ceremony. Not impulsive action but development through appropriate stages. For you, this might mean, whatever you're building, trust the slow process. Don't rush. Let things develop naturally. Your roots are going deep even when surface growth seems slow. Is this an accurate reading of your life? I don't know. But is it wisdom worth contemplating? Probably. That's the I Ching. Ancient, subtle, always relevant because change itself never becomes obsolete. Sleep now, and let the patterns of change flow through your dreams like water finding its path downhill. Not fighting, not forcing, just following the way that opens naturally. Rune casting in Viking culture. Carved into stone, etched into wood, scratched onto bone, the angular letters of the runic alphabet appear throughout Northern Europe and Scandinavia from roughly 150 CE through the Viking Age and beyond. These weren't just letters for writing messages. The runes were magical, each one carrying power beyond its phonetic value. Each rune had a name, a meaning, an association with specific forces in the cosmos. And when cast for divination, they revealed the complex web of fate that the Norns wove at the base of Yggdrasil. The word rune itself means secret or mystery in Old Norse. To know the runes was to know hidden knowledge. And according to Norse mythology, even the gods had to pay dearly for this knowledge. The story of how Odin gained the runes is one of the most powerful in Norse mythology. Odin, the All-Father, the god of wisdom and magic, hungered for knowledge more than anything. He'd already sacrificed one eye to drink from Mimir's well of wisdom. But that wasn't enough. He learned that the runes, the fundamental symbols of cosmic power, could be obtained, but only through extreme sacrifice. So Odin hung himself on Yggdrasil, the world tree, piercing himself with his own spear. For 9 days and 9 nights, he hung there, wounded, starving, suffering alone. He gave himself as a sacrifice to himself, experiencing death without actually dying. On the 9th night, at the edge of consciousness, Odin looked down into the depths beneath the tree. And there he saw them, the runes, shining in the darkness like stars. With his last strength, he seized them, screaming in triumph and agony. The knowledge nearly destroyed him, but he claimed it. The runes were his. This myth establishes something crucial. Runic knowledge isn't free. It's earned through sacrifice, through suffering, through willingness to endure hardship for wisdom. The runes aren't toys or games. They're primal forces that demand respect. The earliest runic alphabet was the Elder Futhark, named after its first 6 letters, F-U-T-H-A-R-K, containing 24 runes. Each had multiple layers of meaning. Fehu, cattle, wealth, mobile property, represents prosperity but also the responsibility that comes with resources. Uras, aurochs, wild ox, strength, vitality, primal power, the untamed force that must be channeled. Thurisaz, giant, thorn, defensive/offensive power, protection that can also harm. Ansuz, one of the Aesir gods, divine inspiration, communication, wisdom passed from gods to humans. And so on through all 24 runes, each carrying layers of meaning, literal, mythological, magical, and divinatory. The runes were used practically for inscriptions, memorial stones, and messages. But they were also used magically. Rune staves, wooden sticks carved with runes, were created for specific purposes: protection, cursing, healing, ensuring good fortune, binding oaths. The shape and order of the runes mattered. The material they were carved on mattered. The ritual context mattered. For divination, the method varied by region and period, but common approaches included rune casting. Carve runes onto small pieces of wood, bone, or stone. Place them in a bag. Shake the bag while focusing on your question. Draw out a number of runes, 1, 3, or more, and interpret their meanings and relationships. Rune throwing. Cast all the runes onto a cloth marked with divisions. Read only those that land face up, paying attention to which section they fall in. Rune layouts, like tarot spreads, specific patterns where each position has meaning. 3 rune spreads for past, present, future. 9 rune spreads for complex situations. The interpretation wasn't mechanical. You didn't just look up the meaning in a book. The skilled rune caster understood the runes deeply, knew their myths and associations, and could read them contextually, how they related to each other, what they said about the questioner's situation, what WRD they revealed. For instance, if you drew Nothis, need, constraint, resistance, followed by Berkano, birch tree, growth, new beginnings, followed by Soilo, sun, success, wholeness, the reading might suggest. You're experiencing constraint and difficulty now, Nothis. This is creating the conditions for new growth. Necessity is forcing you to develop in ways you wouldn't have otherwise, Berkano. This process will lead to eventual success and wholeness, Soilo, but you must endure the current hardship as part of necessary development. The runes didn't predict a fixed future. They revealed the current situation's nature and the direction forces were moving. Like the I Ching, they helped you understand pattern and process rather than giving yes/no answers. Historical evidence for Viking Age rune divination is limited. We have inscriptions mentioning runes being cut or read, but detailed descriptions of how rune casting worked don't appear in sources until later. Much of what modern practitioners do is reconstruction based on fragmentary evidence plus creative interpretation. Tacitus, writing in 98 CE about Germanic tribes, described a divination practice that might be related to runes. They cut off a branch from a fruit-bearing tree and divide it into small wands marked with certain distinctive signs. These they throw at random onto a white cloth. Then the tribal priest, if the consultation is a public one, or the father of the family if private, after praying to the gods and looking up to the sky, picks up 3 wands, one at a time, and interprets them according to the signs previously marked on them. This sounds like rune casting, marked wooden pieces, ritual context, interpretation by someone trained in the symbol's meanings. But Tacitus doesn't tell us what the distinctive signs were, so we can't be certain they were runes. What's certain is that by the Viking Age, runes were associated with magic. Runic inscriptions include curses, protective formulas, and references to magical operations. The sagas describe volvas, seeresses, and rune masters who could use the letters for supernatural purposes. After Christianization, runic magic was suppressed. The Church associated runes with paganism and witchcraft. But folk use continued in remote areas. Rune staves were carved for luck, protection, and healing well into the early modern period, especially in Iceland. Modern revival of runic divination began in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as part of the broader interest in Germanic paganism. Ralph Bloom's The Book of Runes, 1982, popularized rune casting for New Age audiences, though scholars criticized his interpretation as having little connection to historical practice. Contemporary Heath Henry and Asa True, modern Norse paganism, used runes with more attention to historical sources and reconstructed practices. Practitioners study the rune poems, Anglo-Saxon, Norwegian, and Icelandic texts that describe each rune, learn the mythology, and develop relationships with individual runes through meditation and practice. Do the runes work for divination? The same questions that apply to tarot apply here. Are you accessing genuine supernatural knowledge, or engaging in sophisticated self-reflection using archetypal symbols? Does the distinction matter if the result is insight? What's undeniable is that the runes carry power as symbols. Their angular shapes feel ancient and mysterious. Their associations with Norse mythology connect them to stories of cosmic scope. Their connection to Odin's sacrifice gives them gravitas that cutesy modern oracle cards lack. When you cast the runes, you're engaging with symbols that Vikings used, that were carved on memorial stones to honor the dead, that were believed to carry magic from the gods to humans. Even if you don't believe in literal magical power, there's psychological power in connecting with a tradition that's ancient. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine carving your own runes. You choose wood from a fallen tree, showing respect by thanking the tree's spirit. You carve each symbol carefully, learning its shape through the motion of the knife. You stain them with your blood, just a drop, enough to connect them to you personally. Now they're ready. You hold them, feeling the wood's texture, the carved grooves of each symbol. You ask your question, not aloud, but silently, focused entirely on what you need to know. You cast the runes. 3 land face up. Gibo, gift, exchange, relationship, I was. You tree, endurance, transformation through challenge, Dagas. Day, breakthrough, awakening. The reading, what you're experiencing is about reciprocity and relationship, Gibo. The challenges you're facing are transformative, like the yew tree that grows in graveyards, connecting life and death, I was. But this process is leading toward breakthrough and awakening, Dagas. A new day dawning after long darkness. Is this accurate? I don't know. But is it worth contemplating? Is there wisdom in these ancient symbols, even if they're not literally prophetic? Odin thought so. He hung on a tree for 9 days to claim them. Perhaps we should take them seriously too. Sleep now, and dream of runes carved in starlight, symbols older than nations, letters that spell out WRD itself. The fates of Greek mythology. Before the Norns wove WRD in Norse mythology, before any systematized understanding of destiny existed in European thought, three ancient goddesses sat spinning thread in the darkness before creation itself. These were the Moirai, the Fates, and they were older and more powerful than the Olympian gods who would eventually rule the Greek cosmos. Even Zeus, king of the gods, could not overrule their decrees. Even immortals bent to their will. Their names were Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, and each had a specific function in determining every mortal's, and even every god's, destiny. Clotho, whose name means spinner, held the distaff and spun the thread of life. She determined when each being would be born, what circumstances they'd be born into, and what basic nature they'd possess. When Clotho began spinning your thread, your existence started. Before that moment, you were nothing. Not even potential, just absolute non-being. Clotho was sometimes depicted as young, the maiden aspect of the Fates, representing beginnings and birth. But she wasn't gentle or nurturing. She spun mechanically, without sentiment, creating life not out of love but out of cosmic necessity. Threads were spun because threads must be spun. You existed because your thread was required in the larger pattern, not because anyone desired your existence specifically. Lachesis, whose name means allotter or drawer of lots, measured the thread. She determined how long each life would last and what major events would occur within that lifespan. While you had some agency in how you lived, Lachesis had already measured whether your thread would be short or long, whether your life would contain great triumph or great tragedy, whether you die young in battle or old in bed. Lachesis was depicted as middle-aged, the mother aspect, representing the full span of active life. She held the measuring rod and marked off the thread's length with absolute precision. Not a moment more, not a moment less than she allotted. If your thread measured short, you might be a brilliant warrior who died at 20. If it measured long, you might live to 90 but accomplish nothing notable. Lachesis's measurements were final. Atropos, whose name means she who cannot be turned, or inevitable, held the shears. When your allotted lifespan ended, Atropos cut your thread. Death was instantaneous and unavoidable. The moment she cut, you ceased. No prayer, no bargain, no heroic effort could prevent it. Atropos was inevitable. Her name itself meant there was no negotiating with her, no turning her aside. Atropos was depicted as elderly, the crone aspect, representing endings and death. She was perhaps the most feared of the three because her action was so final. Clotho spinning and Lachesis measuring could be contemplated philosophically, but Atropos's shears cutting through your thread, that was death in its most absolute form. Together, the three fates represented total control over existence. They didn't care about morality, justice, or deserving. They simply spun, measured, and cut. A hero who saved thousands might have a short thread. A villain who destroyed lives might have a long one. The fates operated according to pattern and necessity, not human concepts of fairness. The fates' origins are uncertain and troubling to Greek theology. Different sources place them differently in the divine hierarchy. Hesiod's Theogony made them daughters of Night, Nyx, born without a father, predating the Olympians. This made them primordial forces, older than Zeus and beyond his authority. Homer sometimes depicted them as following Zeus's will, executing his decisions rather than making their own. This preserved Zeus's supremacy but contradicted the idea of fate as inexorable and beyond divine control. Other sources made them daughters of Zeus and Themis, goddess of divine law, which subordinated them to Zeus but created logical problems. How could Zeus father beings who controlled even his fate? The contradiction was never resolved. Greek theology struggled with the relationship between divine will and impersonal fate. Was Zeus subject to the fates, or did they merely execute his will? Different myths gave different answers depending on what the story needed. What's clear is that Greeks believed in fate as absolute. When your allotted time ended, you died. No exceptions. Heroes couldn't bargain with the fates. Prayers to the gods might help with other things, but not with changing your fundamental destiny. This created a specific kind of Greek tragic consciousness. If you knew your fate through prophecy, you couldn't avoid it. You might try. That's the whole point of tragic irony. Oedipus's parents tried to avoid the prophecy that he'd kill his father and marry his mother by abandoning him as an infant. Their attempt to prevent fate created the exact circumstances that fulfilled it. The message, fate isn't just unavoidable, attempting to avoid it actually causes it. The fates have woven the pattern, and your actions, including actions meant to escape destiny, are already accounted for in the weaving. This is darker than Norse WRD. The Norns wove consequences of actions into patterns that could shift based on new choices. The Greek fates allowed no such flexibility. Your thread's length was measured before you took your first breath. Atropus would cut at the predetermined moment regardless of your choices. Roman civilization inherited the fates as the Parsi or Fata, keeping the same basic concept but adapting the names. Medieval and Renaissance Europe continued to reference the fates, even in Christian contexts where they theologically shouldn't exist. Christianity taught that God controlled life and death, not impersonal fake goddesses. But the fates persisted in art, literature, and language. Fatalism comes directly from them. The belief that everything is predetermined and human will is illusion. Fatal means deadly because it's what Atropus's shears make final. We still say things are fated or speak of meeting your fate, using vocabulary that assumes the fate's existence. Shakespeare referenced the fates frequently. The Weird Sisters in Macbeth are descendants of the Fates and the Norns, prophesying what must be. The handkerchief in Othello is described as woven by a prophetess. In the prophetic fury sewed the work /dyed in mummy which the skillful / conserved of maidens' hearts. Imagery directly invoking the fates spinning and weaving. The fates became symbols in art, often depicted at a spinning wheel, measuring thread, or preparing to cut. The three women of different ages, maiden, mother, crone, became an archetypal image representing life's stages and time's passage. But modern reinterpretations often soften the fates. Contemporary paganism might present them as wise guides who help you understand your destiny. New Age thought might suggest you can negotiate with fate through manifestation or positive thinking. This misses the ancient fates' terrifying power. They weren't helpers or guides. They were inexorable forces that controlled when you lived and when you died, utterly indifferent to your desires, plans, or worthiness. They represented the universe's fundamental indifference to human life. And yet, there's something almost comforting about that indifference. The fates didn't hate you. They didn't punish you. They simply spun, measured, and cut according to pattern and necessity. Death wasn't personal, it was mechanical. Your thread ran out, just as everyone's thread eventually runs out. This makes death something to accept rather than fight. When Atropos cuts your thread, you haven't been defeated or punished. You've simply reached the end of your allotted length. Fighting against that is pointless. The shears are already closing. The ancient Greeks developed a philosophical response to the fates. If you can't control when you die, focus on how you live. Your thread's length is fixed, but how you spend that length, with courage or cowardice, honor or shame, virtue or vice, that remains within your control. This is the kernel of Stoic philosophy. Accept what you can't control, fate, death, external circumstances, and focus intensely on what you can control, your character, your responses, your choices within the allotted span. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine encountering the three fates in their dark chamber before time began. Clotho spins your thread. It's a color you've never seen before, something beyond the visible spectrum, more real than reality. As she spins, you come into being. You weren't here a moment ago, and now you are. It's not birth that comes later in the mortal world, but the beginning of your existence as a pattern in the cosmic tapestry. Lachesis measures your thread. You can't see how long she makes it. Is it long or short? Packed with incident or relatively quiet? She doesn't tell you. She just measures carefully, marks it with a notation you can't read, and sets it aside. Atropos waits. She's patient. She'll wait however long Lachesis measured. 10 years, 90 years, doesn't matter to her. Eventually, she'll pick up your thread and cut it. Quick, clean, final. No malice, no hesitation. Just the shears closing and your thread falling into the pile with billions of others, all cut, all finished. Is this comforting or terrifying? Perhaps both. You can't control it, which is terrifying. But you also can't fail at it. Your thread will run exactly as long as it's meant to, no shorter. You can't accidentally die too soon, and no longer. You can't cling to life past your allotted time. All you can do is make your thread beautiful while it lasts. Live with courage. Love deeply. Create meaning. Face what comes with grace. The fates have already decided when your thread ends, but they haven't decided what colors you weave into it while you're alive. That part, the only part that truly matters, is yours. Sleep now, as your thread continues in the darkness, spinning, measured, waiting for the shears but not yet cut. Not yet? Crystal ball gazing history. The image is iconic. A fortune teller in a darkened room, hands hovering over a crystal ball, gazing into its depths where swirling mists gradually reveal visions of the future. This is crystallomancy, scrying with crystals. And while it's become a cliché of carnival fortune tellers and Halloween decorations, its history as a serious divinatory practice stretches back centuries and reveals something fascinating about how humans have always sought to see what's hidden. But first, a clarification. The classic crystal ball, a perfectly clear sphere of polished quartz, is actually a relatively modern development. Ancient scrying used many reflective or translucent surfaces. Water in a bowl, polished metal mirrors, black obsidian mirrors, beryl stones, and yes, natural quartz crystals. But perfectly spherical crystal balls didn't become common until the Renaissance, when European craftsmen developed the skill to shape them. The practice of scrying, from the Old English descry, meaning to make out dimly or to reveal, is ancient and nearly universal. Humans have always gazed into reflective surfaces hoping to see visions, puddles, still pools, polished shields, mirrors. There's something about staring into depth or reflection that seems to quiet the conscious mind and allow other types of perception to emerge. The ancient Greeks used water basins for hydromancy. The priestesses at certain oracles would gaze into sacred springs or bowls of water until visions came. The method was simple. Focus on the reflective surface, allow your mind to relax, and wait for images to appear either in the water itself or in your mind's eye while gazing at the water. Medieval magicians used various scrying tools. John Dee, Queen Elizabeth I's court astrologer and magician, whom we met earlier, used a polished obsidian mirror and a crystal egg. He couldn't see visions himself. That's why he needed Edward Kelly as his scryer, but the tools were considered essential for contacting angels and spirits. The Aztecs used polished obsidian mirrors for divination and ritual. In fact, John Dee's obsidian mirror, now in the British Museum, likely came from Mexico, brought to Europe after the Spanish conquest. The volcanic glass, polished to reflective blackness, was considered especially powerful for seeing spirits and hidden truths. But it's the crystal ball, the clear quartz sphere, that captured popular imagination. Quartz crystal has several properties that made it appealing. Clarity, perfect transparency suggesting purity and truth. You're looking into something with nothing to hide. Rarity and cost. Natural quartz large enough and clear enough to make a sizable sphere was expensive. This made crystal balls luxury items associated with serious practitioners rather than common folk magic. Optical effects. Light passing through a sphere of crystal creates internal reflections, depth effects, and sometimes rainbow prismatic displays. Staring into this creates visual interest that helps induce the trance state necessary for visions. Symbolic resonance. Crystals were believed to have natural magical properties. Quartz specifically was thought to amplify energy, clarify thought, and connect the material and spiritual worlds. By the Victorian era, crystal ball reading had become fashionable among spiritualists and occultists. The procedure was formalized. Preparation. The crystal must be consecrated, cleansed, and dedicated to truthful vision. It should be kept wrapped in silk, often black. When not in use, to protect it from absorbing negative influences. Setting. Dim light is essential. Bright light creates too many reflections and distractions. Some scryers used a single candle behind the K-rent, the person seeking answers, to create optimal lighting. Positioning. The crystal should be placed on a black cloth or in a dark wooden stand to eliminate visual distractions. The scryer gazes into it without staring, a soft, unfocused gaze that doesn't strain. Entering trance. The scryer relaxes, breathes steadily, and allows their mind to quiet. This might take 10 to 20 minutes. The goal is a light trance state where conscious thought recedes and intuitive perception can emerge. Receiving visions. Images might appear in the crystal itself, seeming to form in its depths, or in the scryer's mind while gazing at the crystal. These could be symbolic, a rose for love, a sword for conflict, or literal, seeing a face, a place, a specific scene. Interpretation. The scryer describes what they see and interprets the symbols for the K-rent. Skilled interpretation requires symbolic literacy and intuitive connection to the vision's meaning. What's actually happening during crystal ball gazing? Several explanations exist. Supernatural. The crystal serves as a window or portal to the spiritual realm. Visions are genuine glimpses of future events, distant places, or hidden information provided by spirits or psychic perception. Psychological. The crystal serves as a focus for meditation, quieting conscious thought and allowing the unconscious to communicate through imagery. The visions are real, you're genuinely seeing them, but they come from your own unconscious mind rather than external sources. Optical. Staring at the crystal's depths creates mild hallucinations, visual artifacts from how the eyes and brain process the ambiguous visual input. These random images are then interpreted as meaningful. Cold reading enhanced. The scryer uses the crystal as theater while actually reading the K-rent through body language, responses, and leading questions. The visions are deliberately crafted to tell the K-rent what they want or need to hear. Skeptics favor the last explanation, pointing out that professional crystal gazers are essentially performing cold reading, a set of psychological techniques for appearing to have specific knowledge about a stranger. The crystal ball is just a prop that adds mystique. But serious practitioners insist there's something more. The crystal doesn't cause visions, it facilitates them. By providing a neutral focus point and requiring the extended quiet necessary for trance states, It helps create conditions where intuitive perception can emerge. And even skeptical psychologists acknowledge that the method can produce genuine insights, not supernatural ones, but psychological ones. When you quiet your conscious mind and let your unconscious communicate through symbols, you often access knowledge you possess but haven't consciously acknowledged. The crystal ball becomes a tool for self-understanding, revealing what you already know but haven't admitted to yourself. The decline of professional crystal ball reading followed the general decline of spiritualism and fortune-telling in the mid-20th century. Laws against fortune-telling for money made it legally risky. Cultural shifts made it seem silly rather than mysterious. And the crystal ball became associated with fraudulent gypsy fortune-tellers in popular culture, a stereotype that damaged its serious occult reputation. But crystal scrying never entirely disappeared. Modern occultists and practitioners still use it, often with historical grimoires and Victorian spiritualist texts as guides. They report the same phenomena: relaxing into trance, seeing visions in the crystal's depths, receiving information that proves surprisingly accurate. Scientific studies of scrying are rare but intriguing. Research into hypnagogic states, the twilight between waking and sleeping, shows that humans naturally experience vivid imagery when consciousness shifts between modes. Scrying might reliably induce these states, making the visions real experiences even if their source is internal rather than external. What's lost in debates about whether crystal ball visions are real or fake is the question of whether they're useful. If gazing into a crystal for 20 minutes helps you access intuition, quiet your anxious thoughts, and gain perspective on a decision, does it matter whether the insights come from spirits or your unconscious? Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine sitting before a crystal ball. It's not a cheap glass sphere but genuine quartz, perfectly clear, the size of a grapefruit, resting on black silk. You light a single candle behind you. The flame reflects in the crystal's depths, creating points of light that seem to float in space. You begin to gaze, not staring, just softly looking, allowing your focus to drift into the crystal's interior. Minutes pass. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts quiet. And then, something. At first it's just a clouding, like mist forming inside the crystal. The mist swirls, thickens, begins to take shape. What do you see? That depends entirely on what you bring to this moment. Your hopes, fears, questions, intuitions, all of these filter through the crystal, taking form as imagery that speaks in the language of symbols rather than words. Trust what you see, whether it comes from spirits, from your unconscious, or from random neural firing patterns interpreted as meaningful. Trust it, because the vision serves the same function regardless of its source. It shows you something you needed to see, something that was hidden until you created the space for it to appear. The crystal ball doesn't create truth. It reveals truth you already carried within you. Sleep now and dream in crystal clarity. Your unconscious mind has visions to share, if you'll only give it the quiet space to speak. Tea leaf reading traditions. In a practice called tasseography or tasseomancy, the residue left by loose tea leaves in a cup after drinking becomes a text to be read, a collection of symbols revealing the drinker's fortune, character, and future. This form of divination is younger than most we've discussed. It couldn't exist before tea became widely available in Europe, but it became enormously popular in the 18th and 19th centuries and remains one of the most accessible, intimate, and domestic forms of fortune-telling. The practice combines several elements: the ritual of tea drinking, already a social and meditative act, the randomness of how leaves settle in a cup, providing material for interpretation, and the symbolic reading of patterns, requiring imagination and intuitive connection. Unlike crystal balls or tarot cards, which cost money and mark you as seriously pursuing occult arts, tea leaf reading required only what you already had in your kitchen. Anyone could practice it. The method itself is simple. Prepare loose leaf tea in a cup without a strainer. The leaves must be allowed to float freely. Traditional readings used black tea, but any loose leaf tea works. Drink the tea, leaving just a small amount of liquid at the bottom along with the leaves. While drinking, the querent, person seeking answers, should focus on their question or simply open themselves to what the leaves will reveal. Swirl the cup 3 times clockwise, some traditions say counterclockwise, with the left hand, some say right. This distributes the leaves around the cup and up the sides. Invert the cup onto a saucer, letting the remaining liquid drain out. This leaves the leaves clinging to the cup's interior in various patterns. Write the cup and read the leaves. The patterns they've formed, their shapes, positions, and relationships are interpreted as symbols. The interpretation follows certain traditional guidelines. Position in the cup matters. Leaves near the rim represent the immediate future or current situation. Leaves in the middle suggest events a few weeks or months away. Leaves at the bottom indicate distant future or deeply buried issues. The handle represents the querent themselves, and leaves near it relate directly to their home and personal life. Symbols are read intuitively. A clump of leaves that looks like a bird might represent travel, freedom, or messages coming. A cluster resembling a heart suggests love or emotional matters. A shape like a snake could mean treachery or transformation, snakes being symbolically complex. A circle represents completion or cycles, while a cross can mean challenges or important decisions. Dots and dashes represent money, dots, or journeys, dashes. Many dots mean financial abundance. Few suggest scarcity. Long dashes mean significant travel. Short ones mean brief trips. Numbers and letters sometimes appear clearly in the patterns. These might be initials of important people or dates when predicted events will occur. But here's the crucial point. There's no fixed dictionary of tea leaf symbols. Unlike tarot, where the fool means certain things and death means other things, tea leaves are fluid. The same pattern might mean different things in different readings depending on context, surrounding symbols, and the reader's intuition. This makes tea leaf reading highly personal and interpretive. Two people reading the same cup might see completely different symbols and offer completely different interpretations. This isn't a bug, it's a feature. The reading is meant to be intuitive, drawing on the reader's symbolic associations and psychic sensitivity, if you believe in that, or their psychological insight into the K-rent, if you don't. The practice likely originated in China, where tea has been consumed for thousands of years. Chinese fortune-telling includes numerous methods using tea, not just reading leaves but observing how tea leaves unfold when hot water is poured, how bubbles form on tea surface, even how tea tastes when consumed during specific ritual contexts. But tasseography as we know it developed in Europe after tea became widely available in the 17th century. It combined European symbol reading traditions, similar to those used in interpreting dreams, omens, and signs in nature, with the newly available medium of tea leaves. By the Victorian era, tea leaf reading was enormously popular, especially among women. Tea parties provided social cover for fortune-telling. You could read your friends' tea leaves as entertainment without the serious occult implications of consulting professional fortune-tellers or using ceremonial magical tools. Books on tea leaf reading proliferated. Titles like Reading Tea Leaves by A Highland Seer, 1881, provided symbol dictionaries and instructions. These books often included illustrations showing typical patterns and their meanings: a bird, a fish, a ladder, a ring, with brief interpretations for each. The social aspect was important. Tea leaf reading usually happened in pairs or small groups, creating an intimate setting where women could discuss hopes, fears, and futures under the guise of divination. The fortune-telling session became a space for sharing confidences, offering support, and exploring anxieties together. This made tea leaf reading different from more formal divination. It wasn't about a powerful practitioner wielding esoteric knowledge over a supplicant. It was friends taking turns reading each other's cups, laughing at unlikely predictions, hoping for romantic forecasts, sharing the universal human desire to glimpse what's coming. But serious practitioners approached it with more gravity. They developed intuitive relationships with the symbols, learning to trust what they saw even when it didn't match the guidebooks. They'd enter light trance states while reading, allowing unconscious pattern recognition to operate. They'd receive impressions, feelings about what the symbols meant in this specific reading that went beyond logical interpretation. Modern tea leaf reading continues in several contexts. Folk practice. In some cultures, particularly in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East, tea and coffee ground reading remains common. Turkish coffee fortune-telling, where the grounds left in the cup are red, follows similar principles to tea leaf reading. Neo-pagan and New Age practice. Contemporary witches and spiritual practitioners incorporate tea leaf reading into their divination repertoire, often combining it with meditation and intentional magic. Social entertainment. Like spirit boards or tarot at parties, tea leaf reading sometimes appears as a fun activity, half believed, Half game, but engaging regardless. Does it work? The same questions apply here as to all divination. Are the readers seeing genuine omens of future events? Are they accessing psychic information about the K-Rent? Or are they performing sophisticated psychological reading, using symbolic interpretation as a framework for insights that are really just perceptive observations about the person's situation and character? What's undeniable is that people often find tea leaf readings meaningful. Whether that meaning comes from supernatural sources or from the reading's ability to stimulate introspection and articulate intuitive knowledge, that's the eternal divination question we can't definitively answer. But perhaps the question is less important than the practice. Making tea, sharing it with someone, taking time to sit quietly and contemplate patterns in the cup. This ritual creates space for reflection, connection, and openness to possibility. Even if the leaves reveal nothing supernatural, they provide an excuse for the kind of deep conversation and mutual care that modern life rarely accommodates. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine someone preparing tea for you with great care. They pour, they steep, they serve. You drink slowly, savoring the warmth, the ritual, the attention. When you finish, they take your cup and swirl it gently, inverting it onto the saucer. They lift it back up and gaze into the interior, studying the patterns the leaves have made. "I see a bird," they say, pointing to a cluster near the rim. "Something message-like is coming very soon. Communication you've been waiting for." And here, they indicate leaves at the cup's bottom, a tree. Deep roots, steady growth. What you're building will last, though it grows slowly. This shape, it looks like a door standing open. Opportunity. New paths becoming available. Are these predictions accurate? Will messages arrive? Will your projects prove lasting? Will doors open? Who knows? But the reading has done something valuable. It's articulated hope, given form to possibility, created a narrative of future potential that feels more real for having been spoken aloud while you drink tea together. That's the magic of tea leaf reading. Not necessarily seeing the future, but creating a moment of connection, attention, and hope. And sometimes, often enough to keep the practice alive across centuries, the leaves speak truth, revealing what was hidden, preparing you for what's coming. Sleep now and dream of patterns forming in darkness. Shapes that might be symbols, might be randomness, might be messages if you know how to read them. The Oracle Bones of China. In 1899, a Chinese scholar named Wang Yirong was sick with malaria. Following traditional medicine, he sent a servant to the pharmacy to purchase dragon bones, ancient fossils ground into powder and used as medicine. When the bones arrived, Wang noticed something extraordinary. They were covered with strange symbols, ancient writing unlike anything he'd seen before. He immediately began buying up every dragon bone he could find, realizing these weren't mythical fossils at all but artifacts from China's distant past. What Wang Yirong had discovered were oracle bones, pieces of turtle shell and ox scapula, shoulder blade, used for divination during China's Shang dynasty over 3,000 years ago, and the writing on them was the earliest form of Chinese script, the direct ancestor of modern Chinese characters. These weren't just fortune-telling artifacts. They were the oldest examples of Chinese writing, preserved because they'd been used to communicate with gods and ancestors. The practice of oracle bone divination, called scapulomancy, reading shoulder blades, or plastromancy, reading turtle shells, was central to Shang dynasty governance. Every important decision, when to plant crops, when to wage war, whether the king's toothache was a divine omen, whether the harvest would be good, was submitted to divination before action was taken. The process was elaborate and ritualized. 1. Preparation of the bone or shell. Turtle plastrons, the flat underside of the shell, were preferred, though ox scapulae were also common. The bone or shell was cleaned, sometimes polished, and prepared for the ritual. 2. Carving hollows. Small hollows were carefully carved into the back of the shell or bone in specific patterns. These would weaken the material at precise points. 3. Formulating the question. The diviner, often a specialist in the royal court, sometimes the king himself, would formulate a precise question. Not, will we win the war? But, if we attack the enemy settlement at the next full moon, will we achieve victory with fewer than 100 casualties? For applying heat, a hot bronze rod was applied to the hollows carved into the bone. The sudden heat caused the bone to crack, creating a pattern of fissures that radiated from the hollow. 5. Reading the cracks. The diviner interpreted the cracks according to their length, direction, and relationship to each other. Certain crack patterns were auspicious, others were inauspicious. The answers weren't yes/no but nuanced, favorable, unfavorable, unclear. Proceed with caution. 6. Recording the results. Here's what makes oracle bones uniquely valuable. After the divination, a scribe would carve the question, the interpretation, and often the actual outcome onto the bone itself. This created a record, a database of divinations that could be studied, compared, and refined over time. The inscriptions on oracle bones give us an intimate window into Shang dynasty life. We can read the exact questions they asked. Will the king's toothache improve? Will there be disaster in the next 10-day week? If we offer sacrifice to Ancestor X, will the harvest be abundant? Should we attack the Chang people next month? Will the queen give birth to a son? And sometimes we can read the outcomes. We attacked. We captured 300 prisoners and 40 cattle. Favorable. The toothache did not improve. Unfavorable. Additional divination required. It rained on the 3rd day. The crop yields were good. This is extraordinary. These aren't vague prophecies open to interpretation. They're specific questions, specific interpretations, and often recorded results. The oracle bone system was empirical. Results were tracked, accuracy could be assessed, and divination methods could be refined based on what actually happened. The Shang dynasty lasted from approximately 1600 BCE to 1046 BCE, and throughout this period, oracle bones were used constantly. Thousands upon thousands of divinations were performed, recorded, and archived. When a bone or shell filled up with inscriptions, it was carefully stored, not discarded but preserved as sacred records. When the dynasty fell and succeeding rulers abandoned the practice, the oracle bones were buried or lost. Farmers later dug them up, assumed they were fossils, dragon bones, and sold them to pharmacies. For centuries, these priceless historical and linguistic artifacts were being ground into medicine until Wang Yirong's accidental discovery. Since then, archaeologists have excavated over 150,000 oracle bones, mostly from the last Shang capital at Anyang. The inscriptions contain approximately 4,500 different characters, of which scholars have deciphered about 1,500. These characters show clear evolution toward modern Chinese writing, making oracle bones crucial for understanding how Chinese script developed. But beyond their linguistic importance, oracle bones reveal the Shang worldview. The universe was governed by ancestors and gods who could be consulted and influenced through proper ritual. The dead weren't gone. They were active participants in the living world, requiring offerings and communication. Divination wasn't fortune-telling for entertainment but statecraft. Government decisions required supernatural sanction. The king's authority was partly derived from his ability to successfully communicate with the ancestral and divine realms. Cause and effect were understood spiritually. If crops failed, it wasn't just bad weather. It meant the ancestors were displeased, the spirits weren't properly honored, or the cosmic order had been disrupted. Divination diagnosed these spiritual problems. Record-keeping was essential. The Shang created what may be the world's first systematic database of predictions and outcomes. They were empirically tracking which divination methods worked, which questions got reliable answers, which spirits responded to which offerings. This last point is fascinating. Modern people often assume ancient divination was purely superstitious, random guessing with no feedback mechanism. But the Shang were actually quite scientific in their approach. They asked specific questions, recorded the divination's advice, tracked what actually happened, and presumably adjusted their methods based on accuracy. Did the oracle bones actually predict the future? There are several possibilities. Supernatural. The ancestors and gods genuinely communicated through the crack patterns, providing accurate guidance. Psychological. The divination process helped clarify thinking. Formulating precise questions forced clear decision-making. The answer from the bones helped break decision paralysis. Random with bias. The cracks were random, but diviners interpreted them according to their own judgment, which might be good judgment based on experience, then attributed their decisions to divine guidance. Self-fulfilling. If divination said an attack would succeed, the army attacked with confidence, which increased their chances of success. If divination said the harvest would be good, extra care was taken with the crops. Probably all of these factors operated simultaneously. The Shang believed the system worked, and that belief shaped how they used it, which influenced outcomes, which reinforced belief. By the late Shang dynasty, oracle bone use became extremely frequent, almost obsessive. The king consulted the bones about everything: dreams he'd had, pains in his body, whether to hunt on a specific day, which direction to travel. This suggests either great piety or great anxiety, perhaps both. When the Zhou dynasty conquered the Shang around 1046 BCE, they continued divination but gradually moved away from oracle bones toward other methods. Yarrow stock divination, which became the I Ching, astrology, and interpretation of natural phenomena. The oracle bones were phased out, though similar practices continued in some contexts. Modern Chinese culture maintains a complex relationship with divination. Officially, the communist government rejects superstition, including fortune-telling. But folk practices persist, consulting the I Ching, feng shui, fortune-tellers, and various forms of ancestor veneration. The impulse that drove the Shang to crack bones hasn't disappeared, it's just found new forms. And in a way, the oracle bones succeeded in their deepest purpose. They preserved the voices of the ancestors. When modern scholars read the inscriptions, they're literally reading messages from people 3,000 years dead, asking the same questions humans still ask. Will my child be healthy? Will my work succeed? What does the future hold? The ancestors are still speaking. We can hear them now, carved into bone, asking their questions into a darkness that, for them, has long since answered. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine holding an oracle bone. It's a piece of turtle shell, smooth and ancient, marked with hollows on the back. You've carved your question into the edge, something you desperately need to know, some decision that weighs on you. You heat the bronze rod until it glows. You apply it to the hollow. The bone cracks. A sharp sound, surprisingly loud, and the fissures spread like lightning across the surface. You examine the pattern. One crack runs straight and true, auspicious. Another curves back on itself, complications ahead. A third splits into two paths. A choice point, two possible futures diverging. What does it mean? You interpret according to your training, your intuition, your understanding of how the cracks speak. And then you carve your interpretation beside the question, favorable, but caution advised. Proceed after the next moon. Will you be right? Will your descendant, thousands of years from now, excavate this bone and read your question, your interpretation, your outcome? Will they understand that you, too, were trying to make sense of an uncertain world, seeking guidance from powers greater than yourself, hoping the patterns in bone could reveal patterns in fate? You set the bone aside carefully. The divination is complete. You have your answer, not certainty, but direction. Enough to move forward, to make your decision, to act despite uncertainty. That's all divination ever offers. Not perfect knowledge of the future, but enough guidance to step forward when the path ahead is dark. Sleep now and trust that the patterns in bones, in stars, in tea leaves, in all the systems humans have created to read fate, reveal enough. Not everything, but enough. The ancestors are still speaking, if we know how to listen. Astrology's Babylonian roots. Look up at the night sky. The stars will overhead in their eternal patterns, the same patterns your ancestors saw, the same patterns humans have watched since consciousness emerged. And from the moment we recognize those patterns, we've believed they held meaning. Not just beauty, but significance. Not just light, but messages. Astrology, the belief that celestial movements influence earthly events and individual destinies, is one of humanity's oldest and most persistent systems for making sense of reality. And while every culture developed some form of celestial observation and interpretation, one civilization transformed star-watching into a comprehensive system that would influence the entire world: ancient Babylon. In the flat river valleys of Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the Babylonians built ziggurats, stepped pyramid temples that rose above the marshy plains, bringing priests closer to the heavens. From these heights, priest astronomers studied the sky with extraordinary dedication. Because the Babylonians believed the gods communicated through celestial signs. The movements of planets, the appearance of comets, eclipses, conjunctions, all were messages from the divine realm to the earthly realm. Reading the sky was reading the will of the gods. This wasn't casual stargazing. It was meticulous, systematic observation conducted over centuries. The Babylonian astronomical diaries, clay tablets recording nightly observations, are some of the most impressive scientific documents from the ancient world. They recorded planetary positions with remarkable accuracy, eclipse predictions calculated mathematically, correlations between celestial events and terrestrial occurrences, weather patterns associated with astronomical phenomena, historical events dated by celestial markers. The Babylonians identified 5 wandering stars, planets visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They tracked these planets' movements against the background of fixed stars with precision that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Renaissance. Each planet was associated with a god. Jupiter equals Marduk, king of the gods. Venus equals Ishtar, goddess of love and war. Mars equals Nergal, god of war and plague. Mercury equals Nabu, god of wisdom and writing. Saturn equals Ninurta, god of agriculture and war. The planets' positions, colors, brightness, and movements were interpreted as the gods' moods and intentions. A bright Jupiter meant Marduk was pleased and would bless the king. Mars approaching a certain star cluster meant Nergal was stirring, bringing potential war or plague. The Babylonians created the zodiac, dividing the ecliptic, the sun's apparent path through the sky, into 12 constellations. These weren't arbitrary groupings but careful observation of which star patterns the sun, moon, and planets appeared to pass through. The 12 signs we know today: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, originated in Babylon around 2000 to 1000 BC. But Babylonian astrology was different from the personal horoscopes you read today. It was primarily judicial/mundane astrology, predicting events affecting the kingdom, not individuals. Eclipses, planetary conjunctions, and unusual phenomena were interpreted as omens about war, harvest, floods, or the king's fate. Electional astrology, choosing auspicious times for important actions. The king wouldn't start a military campaign, marry, or build a temple without consulting whether the celestial conditions were favorable. The massive collection of omens called Enuma Anu Enlil, named after its opening words, when the gods Anu and Enlil, contained over 7,000 celestial omens with interpretations. When the moon is surrounded by a halo and Regulus stands in it, the king will achieve victory over a land that revolts against him. If Venus appears in the east in the month of Ieru and the great and small twins surround her, for 5 months she will stand in the west. There will be a catastrophe of armies. These weren't random guesses. They were based on observed correlations accumulated over centuries. If a particular planetary configuration had preceded a drought in the past, the same configuration was expected to bring drought again. The underlying assumption was that the cosmos operates according to pattern, and pattern once observed will repeat. This is actually quite sophisticated thinking. The Babylonians were essentially saying, the universe is orderly, not chaotic. Events follow patterns. By studying these patterns, we can anticipate what's coming. It's primitive science, hypothesis testing based on observation, even if the underlying theory, gods controlling events through celestial movements, was wrong. The Babylonian system spread. When Alexander the Great conquered Mesopotamia in the 4th century BCE, Greek scholars encountered Babylonian astrology and were astounded by its sophistication. They adopted the zodiac, the planetary deities, renaming them as Zeus, Aphrodite, Ares, Hermes, and Kronos, and the basic principles of astrological interpretation. Greek philosophers and mathematicians systematized what had been largely observational. They added geometric models of planetary motion, created the concept of houses, dividing the sky into 12 sectors based on the observer's location and time, and most importantly, they developed natal astrology, casting horoscopes for individual births. This Greek innovation transformed astrology from a tool for kings and kingdoms into something personal. If celestial positions at the moment of a major battle could predict victory or defeat, then surely celestial positions at the moment of birth could predict an individual's character and fate? The Greeks calculated that the zodiac sign rising on the eastern horizon at the exact moment of birth, the ascendant, was particularly significant. Combined with the sun's position, your sun sign, Aries, Taurus, etc., and the moon's position, plus the locations of all 5 visible planets, you got a complex celestial configuration unique to that birth moment. This birth chart, the horoscope, supposedly revealed basic personality traits, natural talents and weaknesses, potential life events, compatible relationships, career inclinations, health tendencies. Romans eagerly adopted Greek astrology. Emperors employed court astrologers. Ordinary Romans consulted horoscopes for everything from travel plans to marriage decisions. Astrology became so influential that some emperors banned it, fearing predictions about their deaths, while simultaneously consulting astrologers privately. When Christianity became dominant, the Church had complicated relationship with astrology. On one hand, it seemed to deny free will and divine providence. If the stars control fate, where's God's sovereignty? On the other hand, the Magi following a star to Jesus' birth suggested celestial signs could carry divine messages. Medieval Christian scholars like Thomas Aquinas attempted compromise. Astrology could predict tendencies and inclinations but not compel actions. The stars influenced but didn't determine. You could overcome your astrological predispositions through virtue and grace. Islamic civilization preserved and advanced Babylonian Greek astronomy astrology during Europe's Dark Ages. Arabic astronomers made precise observations, corrected errors in Greek calculations, and developed sophisticated mathematical models. Many star names we use today are Arabic: Aldebaran, Betelgeuse, Rigel. The Renaissance saw astrology reach its peak of respectability. It was taught at universities alongside astronomy. The two weren't separated yet. Physicians used astrological charts to diagnose illness and prescribe treatments. Different signs governed different body parts and organs. No educated person doubted astrology's validity, they just debated its precise mechanisms. Then the scientific revolution demolished astrology's intellectual foundation. Copernicus proved Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Galileo's telescope revealed planets as physical worlds, not divine lights. Newton's physics explained planetary motion through gravity, not divine will. The zodiac constellations, it turned out, were just groupings imposed by human perception, stars at vastly different distances that only appeared connected from Earth's viewpoint. Astrology couldn't survive contact with modern astronomy. By the 19th century, it was dismissed as superstition by educated people, relegated to fortune tellers and almanacs. Yet astrology refuses to die. The 20th century saw massive revival. Newspaper horoscopes, starting in 1930, made astrology ubiquitous. The counterculture embraced it as alternative spirituality. Computer-generated charts made complex calculations accessible to everyone. Today, astrology thrives despite, or because of, scientific rejection. Millions check their horoscopes, believe in Mercury retrograde, blame relationship problems on incompatible signs. Why does astrology persist when its basis has been thoroughly debunked? It offers meaning, In a vast, impersonal universe, astrology suggests cosmic significance to your birth moment. You're not random, you're part of a larger pattern. It provides identity framework. Knowing your sign gives you a shorthand for understanding yourself and others. It's personality typing that feels ancient and mystical. It validates experience. When astrology says Scorpios are intense and you feel intense, it confirms your self-perception. Confirmation bias ensures it seems accurate. It creates community. Asking "what's your sign?" is an icebreaker, a way to categorize and relate to people quickly. Does it actually work? Controlled scientific studies consistently show no correlation between astrological predictions and reality. People can't identify their own birth chart when mixed with others. Astrological personality descriptions work equally well for any sign, the Barnum effect. But astrology's popularity isn't about scientific validity. It's about psychological utility. If believing in astrology helps you reflect on your personality, consider your choices, and understand relationship dynamics, does the lack of causal mechanism matter? The Babylonians watching planets from their ziggurats believed they were reading divine messages. They were wrong about gods controlling planetary movements. But they weren't wrong that patterns exist, that observation reveals correlations, that studying the sky connects us to something larger than daily concerns. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, look up at the stars. If you can see them through light pollution, or imagine them if you can't. Those same lights shone on Babylonian priests 4,000 years ago, convinced they held divine messages. They shine on you now, and though we know they're distant suns rather than gods, they're no less wondrous. You were born under specific stars. Not because those stars controlled your fate, but because those stars mark time, mark season, mark your place in the turning cosmos. You're part of the pattern, not controlled by it, but connected to it. Whether you're a skeptical Capricorn, a believing Pisces, or think the whole thing is nonsense, you still live on a planet orbiting a star in a galaxy among billions, all moving in patterns we're only beginning to understand. The Babylonians taught us to look up, to see pattern, to believe we're connected to the cosmos. They were wrong about the mechanism but right about the meaning. We are connected, not through divine influence, but through the simple fact of existing as consciousness aware of the vast universe we inhabit. Sleep now, under whatever constellation rises in your sky. The stars aren't controlling your fate, but they're witnessing it, marking this moment in time, this breath, this sleep, this small life unfolding under ancient light that has traveled across unimaginable distances to reach you here, now, in the darkness before morning. And so we conclude our journey through prophecies, divination, and fate. We've stood with the Norns weaving destiny, shuffled tarot cards seeking hidden knowledge, and contemplated Nostradamus's cryptic verses. We've consulted the I Ching's ancient wisdom, cast runes by firelight, and faced the Greek fates with their unstoppable shears. We've gazed into crystal balls, read tea leaves, and examined oracle bones carved with humanity's oldest questions. And we've traced astrology from Babylonian ziggurats to modern horoscopes, watching how the stars have always meant more to us than mere lights in darkness. These systems, some ancient, some modern, some accurate, some fraudulent, all meaningful to those who use them, reveal our deepest need: to know what comes next, to find pattern in chaos, to believe that fate can be glimpsed even if it can't be changed. Do any of them actually predict the future? That's the question we've danced around throughout this journey. Perhaps the better question is, do they help us navigate uncertainty, clarify choices, and face tomorrow with more wisdom than we had yesterday? If so, then they work, not through supernatural power, but through the very human magic of symbol, contemplation, and the courage to ask the right questions even when we fear the answers. Rest now, seeker of hidden knowledge. Tomorrow awaits, whether or not you've glimpsed it in cards or stars or bones. And perhaps that's fate's greatest gift. The future remains unwritten enough that your choices still matter, mysterious enough to inspire wonder, and certain enough in its eventual arrival that you can face it with courage rather than fear. The Norns weave on. The stars continue their ancient dance. And you make your choices, moment by moment, creating the pattern that will be your life's thread in the vast tapestry of existence. Sleep well, and may your dreams reveal only what you're ready to know. Magical objects and artifacts. Welcome back, dear dreamer. If you've journeyed with us through ancient beliefs, legendary creatures, lost lands, practitioners of magic, and methods of divination, you've witnessed the invisible forces that have shaped human imagination for millennia. But now, as the night deepens toward its quietest hours, we turn our attention to something tangible, objects you could hold in your hands, if only they existed or could be found. These are the magical artifacts that have haunted human longing for thousands of years. Not abstract concepts or invisible powers, but things. Swords and cups, stones and hammers, mirrors and boxes. Objects that, according to legend, possess powers beyond the natural, granting wishes, ensuring victory, revealing truth, transforming reality itself. Some were said to be forged by gods. Others were found in impossible places or won through heroic quests. A few might have actually existed as real objects, later embellished by legend until history and myth became inseparable. And some exist only in story, yet their symbolic power is so great that we still seek them, still imagine finding them, still dream of what we do if such power were placed in our hands. These artifacts teach us something profound. We've always believed that objects can contain magic, that the right tool in the right hands could change everything. A cup that grants eternal life. A sword that cannot be broken. A stone that turns lead to gold. A hammer that commands thunder. The objects themselves may not exist, but our longing for them, our conviction that somewhere, somehow, there must be something that could solve our problems, heal our wounds, grant our deepest wishes, that longing is entirely real. So settle deeper into the darkness now, and prepare to encounter the most famous magical objects in legend and lore. We begin with the most sought-after artifact in Western mythology, an object that has inspired centuries of questing and still hasn't been found, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail's many forms. The quest for the Holy Grail is one of the most enduring narratives in Western culture. Countless knights have sought it. Countless stories have been written about it. Indiana Jones chased it. Monty Python mocked it. The Da Vinci Code reimagined it. But here's the strange thing. The Holy Grail doesn't appear in the earliest Arthurian legends, and its nature, what it actually is, has changed dramatically over the centuries. In the original Arthurian tales from the 5th to 6th centuries, there's no Grail. The stories focus on Arthur's battles, his court, his eventual downfall. The knights go on various quests, but not for a sacred cup. The Grail first appears in literature around 1180, in Chrétien de Troyes, Perceval, or the Story of the Grail. And in this earliest telling, the Grail isn't explicitly Christian, isn't the cup from the Last Supper, isn't even clearly a cup. Chrétien describes it as un graal, a serving dish or platter, wide and shallow, used to serve expensive food at feasts. The mysterious object appears in a procession at a castle where the hero Perceval is staying. A young woman carries a graal made of pure gold, set with precious stones. The Grail gives off so much light that the candles in the room lose their brightness, just as stars fade when the sun or moon rises. What's in the Grail? Chrétien never tells us. He died before finishing the story, leaving the mystery permanently unresolved. But that single magical object, glowing, precious, carried in solemn procession, captured medieval imagination. Later writers tried to finish Chrétien's story and in doing so, transformed the Grail. Robert de Boron, writing around 1200, made it explicitly Christian. The Grail was the cup Jesus used at the Last Supper, later used by Joseph of Arimathea to catch Christ's blood at the crucifixion. Joseph supposedly brought the Grail to Britain, where it became a holy relic guarded in a secret location. This version stuck. The Holy Grail became the cup from the Last Supper, a vessel containing Christ's blood, a source of divine grace and healing, an object of supreme holiness that only the pure could approach. The ultimate quest for Arthur's knights, testing their virtue and worthiness. The major Grail romances, works like Perceval by Wolfram von Eschenbach and the massive French Vulgate cycle, elaborated the story. The Grail resided in a castle, sometimes called Corbenic, the Grail Castle, guarded by the wounded Fisher King. The land around the castle was a wasteland, barren and dying because of the king's wound. Only the perfect knight could heal the Fisher King and restore the wasteland. Most of Arthur's knights tried and failed. Lancelot came close but was imperfect because of his adultery with Guinevere. Gawain was too worldly. Finally, in most versions, it's Galahad, Lancelot's son, virgin and pure, who succeeds in the quest, heals the king, and witnesses the Grail's full glory before it's taken up to heaven. But what did the Grail actually do? According to the romances, provided sustenance. The Grail served food and drink miraculously, feeding all who were worthy. Healed wounds. Its presence or touch could cure injuries and illnesses. Granted visions. Those pure enough to approach it received divine revelations. Tested worthiness. The Grail revealed who was truly virtuous and who merely appeared so. Represented divine presence. In Christian interpretation, the Grail was a tangible connection to Christ's sacrifice. The Grail quest became an allegory for the spiritual journey. Knights riding through forests, fighting monsters, resisting temptations. This was the Christian soul navigating life's trials, seeking union with the divine. The wasteland represented the soul in sin. The Fisher King was humanity wounded by the fall. The healing came through purity, faith, and grace. But then things got complicated. Medieval and Renaissance esoteric traditions began reinterpreting the Grail. Alchemists saw the Grail as the Philosopher's Stone, the substance that transmutes base metals to gold and grants immortality. The quest for the Grail paralleled the great work of alchemy. Mystics interpreted it as the human heart purified and perfected, capable of containing divine love. Occultists connected the Grail to the Kabbalah, to Egyptian mysteries, to secret wisdom traditions supposedly preserved through centuries. By the 19th century, with the Romantic movement's fascination with medieval legends, the Grail became a symbol of ultimate spiritual yearning, the unattainable perfection that humanity eternally seeks but never quite reaches. Wagner's opera Parsifal, 1882, presented the Grail as a mystical Christian relic with cosmic significance. The Grail becomes the center of a religion of redemption through compassion. Then the 20th century brought even stranger interpretations. The Grail as bloodline. Theories emerged that the Grail wasn't an object but sangreal, royal blood. The Holy Bloodline supposedly descended from Jesus and Mary Magdalene, preserved through European nobility. This is the premise of the Da Vinci Code. The Grail as goddess symbol. Feminist interpretations saw the cup/chalice as female, representing the goddess traditions that Christianity suppressed. The quest for the Grail became the quest to recover the sacred feminine. The Grail as UFO. Fringe theories suggested the Grail was an alien artifact, its miraculous properties the result of extraterrestrial technology. The Grail as metaphor. Jungian analysis interpreted the entire quest as a psychological journey, the Grail representing the self, the integrated wholeness that comes from confronting and unifying the unconscious. With all these interpretations, has anyone actually claimed to find the real Grail? Oh yes. Multiple churches, monasteries, and collectors have claimed possession of the true Grail. The Chalice of Dona Urraca in Leon, Spain, a jeweled cup from the 11th century. The Sacro Catino in Genoa, Italy, a green glass dish, once thought to be emerald. The Nantios cup in Wales, a wooden bowl, now lost, claimed to have healing powers. The Antioch chalice, a 6th century silver cup found in Syria. Various cups in churches across Europe, each with local legends. None of these can be authenticated as actually dating to Jesus' time or having any connection to the Last Supper, but that hasn't stopped pilgrims from seeking them or believers from venerating them. The real Grail, if it existed as a physical cup used at the Last Supper, would have been an ordinary piece of 1st century pottery or wood. Nothing special, nothing magical. Jesus was a poor rabbi from Galilee. He didn't drink from jeweled golden chalices. But that's not what the Grail means. The Grail stopped being about a real cup, if it ever was, and became about what the cup represents. Divine grace, spiritual perfection, the object of ultimate quest, the goal that gives meaning to the journey. The Grail can never be found because finding it would end the quest, and the quest is the point. Galahad achieves the Grail and immediately dies, taken up to heaven. The Grail isn't for keeping, it's for seeking. This makes the Grail profoundly psychological. We all have our Grails, the things we believe would complete us, heal us, make us whole if we could just obtain them. Success, love, enlightenment, purpose, peace. We quest for these things, and the quest shapes us more than the achievement ever could. Excalibur's lake origins. Every culture has its legendary sword, a blade so perfect, so powerful, that it transcends mere weaponry and becomes a symbol. Japan has Kusanagi. The Muslim world remembers Zulfikar. Norse mythology celebrates Gram. But in Western imagination, one sword reigns supreme. Excalibur, the blade of King Arthur, given by the Lady of the Lake and returned to her waters when Arthur fell. But here's where things get complicated. Excalibur isn't the same as the sword in the stone. Yes, you read that right. In the oldest versions of the Arthurian legend, these are two different swords with two completely different origins. Let's start with what most people think they know. Arthur pulled a sword from a stone or anvil, proving he was the rightful king of Britain. This is the sword in the stone, and it establishes Arthur's legitimacy. According to most versions, this sword broke in battle, either during Arthur's fight with King Pellinor or against another opponent. Arthur needed a new weapon. That's when Merlin took him to a mysterious lake. And from the water rose an arm, clothed in white samite, a rich silk fabric, holding a magnificent sword. This was Excalibur, and the arm belonged to the Lady of the Lake, a supernatural being who dwelt in an otherworldly realm connected to the mortal world through this body of water. The lady offered Excalibur to Arthur, but there was a condition, though not explicitly stated at first. The sword was a loan, not a gift. It came from the lake and would eventually return to the lake. Excalibur itself was described as extraordinary. The blade was so bright it blinded enemies. Some versions say it was inscribed with words that change depending on which side you read. On one edge, "Take me up," on the other, "Cast me away." A prophecy of both claiming and relinquishing the sword. But more important than the blade was its scabbard. Merlin told Arthur, "The scabbard is worth 10 of the sword, For while you have the scabbard upon you, you shall lose no blood, be ye never so sore wounded. This detail is crucial and often forgotten. Excalibur the sword was powerful, yes, unbreakable, deadly, symbolic of Arthur's kingship. But Excalibur's scabbard was what kept Arthur alive. As long as he wore it, he couldn't bleed to death no matter how grievous his wounds. In some versions of the legend, Arthur's downfall begins when the scabbard is stolen. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister and sometimes his enemy, takes the scabbard and throws it into a lake, depriving Arthur of its protection. From that moment, Arthur becomes mortal in a way he wasn't before. He can be killed. The final scene with Excalibur is one of the most haunting in all of Arthurian legend. After the Battle of Camlan, where Arthur fought his final battle against Mordred, both king and traitor lay dying. Arthur was carried from the field by Sir Bedivere, the last surviving knight of the Round Table. Arthur commanded Bedivere, "Take Excalibur, my good sword, and go with it to yonder water side, and when thou comest there I charge thee throw my sword into the water, and come again and tell me what thou sayest there." Bedivere took the sword and went to the lake's edge. But looking at Excalibur, its beauty, its jeweled hilt, its perfect blade, he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. What a waste, he thought. What harm would it do to keep such a magnificent weapon? He hid the sword and returned to Arthur, claiming he'd thrown it in. "What saw you there?" Arthur asked. "Sir, I saw nothing but waves and winds." Arthur knew Bedivere was lying. "You have betrayed me twice. That is unkindly done of you. You would betray me for the richness of the sword. Go again and throw it in, or I shall slay you with my own hands." Bedivere went back, and again he couldn't do it. He hid the sword and returned, making the same false report. Arthur was furious. "You have betrayed me thrice. Go quickly and spare not to throw it in." This time, Bedivere obeyed. He took Excalibur and hurled it as far as he could over the water. And before it struck the surface, an arm rose from the lake, clothed in white samite, caught the sword by the hilt, brandished it 3 times, and drew it down beneath the waves. Bedivere returned and told Arthur what he'd seen. "It is well," Arthur said. And shortly after, a barge appeared with 3 queens in black, including Morgan Le Fay, and they took Arthur to Avalon, where he might be healed or where he would wait until Britain needed him again. This scene encapsulates something profound about power and relinquishment. Excalibur gave Arthur legitimacy and strength. Keeping it would be natural, logical. It's his sword, earned through being the rightful king. But the sword came from the lake and must return to the lake. Power is a loan, not a possession. What's given must be given back. Bedivere's hesitation represents the difficulty of letting go. He sees the practical value of the sword, imagines it could serve the kingdom in future hands, can't accept that something so valuable should be thrown away. It takes 3 commands and threats from his dying king before he can overcome his attachment to relinquish what was never his to keep. The arm rising from the lake to catch the sword suggests the lady was waiting, perhaps watching the whole time. The sword returns to its source, completing the cycle. Arthur's reign, which began with drawing a sword from stone and receiving another sword from the lake, ends with returning the sword to its origin. Different versions of the legend give the Lady of the Lake different names: Nimue, Vivian, Ninian. She's sometimes portrayed as Merlin's student and lover who eventually imprisoned him, sometimes as a purely benevolent guardian of sacred objects. In Welsh tradition, she's connected to the other world, the realm of fairies and ancient gods that exists parallel to the mortal world, accessible through certain lakes, wells, and sacred sites. The lake itself has been identified with various real locations: Dosmary Pool in Cornwall, Dain Lyda in Snowdonia, and others. Tourists visit these sites hoping to glimpse the arm or the sword, though of course neither appears. But what does Excalibur really represent? Sovereignty. The sword is the symbol of legitimate rulership. You can't just take it, it must be given by the land itself, represented by the Lady of the Lake. This reflects ancient British beliefs that kingship was granted by the goddess of the land. Responsibility. Power comes with obligation. Excalibur must eventually be returned. You don't own your authority, you hold it in trust. Impermanence. Even the mightiest weapon, the strongest king, the greatest kingdom, all must end. The sword returns to the lake. The king goes to Avalon. Nothing lasts forever. Sacred trust. The scabbard's protection worked only as long as Arthur kept faith with the land and its laws. When the scabbard was stolen, it marked the beginning of the end. Arthur had lost the land's favor. Modern retellings often merge the sword and the stone with Excalibur, making them the same weapon. This simplifies the story but loses something important: the distinction between claiming power, pulling the sword from stone through might or right, and receiving power, being given the sword by the lady as a sacred trust. T.H. White's The Once and Future King preserves some of this nuance. Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon emphasizes the sword's connection to the goddess and the old religion. Countless films, books, and games feature Excalibur, usually as an unbreakable weapon of ultimate power, sometimes missing the point that the sword's power was always meant to be temporary. Archaeological excavations occasionally uncover ancient swords in lakes and rivers across Britain and Europe. Bronze Age and Iron Age peoples did ritually deposit weapons in water, offerings to gods or spirits, wealth deliberately removed from circulation to honor the divine. So the image of a sword coming from a lake and returning to a lake has roots in actual prehistoric practice. Perhaps some exceptional sword was given to a war leader by a priestess or ritual specialist, was used to unite tribes, and was ceremonially returned to the water when that leader died. The story could be folk memory of real ritual practice, transformed over centuries into the Arthurian legend we know. But whether Excalibur ever existed as a physical sword matters less than what it means as symbol. Power is temporary, must be used justly, and ultimately must be relinquished. You can't keep the sword forever. The lake will claim it back. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine standing at the lake's edge. In your hands, you hold something precious, not a sword necessarily, but power, success, identity, something you've built your life around, something you can't imagine surrendering. A voice from the water whispers, "It's time. Throw it back." You hesitate. This is yours. You earned it. You need it. How can you just throw it away? But the voice insists, what was given as a loan must be returned. That's how the cycle works. Receive, hold, release. Then you're free to receive something new. You look at what you're holding. You understand, finally, that clinging to it keeps you frozen in place. The only way forward is to let go. You throw it into the water, and an arm rises, not to return it to you, but to catch it, acknowledge the sacrifice, complete the exchange. What you've released is received. The debt is paid. The cycle continues. And you're lighter now, empty-handed but somehow fuller, ready for whatever comes next. Sleep now, knowing that everything powerful in your life is ultimately a loan from the lake. Use it well. Love it deeply. But hold it lightly, because someday you'll stand at the water's edge and it will be time to throw it back. When that moment comes, may you have the courage Bedivere finally found. To release what you love, to trust the process, to let the arm rising from the depths receive what must return. The Philosopher's Stone. For over 1,000 years, alchemists across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia pursued the same impossible goal. The creation of a substance so perfect, so powerful, that it could transform base metals into gold and grant eternal life to whoever possessed it. This was the Philosopher's Stone, the lapis philosophorum, and it was simultaneously a material object, a spiritual achievement, and a metaphor for enlightenment. The quest for the Philosopher's Stone wasn't just about getting rich, though that was certainly part of the appeal. It was about perfection, the perfection of matter and the perfection of the soul. Alchemists believed that just as lead could theoretically be purified and perfected into gold, so too could the human soul be purified and perfected into something divine. The theoretical basis came from ancient Greek philosophy, particularly Aristotle's idea that all matter was composed of the same fundamental substance in different combinations. If you could understand the underlying principles, you could rearrange matter, turning lead's arrangement into gold's arrangement. Medieval alchemists added layers of complexity. The stone wasn't just a chemical process, but a spiritual one. The alchemist had to be pure in heart and intention. The work had to be done with prayer and meditation. Each stage of the process corresponded to stages of spiritual development. The stages of creating the Philosopher's Stone were color-coded. Nigredo, blackening the initial stage where the base material was broken down, putrefied, decomposed. Spiritually, this represented the death of the ego, the facing of one's shadow, the descent into darkness necessary before enlightenment. The material would turn black, releasing terrible smells. Albedo, whitening purification began. The blackened material was washed, distilled, refined until it turned white and pure. Spiritually, this was the cleansing of the soul, the burning away of impurities, the emergence of clarity. Citronidas, yellowing, a transitional stage where the material took on golden hues. The spiritual awakening, the dawning of wisdom, the approach to enlightenment. Rubedo, reddening, the final stage where the material turned deep red. The Philosopher's Stone was complete. Spiritually, this was union with the divine, the achievement of perfection, the transformation of the mortal into the immortal. The Philosopher's Stone itself was described variously as red powder, a red stone or crystal, a red tincture or liquid, a substance that could be white for transmuting silver or red for transmuting gold. 1 grain of the stone, properly prepared and added to molten lead, could transform thousands of pounds of lead into pure gold. The stone also produced the elixir of life, a medicine that could cure any disease, restore youth, and grant immortality. Famous alchemists claim success. Nicholas Flamel, whom we met earlier, supposedly created the stone in 1382, transmuting mercury to gold and living for centuries afterward. The Count of Saint-Germain appeared across Europe in the 18th century, always looking the same age, claiming to be hundreds of years old, demonstrating vast wealth of uncertain origin. But no one ever produced the Philosopher's Stone under controlled conditions. No alchemist ever demonstrated transmutation in a way that could be verified and replicated. The few who claimed success also tended to die at normal ages and leave no exceptional wealth behind. So what were alchemists actually doing in their laboratories? Some were genuine researchers conducting primitive chemistry. They discovered real substances and processes, phosphorus, various acids, distillation techniques, metallurgical procedures. Modern chemistry emerged directly from alchemy. Same equipment, same experimental approach, just without the mystical framework. Some were charlatans selling fake gold or promising transmutation services to wealthy patrons, then fleeing with the money. Some were mystics using laboratory work as meditation, treating the physical processes as symbolic of spiritual transformation. They weren't trying to make literal gold, but using the metaphor to understand consciousness and enlightenment. And some were probably doing all three simultaneously, conducting genuine experiments, occasionally engaging in fraud when funds ran low, and genuinely believing in the spiritual dimensions of their work. The symbolism of the Philosopher's Stone ran deep. Gold was the perfect metal, incorruptible, beautiful, eternal. It represented the sun, divine light, spiritual perfection. Lead was base, heavy, dark, the opposite of gold. The transformation of lead into gold mirrored the transformation of the sinful soul into the perfected soul, the mortal into the immortal, the human into the divine. Carl Jung spent years studying alchemical texts and concluded that alchemy was actually depth psychology in disguise. The stages of creating the stone. nigredo, albedo, citronidas, rubedo, corresponded to stages of psychological integration. The base metal was the unconscious, undeveloped psyche. The gold was the individuated, integrated self. The Philosopher's Stone was wholeness, the union of conscious and unconscious, the reconciliation of opposites, the achievement of psychological completeness. In this reading, every alchemist who claimed to have created the stone might have been telling the truth, not about physical gold but about achieving psychological integration and enlightenment. They found the stone within themselves. Religious interpretations also existed. Some Christian alchemists saw the stone as representing Christ, the perfect being who transforms sinners into saints, who offers eternal life through his sacrifice. The death of the material in nigredo represented Christ's crucifixion. The resurrection and perfection in rubedo represented Christ's resurrection and the promise of eternal life for believers. Islamic alchemists pursued the stone with equal fervor. Jabir ibn Hayyan Jibr in Latin wrote hundreds of alchemical texts, many dealing with the theoretical basis for transmutation. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in different proportions, and that the stone was the perfect balance of these elements. Chinese alchemy focused less on transmuting base metals and more on creating the elixir of immortality. Taoist alchemists sought substances that could extend life and eventually achieve physical immortality. They experimented with mercury, lead, arsenic, and other toxic substances. Ironically, their immortality potions often poisoned and killed them. The quest for the Philosopher's Stone finally ended when modern chemistry emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries. Scientists proved that gold and lead were elements, fundamentally different substances that couldn't be converted into each other through chemical means. Though ironically, modern nuclear physics can transmute elements through particle bombardment. It's technically possible to turn lead into gold, just prohibitively expensive and completely impractical. But the Philosopher's Stone never entirely disappeared. It persists in fiction. The stone appears in countless fantasy novels, games, and films. Most famously in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or Sorcerer's Stone in the US, where Nicholas Flamel really did create it and lived for 600 years. Metaphor. The concept of turning lead into gold entered common language meaning to transform something worthless into something valuable, to see potential in the base and bring forth the precious. Spiritual seeking. New Age and esoteric traditions still speak of the great work and achieving the Philosopher's Stone as a metaphor for spiritual enlightenment. Psychology. Jung's interpretation continues to influence depth psychology, therapy, and self-help. The idea that you can transform your base nature into something golden through inner work. The lasting appeal of the Philosopher's Stone is that it promises what humans have always wanted: transformation and immortality. We want to believe that the base can become precious, that the mortal can become immortal, that there's some secret, some formula, some process that can fundamentally change our nature. Alchemy failed as chemistry but succeeded as psychology and spirituality. The Philosopher's Stone exists, not in your laboratory but in your psyche. The transmutation is real, not of lead into gold but of unconsciousness into awareness, fragmentation into wholeness, mortality into meaning. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine your own alchemical laboratory. Not a physical space, but the interior landscape of your psyche. You're working with the raw material of yourself, your experiences, traumas, gifts, shadows, everything that makes you who you are. The material is in nigredo, black, decomposing, confronting all the parts you'd rather not see. It's painful, but this breakdown is necessary. You can't refine what you won't acknowledge. You continue the work, slowly, albedo, whitening, purifying. You're distilling experience into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into clarity. The material shifts toward citronidas, yellowing, approaching transformation. You're not who you were. Something new is emerging. And finally, rubido, the red stage. The completion. Not perfection, you're still human, but wholeness. Integration. The Philosopher's Stone. Not as an external object but as your own achieved selfhood. You've turned the lead of your base nature into the gold of your realized potential. Not through magic but through the slow, difficult, alchemical work of becoming who you truly are. Sleep now, knowing that the great work continues in darkness. Your unconscious mind is the alembic, your dreams the crucible. By morning, some small transformation will have occurred, too subtle to notice immediately but real nonetheless. The Philosopher's Stone is within you, waiting to be created through the sacred work of becoming yourself. Thor's hammer Mjolnir. In the halls of Asgard, home of the Norse gods, there exists a weapon so powerful that its wielder commands thunder itself. This is Mjolnir, pronounced roughly Elnir, the hammer of Thor, and it is unlike any weapon in any mythology, not a sword for cutting, not a spear for piercing, but a hammer for crushing, for building, for blessing, and for calling down lightning from the skies. Mjolnir's creation story reveals something important about how the Norse understood craftsmanship, trickery, and the relationship between gods and those who serve them. The tale begins with Loki, the trickster god, doing what he does best, causing problems. As a prank or out of malice, the sources aren't clear, Loki cut off the golden hair of Sif, Thor's wife. When Thor discovered this, he threatened to break every bone in Loki's body. Loki, realizing he'd gone too far, promised to make amends. He would get the dwarves, the master craftsmen of Norse mythology, to forge new golden hair for Sif, hair that would grow naturally on her head. Loki went to the sons of Ivaldi, a family of dwarf smiths, and commissioned not just the golden hair but other treasures to appease the gods. Gungnir, Odin's spear that never misses its target, and Splinir, a ship that could be folded up and carried in a pocket but would always have favorable winds when unfolded. But then Loki's trickster nature kicked in. He made a bet with two other dwarf brothers, Brokkr and Eitri, that they couldn't make gifts as fine as what the sons of Ivaldi had created. The bet stakes, Loki's head if he lost. Brokkr and Eitri set to work. Eitri placed gold in the forge and told his brother to work the bellows without stopping, no matter what. He then began forging. Loki, desperate not to lose his head, transformed into a fly and bit Brokkr repeatedly to make him stop pumping. But Brokkr persisted, and the first object emerged, Gullinbursti, a golden boar that could run through air and water faster than any horse, and whose bristles glowed in the dark. For the second creation, Eitri placed gold in the forge again. Loki's fly bit Brokkr even harder, drawing blood, but still Brokkr didn't stop. The result was Draupnir, a golden arm ring that dripped 8 new rings of equal weight every 9th night, infinite wealth. For the third and final creation, Eitri placed iron in the forge and gave Brokkr the same instruction: don't stop working the bellows. This time, Loki bit Brokkr on the eyelid so viciously that blood poured into the dwarf's eye. Brokkr, blinded, paused for just a moment to wipe the blood away. That moment was enough to flaw the creation. When Eitri pulled the finished object from the forge, it was a magnificent war hammer, but the handle was too short. It should have been a two-handed weapon, but now it could only be wielded with one hand. Despite this flaw, Mjolnir was extraordinary. Its properties included indestructible. The hammer could never break, never chip, never dull. Always returns. When thrown, Mjolnir would strike its target and then fly back to Thor's hand like a boomerang. Size changing. Despite being a massive warhammer, it could shrink small enough to be hidden inside Thor's shirt. Lightning summoning. When Thor wielded Mjolnir and called upon the storm, lightning answered. The hammer didn't just represent thunder, it created it. Blessing power. Despite being a weapon, Mjolnir could also bless. It was used to consecrate marriages, births, and funerals. A hammer laid in a bride's lap blessed fertility. A hammer held over a newborn blessed health and strength. The gods gathered to judge which gifts were finest. The sons of Ivaldi presented the golden hair, which grew on Sif's head perfectly, Gungnir and Sklinir. Brokkr and Eitri presented Gullinbursti, Draupnir, and Mjolnir. The gods decided, despite its too short handle, Mjolnir was the greatest gift because it could defend Asgard against the giants. Brokkr and Eitri won the bet. Loki tried to flee rather than lose his head, but Thor caught him and brought him back. However, when Brokkr prepared to take Loki's head, the trickster argued, "You can have my head, but not my neck." That wasn't part of the bet. Since it was impossible to take the head without touching the neck, Loki technically won on a technicality. Furious, Brokkr settled for sewing Loki's lips shut instead. They eventually worked free. Thor's relationship with Mjolnir was intimate and defining. The thunder god was rarely depicted without his hammer. He slept with it beside him. He traveled with it. He used it in every major battle against giants and monsters. The most famous story of Mjolnir involves its theft. The giant stole the hammer while Thor slept and hid it 8 leagues under the earth. He sent a message. He'd return Mjolnir only if the gods gave him Freya, the goddess of love, as his bride. Freya absolutely refused. The gods panicked. Without Mjolnir, Asgard was defenseless against the giants. Loki devised a plan. Thor would disguise himself as Freya, veiled and dressed as a bride, and go to Jotunheim, the land of giants, to marry him. Loki would accompany him disguised as a bridesmaid. Thor, humiliated but desperate to recover his hammer, agreed. The disguised gods traveled to Oim's hall. The giant was delighted with his bride, though concerned by her appetite. Freya ate an entire ox and 8 salmon at the wedding feast. She's been so excited about the wedding, she hasn't eaten in 8 days, Loki explained. Tried to kiss his bride and was shocked by the fierce eyes glaring from beneath the veil. She's been so excited she hasn't slept in 8 nights, Loki quickly added. Finally, Tham called for Mjolnir to be brought forth and laid in the bride's lap, the traditional blessing for fertility. The moment Thor's hand closed on his hammer's handle, he threw off the disguise and slaughtered everyone in the hall. This story, comic and crude, reveals something about the Norse relationship with Mjolnir. It wasn't just Thor's weapon, but the symbol of divine order's power over chaos. Without it, the gods were vulnerable. With it, Thor was nearly invincible. Mjolnir also had protective power for ordinary humans. Vikings wore hammer amulets, small Thor's hammers on leather thongs around their necks, as protection. Archaeological excavations have found thousands of these amulets across Scandinavia and Viking settlements. When Christianity came to Scandinavia, there was a period of overlap where some people wore both hammer amulets and crosses, unsure which god would prove stronger or hedging their bets with both. Eventually, the cross replaced the hammer, but the memory persisted. Modern Norse paganism, Heat Henry, Asa True, has revived the hammer as a religious symbol. Contemporary practitioners wear Mjolnir pendants, use hammer symbols in rituals, and honor Thor as a protective deity. The hammer represents strength, protection, blessing, and connection to ancestral tradition. Mjolnir also became a symbol in popular culture. Marvel Comics' version of Thor wields a version of Mjolnir, though with invented properties, like only the worthy can lift it, not in the original myths. This cinematic Thor has introduced millions to Norse mythology, even if through a heavily adapted lens. The real Mjolnir, the mythological hammer, represents something specific, the power of the divine to protect order against chaos, to bless as well as destroy, to defend the boundaries between civilization and the wild forces that constantly threaten it. But there's also something appealingly practical about Mjolnir. Unlike elegant swords or mystical staves, it's a hammer, a working tool. Thor wasn't a refined aristocrat but a working-class god, rough, loud, prone to solving problems with direct violence, but reliable and protective. Mjolnir reflects this. It's not subtle, but it works. The too short handle, the flaw caused by Loki's interference, makes Mjolnir less perfect but somehow more real. Even divine weapons have imperfections. Even the greatest craftsmen can't achieve absolute perfection when tricksters interfere. But a flawed hammer that works is better than a perfect hammer that doesn't exist. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine holding Mjolnir. It's heavy, incredibly heavy, but in your hand, it feels balanced, powerful, right? You can feel the potential thunder waiting in the metal, the lightning coiled and ready. You face chaos, the giants and monsters of your own psyche, the fears and anxieties that threaten to overwhelm you, the darkness that presses in from all sides. You raise the hammer. Thunder rumbles. You bring it down. The impact shakes everything. Lightning splits the sky. The chaos recoils. You stand your ground because you hold the weapon that commands the storm, that blesses and protects, that cannot break no matter what strikes against it. Mjolnir isn't subtle. It doesn't negotiate with chaos. It smashes it. And sometimes, that's exactly what you need. Not clever tactics or careful diplomacy, but the simple, solid certainty of a hammer strike saying no. Not here. Not now. Not ever. Sleep now, protected by the hammer's power. Let Thor guard the boundaries while you rest. The giants and monsters will still be there tomorrow, but so will the hammer. So will the thunder. So will the strength to face what must be faced. And in the morning, when you wake, you'll find that some of the chaos has been cleared, some ground has been won, some progress has been made, one hammer blow at a time. Pandora's box. According to Greek mythology, there was a time before suffering existed in the world. Humans lived in a golden age. No sickness, no death, no grief, no hardship. Life was paradise. And then a woman opened a box she'd been told never to open, and everything terrible in existence escaped into the world, leaving humanity to suffer forever after. Except almost everything in that summary is wrong or simplified. The real story of Pandora's box, or more accurately Pandora's jar, is far more complex, more troubling, and more philosophically rich than the children's version suggests. First, it wasn't a box. The Greek word is pithos, a large storage jar, the kind used for grain or wine, about as tall as a person. The mistranslation to box happened during the Renaissance when Erasmus translated the story into Latin and used pyxis, box, instead of the correct term. The image of a small, ornate box is more visually appealing than a giant clay jar, so it stuck, but it changes the feel of the story. A jar you could accidentally tip over. A box suggests deliberate opening. Second, Pandora wasn't just a woman. She was the first woman created specifically as punishment for humanity, which had previously been all male. And she was created to be beautiful, charming, and deceitful, built to be irresistible and destructive simultaneously. Let's start from the beginning. Prometheus, the titan who loved humanity, stole fire from the gods and gave it to mortals. This enraged Zeus. Fire represented technology, civilization, progress, gifts that Zeus believed should belong only to the gods. By giving fire to humans, Prometheus elevated them beyond their proper station. Zeus punished Prometheus directly, chaining him to a rock where an eagle ate his liver daily, with the liver growing back each night for eternal torture. But Zeus also punished humanity. If humans wanted fire and all the advancement it brought, they'd also receive something else, something that would make them wish they'd never had fire at all. Zeus commanded Hephaestus to create a woman from clay, the first woman ever to exist. Each god gave her gifts. Pandora means all gifted. Aphrodite gave her beauty and desire. Athena taught her crafts, and weaving Hermes gave her a shameless mind and a deceitful nature. Apollo gave her musical talent. She was perfect, irresistibly attractive, cultured, skilled. But she was also designed to be fundamentally untrustworthy. The gods made her beautiful specifically to deceive men, to make them accept her despite the doom she carried. Zeus gave Pandora to Epimetheus, Prometheus's brother. Prometheus, whose name means forethought, had warned Epimetheus, whose name means afterthought, never to accept gifts from Zeus. But when Epimetheus saw Pandora, he forgot the warning. He married her. Pandora brought with her a jar, a wedding gift, she was told. Or in some versions, it was already in Epimetheus's house, and she was specifically instructed never to open it. But she was also given curiosity, an insatiable need to know what was inside. The exact motivation for opening the jar varies by telling. Sometimes she's simply curious. Sometimes she's disobedient. Sometimes she's tricked. Sometimes the jar opens accidentally. But however it happens, the lid comes off. And out pour all the evils that now afflict humanity. Disease, old age, insanity, vice, passion, plague, sorrow, toil, death. These weren't abstract concepts but actual spirits, kakoi, flying out like a swarm and dispersing across the world. Where they landed, they infected humanity. From that moment forward, humans who had lived in paradise now suffered. They got sick. They aged and died. They experienced grief, madness, and despair. Pandora, horrified, slammed the lid back on the jar. But it was too late. Almost everything had escaped. Only one thing remained trapped inside the jar. Elpis, usually translated as hope. This is where the story becomes strange and philosophically difficult. Why was hope in the jar with all the evils? And is it good or bad that hope remained trapped while everything else escaped? Different interpretations exist. Hope as comfort. Hope remained with humanity to help us endure all the evils. Though we suffer, we still have hope that things might improve. This is the optimistic reading. Pandora's curiosity doomed us, but at least we kept the one thing that makes suffering bearable. Hope as delusion. Hope is itself an evil, possibly the worst one. It keeps humans striving despite inevitable failure, prevents acceptance of reality, causes disappointment and false expectations. It's better that hope remained trapped. If it had escaped too, we'd be tormented by hope on top of everything else. This is the pessimistic reading associated with some ancient Greek philosophers. Hope as in used. Hope stayed in the jar and therefore isn't available to humans at all. We suffer all the evils without even the comfort of hope. This is the truly dark reading. The ancient sources aren't clear about which interpretation is correct. Hesiod, our primary source for the Pandora story, in his works Theogony and Works and Days, doesn't explain why hope remained or whether that's fortunate or unfortunate. He just notes it as a fact and moves on. What's certain is that the Pandora story is deeply misogynistic. It's an explicit myth about how women brought suffering into the world. Before Pandora, men lived happily without women. After Pandora, men must live with women, beautiful but deceitful, and with all the evils women brought. Hesiod states this almost explicitly. From her Pandora comes the race of women and female kind. Of her is the deadly race and tribe of women who live amongst mortal men to their great trouble, no helpmeets in hateful poverty, but only in wealth. This makes Pandora parallel to Eve, another first woman, whose disobedience, eating the forbidden fruit, brought suffering, knowledge, mortality, and toil into previously paradisiacal existence. Both stories blame women for humanity's fall from grace, for the introduction of death and hardship into what had been perfect lives. But modern readings try to find less misogynistic interpretations. Curiosity as virtue. Pandora's curiosity represents the human drive to know, to question, to explore. Yes, it brings knowledge of evil, but it also brings self-awareness, growth, the possibility of wisdom. Paradise was childlike ignorance. Suffering is the price of consciousness and knowledge. Technology's double edge. The jar represents technology and progress. Remember, this whole story stems from Prometheus giving humans fire. Technology/progress brings both benefits and harms. You can't have fire's warmth without fire's capacity to burn. You can't have civilization's comforts without civilization's diseases. Opening the jar was inevitable. Humans were always going to open it because curiosity and progress are fundamental to human nature. Hope's ambiguity. The fact that ancient Greeks couldn't agree on whether hope's retention was good or bad reflects the complexity of hope itself. It can inspire and comfort, but it can also torture and delude. Maybe hope stayed in the jar because humanity needs to discover it for ourselves rather than having it inflicted on us. The Pandora story influenced Western culture enormously. Opening Pandora's box means triggering consequences you can't reverse, releasing problems you can't contain. We use it when talking about genetic engineering, AI, nuclear weapons, technologies that, once developed, changed the world irreversibly. The image of Pandora opening the forbidden container appears in countless paintings, sculptures, and literary works. Usually she's depicted as beautiful and curious, lifting the lid just a crack, with dark swirling shapes escaping, though some Renaissance and later artists, knowing the original was a jar, painted her with large storage vessels instead of ornate boxes. In art, Pandora is sometimes sympathetic, a victim of the gods' cruel game, punished for curiosity that the gods themselves built into her nature. Other times she's portrayed as willfully disobedient, the archetypal dangerous woman whose beauty masks destructive nature. Modern feminist reinterpretations sometimes try to reclaim Pandora, reading her curiosity as justified rebellion against divine tyranny. Why shouldn't she open the jar? Who were Zeus and Epimetheus to tell her what she could and couldn't do? Maybe the real evil wasn't opening the jar but creating a woman specifically to be blamed for all humanity's suffering. There's something profoundly unfair about Pandora's position. She was created to be curious and then punished for expressing the curiosity built into her nature. It's a rigged game. She couldn't win. But perhaps that's the point. Mythology often is unfair because life is unfair. The story reflects a truth. Suffering exists, and we can't unmake it. We can trace it back to a moment, eating the fruit, opening the jar, accepting fire from Prometheus, but we can't undo it. The jar is open. The evils are loose. You can't put them back. What you can do is decide what to do with hope, the one thing that remained when everything else escaped. Do you see hope as the comfort that makes suffering bearable? The delusion that prolongs suffering? The unused resource waiting to be claimed? Your interpretation of hope shapes how you live with the consequences of the open jar. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing before a jar, enormous, clay, sealed. You know what's inside. You know you shouldn't open it. You know the consequences. But the curiosity burns. What's really in there? How bad could it be? Maybe the warnings are exaggerated. Maybe you need to know. Your hand reaches for the lid. The seal breaks with a sound like thunder. The lid lifts. Darkness pours out. Shapes and shadows, spirits of pain and sorrow, disease and grief, all the suffering that humans experience. They swirl around you, through you, terrible and unstoppable. You slam the lid back down. Too late. Everything's escaped except one thing. Hope, still trapped inside, glowing faintly through the jar's clay walls. Do you open the jar again to release hope? Or do you leave it trapped, protecting yourself from its dangerous comfort or necessary delusion? The choice is yours. Pandora made her choice. Now you make yours. Sleep now and dream of open jars, escaped evils, and the one thing remaining, whether that's curse or blessing, you'll have to decide for yourself. The Ark of the Covenant, deep in the wilderness of Sinai, in a tent sanctuary that moved with the wandering Israelites, there existed the most sacred object in all of Judaism, an object so holy that to touch it meant instant death, so powerful that it could level city walls, so terrifying that even enemy armies fled before it. This was the Ark of the Covenant, and according to the Hebrew Bible, it contained nothing less than the tablets inscribed by God's own finger with the 10 Commandments. The Ark wasn't a large object, about 4 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 2.5 feet tall. But its construction was elaborate and specific, detailed in Exodus with the kind of precision that suggests either historical accuracy or symbolic importance, or both. The instructions came from God directly to Moses on Mount Sinai. Make an ark of acacia wood 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out, and make a gold molding around it. Cast 4 gold rings for it, and fasten them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it. The poles are to remain in the rings of this ark. They are not to be removed. The ark had a lid, called the mercy seat or atonement cover, made of pure gold. On this lid were 2 cherubim, angelic beings, facing each other with wings spread upward, overshadowing the mercy seat. This was where God's presence was said to dwell, in the space between the cherubim above the ark. Inside the ark were placed the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. Later editions, a golden pot of manna from the wilderness wandering, and Aaron's rod that had miraculously budded. The ark represented God's covenant with Israel, the binding agreement that made them God's chosen people and established the laws they must follow. It was the physical manifestation of the divine presence traveling with the Israelites. But it was also extraordinarily dangerous. The ark could not be touched. Only the Levites, the priestly tribe, were permitted to carry it, and even they could only touch the poles, never the ark itself. The penalty for touching the ark was death. This wasn't theoretical. When the Israelites were transporting the ark and it began to tip, a man named Uzzah reached out to steady it, an instinctive, helpful gesture. He touched the ark and immediately died. God's holiness was not to be profaned, even with good intentions. The ark also served as a weapon. When the Israelites carried it into battle, they won. The ark went before them when they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. The waters parted just as the Red Sea had parted. When they carried the ark around the walls of Jericho, the walls collapsed. But the ark could also bring disaster when misused. The Philistines, Israel's enemies, captured the ark in battle, a devastating defeat that signaled God's displeasure with Israel. The Philistines brought the ark to their temple and placed it before their god Dagon. The next morning, Dagon's statue had fallen face down before the Arkansas. They set it upright. The next morning, it had fallen again and broken apart. Then plagues struck the Philistine cities wherever the ark was kept. Tumors, disease, death. Terrified, the Philistines moved the ark from city to city, but disaster followed it. Finally, they gave up and returned it to Israel with guilt offerings of gold, desperate to be rid of this terrible object. When the ark returned, some Israelites looked inside it, forbidden curiosity, and they died, 70 men struck dead for violating the ark's sanctity. King David brought the ark to Jerusalem with great ceremony. It was housed in a tent until Solomon built the first temple specifically to house it properly. The ark was placed in the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber of the temple, separated from the rest of the sanctuary by a heavy curtain. Only the high priest could enter the Holy of Holies, and only once per year, on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. He would sprinkle blood on the mercy seat to atone for Israel's sins. Even then, it was dangerous. The high priest wore bells and a rope so that if he died in the presence of the ark, his body could be dragged out without anyone else having to enter. And then, the ark disappeared. The last certain biblical mention is during Solomon's reign. After that, references become uncertain. When the Babylonians destroyed the first temple in 586 BCE, the ark is not mentioned among the treasures taken. When the second temple was built, the Holy of Holies was empty. The ark was gone. What happened to it? Theories abound. Hidden by priests. When Jerusalem was about to fall to Babylon, the priests might have hidden the ark in a secret chamber beneath the Temple Mount. It could still be there, sealed in tunnels that no one can access, or is permitted to access, since the Temple Mount is now a Muslim holy site. Taken to Ethiopia. Ethiopian tradition claims the ark was taken to Ethiopia during Solomon's time and resides in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Aksum. A guardian monk watches over it, but no one, not even the guardian, is permitted to see it. This makes verification impossible. Taken to Egypt. The apocryphal book of 2 Maccabees suggests the prophet Jeremiah hid the ark in a cave on Mount Nebo before the Babylonian destruction, where it would remain until God gathers his people back. Destroyed. Perhaps the simplest explanation, the Babylonians destroyed the ark along with the temple, melting down the gold and discarding the wood. Never existed. Critical scholars suggest the ark was literary invention, a mythological object that symbolized God's presence but never actually existed as a physical artifact. The ark became an obsession for treasure hunters and conspiracy theorists. The Nazis supposedly searched for it, dramatized in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Various expeditions have claimed to have found it, none with credible evidence. What makes the ark fascinating is what it represents, the paradox of divine presence. God is infinite, everywhere, beyond physical form. Yet the ark was his specific dwelling place on earth. God is loving and protective. Yet the ark killed those who approached it incorrectly. The ark was Israel's greatest treasure, yet it was too dangerous to look at, touch, or even keep in one city without suffering consequences. The ark embodied the fundamental tension in Judaism and later Christianity. God desires relationship with humans but is so holy that the relationship is dangerous. Proximity to the divine brings blessing but also risk. You want God's presence, but that presence might destroy you. Christian theology later reinterpreted the Arkansas. The mercy seat where sacrificial blood was sprinkled once per year became a symbol for Jesus, the ultimate sacrifice whose blood atones for all sins permanently. The veil separating the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple tore in two when Jesus died, symbolizing that access to God's presence was now open to everyone, not just the high priest once per year. In this reading, the ark's disappearance becomes theologically significant. It vanished because it was no longer needed. The covenant it represented was fulfilled and transcended. Modern Judaism doesn't miss the ark in the same way it might miss the temple. Prayer, study, and ethical living replaced the sacrifice and ritual that the temple and ark represented. The ark was for a specific time in Jewish history: the Exodus from Egypt, the desert wandering, the establishment of the kingdom. Its purpose was fulfilled, yet the longing to find it persists. There's something compelling about the idea that this most sacred object might still exist, hidden somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered. If found, what would it mean? Would it prove the biblical account historically accurate? Would it validate Judaism, Christianity, both, or neither? Would it possess the powers described? Death to those who touch it, presence of the divine, ability to work miracles? Or would it be a disappointment, an ancient box, wood and gold, empty or containing stone tablets with writing in ancient Hebrew, significant historically but inert, no more magical than any other archaeological artifact? Perhaps it's better that it remain lost. Found, it would become just another museum piece, debated and tested and analyzed until all mystery was stripped away. Lost, it remains what it always was: a symbol of the divine presence among humans, terrible and wonderful, too holy to touch yet too precious to forget. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine standing before the Arkansas. You're a priest in ancient Israel, and it's your duty to enter the Holy of Holies, to approach the mercy seat, to perform the ritual that maintains the covenant between God and your people. You're terrified. Men have died doing this. The space between the cherubim is where God dwells, infinite power contained in finite space. You approach with sacrificial blood, with prayers, with absolute focus on following every ritual requirement precisely. You enter the curtain. The Holy of Holies is dark except for the faint gleam of gold. The ark sits before you, silent, waiting. The cherubim's wings spread overhead like a canopy. You sprinkle the blood. You speak the prayers. You feel something. Not a voice, not a vision, just presence. The awareness that you are not alone, that the space between the cherubim is occupied by something vast and holy and utterly other. You complete the ritual and back away, bowing. You exit the curtain. You're alive. The covenant holds for another year. What have you encountered? God? A powerful symbol? Your own projection of the divine? The collective faith of your people made manifest? Does the distinction matter when the experience is real, transformative, terrible, and wonderful all at once? The ark is lost, but what it represented, the possibility of divine presence, the danger and blessing of holiness, the covenant between heaven and earth, that remains. Sleep now, knowing that some things are too sacred to touch, too holy to contain, too precious to possess. The ark is gone, but the mercy seat, the place where divine and human meet, still exists in whatever form you build for it in your own heart and practice. One ring to rule them all. In the fires of Mount Doom, in the heart of Mordor, in the second age of Middle-earth, the Dark Lord Sauron forged a ring of power that would bind all other rings, dominate all other wills, and corrupt all who possessed it. This was the One Ring, and while it exists only in J.R.R. Tolkien's fiction, it has become one of the most recognizable magical objects in modern culture, a symbol of how power corrupts, how good intentions can be twisted by dark tools, and how even the smallest and weakest can resist what the great and strong cannot. Tolkien was a philologist and medieval scholar who knew the mythological and legendary traditions inside and out. When he created the One Ring, he was drawing on and synthesizing multiple traditions. Norse mythology's cursed rings, and Varanot, the ring in the Volsunga saga that brings doom to all who possess it. Wagner's ring cycle was based on this legend, and Tolkien knew it well. Medieval tales of magical rings. Solomon's ring that commanded demons, rings of invisibility in various folk tales, rings as symbols of power and commitment. Christian theology of temptation, the idea that evil works through attractive offers of power, that corruption happens gradually rather than all at once, that rejecting evil requires sacrifice. But Tolkien created something new from these elements. The One Ring wasn't just powerful, it was alive, conscious, malevolent. It had will. It desired to return to its master. It corrupted those who used it, even those who used it with good intentions. The ring's physical properties were simple. A plain gold band when not active, inscribed with text in the black speech visible only when heeded. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It could change size to slip off fingers or fit new bearers. It granted invisibility to mortal wearers, but not true invisibility. It shifted them partly into the Wraith world. But the ring's real power was domination. Sauron forged it specifically to control the other rings of power. 3 for the elves, 7 for the dwarves, 9 for men. When Sauron wore the One Ring, he could perceive and command the bearers of all the other rings. He could see what they saw, influence what they thought, eventually dominate them completely. The corruption worked differently on different beings. Mortals, humans, hobbits. The ring extended their lifespan but gradually turned them into wraiths, undead servants of Sauron. The 9 Nazgul were once great kings who wore the 9 rings for men. The One Ring's influence through those rings transformed them into Sauron's most terrible servants. Dwarves, more resistant to the ring's domination but subject to its amplification of their natural tendency toward greed. The 7 dwarf rings didn't make the dwarves into wraiths but fueled their obsessive desire for gold and treasures. Elves, most resistant but still corrupted. The 3 elven rings, Vilya, Narya, Nenya, were hidden and never touched by Sauron, but they were still made using knowledge he taught the elven smiths. If Sauron reclaimed the One Ring, even the bearers of the elven rings would fall under his power. Wizards and mere, angelic beings in mortal form could resist longer but would eventually be corrupted by the desire to use the ring's power for good, which would inevitably twist them into something evil. The ring's most insidious property was its promise that you could use it for good. You could use its power to defeat evil, to establish justice, to protect the innocent. This was the temptation it whispered to everyone who possessed it. Use me, and you can fix everything wrong with the world. But using the ring corrupted the user. The more you used it, the more you needed it. Eventually, you'd become another Sauron. A Dark Lord convinced you were bringing order and justice to a chaotic world, while actually imposing tyranny. Even possession without use was corrupting. Bilbo found the ring and kept it for 60 years, rarely using it but unable to give it up. By the time he finally relinquished it, at Gandalf's urging, he was beginning to show signs of corruption, stretched thin, like butter scraped over too much bread, possessive of the ring, calling it, "my precious." Gollum, Smeagol, was completely destroyed by the ring. He murdered his cousin to take it, lived alone with it for 500 years, was transformed into a creature of darkness. Extended life that was barely life at all, just existence in service to the ring. The genius of Tolkien's portrayal is that the ring's corruption is gradual and rational seeming. You don't immediately become evil. You just start thinking, I should keep it safe. I could use it to help people, just this once, for a good reason. Each small compromise leads to the next, until you've traveled so far down that path you can't return. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is fundamentally about resisting this corruption. Every major character is tempted by the ring or its promise. Boromir wants to use it to defend his city. He's a good man with noble intentions, but the ring makes him aggressive, paranoid, and eventually violent toward Frodo. His corruption is rapid because he's actively willing to use the ring. Galadriel refuses the ring when Frodo offers it. She passes her test, declining power even though it would make her beautiful and terrible as the dawn, treacherous as the sea, stronger than the foundations of the earth. But refusing costs her. Without the One Ring to oppose Sauron, the power of her own ring, Nenya, fades. Middle-earth's magic will diminish. Gandalf refuses to even touch the ring. He knows he would use it from a desire to do good, and that would be his downfall. Better to remain limited in power but uncorrupted. Aragorn is tempted but resists, honoring the ring-bearer's burden rather than taking it. Sam, the true hero of the story, briefly takes the ring when he thinks Frodo is dead. The ring immediately begins working on him, showing visions of Sam becoming a great hero, Samwise the Strong, transforming Mordor into a garden. But Sam's humility saves him. He recognizes these visions as fantasy and returns the ring to Frodo, saying, I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. And Frodo, who carried the ring all the way to Mount Doom but failed at the final moment, claiming the ring for himself rather than destroying it. Only Gollum's intervention, biting off Frodo's finger to reclaim the ring, then falling into the lava, completed the quest. Frodo's failure demonstrates that no one can completely resist the ring's power. It will eventually corrupt anyone who holds it long enough. The only solution is destruction. The ring can't be wielded for good because the ring is not a neutral tool. It contains Sauron's will, his malice, his desire for domination. Using it means serving those purposes, no matter what you believe you're doing. This is a profound statement about power itself. Some forms of power are inherently corrupting. You can't use them for good because the nature of the power shapes the user. Domination can't be used to liberate. Control can't be wielded to create freedom. The means contaminate the ends. The One Ring has become a modern metaphor. We speak of certain technologies, political tactics, or weapons as One Ring scenarios, tools that promise great power but corrupt those who use them. Nuclear weapons, surveillance technologies, certain forms of propaganda, all have been compared to the ring. The question becomes, can we resist using power that's available? Can we choose to destroy capability rather than be corrupted by it? Tolkien, writing in the shadow of World War II, having seen what happened when nations pursued power at all costs, answered, yes, but only at great cost. Frodo succeeded in bringing the ring to destruction but was permanently wounded by the burden. Middle-earth was saved but diminished. The age of magic ended. The elves left. The world became more mundane. Doing the right thing with terrible power means destroying that power, even if it costs you, even if it diminishes the world. This is a message both comforting and challenging. Evil can be defeated, but victory has costs that can't be avoided. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the ring on your finger. It's just a gold band, smooth and simple. But it whispers. Not words exactly, but feelings, suggestions, temptations. You could solve your problems if you used its power. You could fix what's broken, protect who needs protecting, defeat what needs defeating. Just use it. Just this once. For good reasons. And you feel it, the desire to keep it, to use it, to believe that you'd be different, that you could wield it without corruption, that you're strong enough to resist what others couldn't. But you also remember what happened to everyone else who believed that. The ring doesn't make you powerful, it makes you its servant while convincing you you're its master. There's only one choice that leads to freedom. Take the ring to the fire. Throw it in. Destroy it before it destroys you. Will you have the strength? The humility? The wisdom to relinquish power rather than be corrupted by it? Sleep now, and dream of fires that purify, that destroy what must be destroyed, that free you from the weight of terrible power. Some things should never be wielded, never be kept, never be used, no matter how much they promise, no matter how good your intentions. The only victory is destruction. The only safety is relinquishment. The only power worth having is the power to let go. Aladdin's lamp. Rub a lamp, speak a wish, and a being of immense power appears to grant it. This is one of the most famous images in all of folklore. But the original story of Aladdin and his wonderful lamp is stranger, darker, and more morally complex than the Disney version suggests. And it's not even originally Middle Eastern. It was added to the Arabian Nights by a French translator who claimed to have heard it from a Syrian storyteller. The tale appears in 1001 Nights, Arabian Nights, but it's not in the earliest manuscripts. Antoine Galland, translating the tales into French in the early 1700s, added several stories including Aladdin and Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves that don't appear in original Arabic sources. Galland claimed he heard Aladdin from a Maronite storyteller from Aleppo named Hannah Diab, but no written Arabic version has ever been found predating Galland's French translation. This makes Aladdin's story a fascinating hybrid, possibly based on oral Syrian tradition, filtered through French literary sensibilities, then translated back into Arabic and accepted into the Arabian Nights canon, and finally adapted and readapted through countless retellings across cultures. The original story goes like this. Aladdin is a poor Chinese boy, yes, Chinese. The original is set in China, though described with Middle Eastern details, suggesting the storyteller knew little about actual China. He's lazy, disobedient, and lives with his widowed mother in poverty. A sorcerer from the Maghreb, North Africa, arrives, claiming to be Aladdin's long-lost uncle. This is a lie. The sorcerer learned through divination about a magical lamp hidden in a treasure cave in China, but the lamp can only be retrieved by one specific person, Aladdin. The sorcerer befriends Aladdin, lavishes gifts on him and his mother, and eventually leads the boy to the cave. Using magic, he opens the cave entrance and instructs Aladdin to descend, retrieve the lamp, which looks old and worthless, and bring it up without touching any other treasures. Aladdin descends and finds marvels, trees bearing fruit made of jewels, piles of gold and silver. Despite instructions, he fills his pockets with jeweled fruit. He finds the lamp and tucks it into his shirt. When he returns to the entrance, the sorcerer demands the lamp before helping Aladdin out. Aladdin, suspicious and unable to reach up while carrying all the treasure, refuses to hand over the lamp until he's out of the cave. The sorcerer, enraged, seals the cave with Aladdin trapped inside. Aladdin is left in darkness, seemingly doomed. In despair, he wrings his hands and accidentally rubs a ring the sorcerer had given him for protection. A genie of the ring appears and offers one wish. Aladdin wishes to go home, and the jinn transports him instantly. At home, Aladdin's mother discovers the lamp among his treasures and tries to clean it to sell. When she rubs the lamp, a second, much more powerful jinn appears, the slave of the lamp, who offers unlimited wishes. The lamp's jinn is far more powerful than the ring's jinn. While the ring's jinn can grant one wish and performs limited magic, the lamp's jinn can grant unlimited wishes and perform extraordinary feats, creating palaces overnight, transporting entire buildings, producing infinite wealth, making people fall in love, in some versions, even killing in some versions. Aladdin, no longer lazy now that he has power, uses the jinn strategically. He acquires wealth but doesn't flaunt it immediately. He gradually builds reputation and standing. Eventually, he sees the emperor's daughter and falls in love. Using the jinn's magic, Aladdin creates a magnificent palace overnight to impress the emperor, produces incredible wealth to establish himself as worthy, wins the princess's hand in marriage. But the sorcerer learns that Aladdin survived and possesses the lamp. Disguised as a merchant, he comes to Aladdin's city offering new lamps for old, a seemingly foolish trade. The princess, not knowing the lamp's value, Aladdin kept it secret, trades it for a shiny new lamp. The sorcerer immediately uses the lamp to command the jinn to transport Aladdin's palace, with the princess inside, to the Maghrib. Aladdin, awakening to find his palace and wife gone, faces the emperor's wrath. Using the ring's jinn, which he still possesses, Aladdin travels to the Maghrib. He can't directly oppose the lamp's jinn. The ring's jinn is less powerful, but he can use cunning. He poisons the sorcerer, retrieves the lamp from the dead man's robes, and commands the jinn to return the palace to China. In some versions, there's a second sorcerer, the first one's brother, who seeks revenge. Aladdin defeats him too. Eventually, Aladdin succeeds his father-in-law as emperor, ruling wisely and well. What makes this story fascinating is its moral ambiguity. Aladdin isn't heroic. He's lazy, disobedient, and only succeeds through magic that he didn't earn and doesn't deserve. He lies, tricks, and manipulates. The story rewards cunning and luck rather than virtue. The jinn is enslaved. The lamp's jinn is all-powerful but bound to serve whoever rubs the lamp. This is slavery, absolute power forced to serve whoever happens to possess the correct object. The jinn has no freedom, no choice. Later adaptations often try to soften this or give the jinn more personality and agency. Disney's Genie wants freedom, and Aladdin eventually frees him. But the original is blunt. The jinn is a slave. Wishes have no moral limits. Unlike modern wish-granting stories with rules, can't wish for more wishes, can't make people fall in love, can't kill, can't raise the dead. The original lamp has no such restrictions. Aladdin could wish for anything. The only limit is imagination. Success comes from magical cheating. Aladdin doesn't grow, learn skills, or earn his wealth. He gets lucky, surviving the cave, luckier, possessing the ring when trapped, and luckiest, mother rubbing the lamp. His success is entirely dependent on magical shortcuts. This troubled Victorian translators and adapters, who added moral lessons and made Aladdin more virtuous. Modern versions further sanitize the story, making Aladdin a diamond in the rough, with hidden nobility, giving the genie personality and friendship, and adding themes of being true to yourself rather than pretending to be someone you're not. But the original is more honest about power and its corruption. The lamp represents absolute power available to whoever possesses it, not earned, not deserved, just possessed. and possession is maintained through cunning, secrecy, and violence. The lamp can't be destroyed. At least, the original story never suggests this possibility. It can only change hands. Whoever has it commands unlimited power. The best you can do is make sure it's in the hands of someone relatively benevolent rather than actively malevolent. This is a cynical but realistic view of power. It exists, it can't be unmade, and the question is only who wields it and for what purposes. Better Aladdin than the sorcerer, but is Aladdin actually good or just less bad? The genie in a lamp concept became hugely influential. Countless variations exist. Genies trapped in bottles, rings, boxes. Wishes granted with unintended consequences. The monkey's paw tradition. All-powerful servants bound to objects. The three-wish limitation, not in Aladdin's original lamp, but common in modern versions. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine finding a tarnished old lamp. You rub it idly and smoke pours out, coalescing into a being of fire and air, immensely powerful, utterly bound to your will. Your wish is my command, it says. What do you wish for? Power? Revenge? The wishes are unlimited. No cosmic law constrains what you can demand. But as you open your mouth to speak, you hesitate, because you remember, every wish changes the world. Every use of power has consequences. The lamp gives you ability but not wisdom. It grants wishes but doesn't tell you which wishes will actually make you happy. And you realize, having unlimited wishes might be a curse, not a blessing. The responsibility of choosing wisely, the knowledge that whatever you wish will come true whether it should or not, the awareness that power without limits is power without guidance. This is burden, not freedom. Maybe the wisest wish is to have the wisdom to wish well. Or maybe the wisest wish is to return the lamp to the cave, sealed and hidden, too dangerous to use. Sleep now, and dream of lamps rubbed and wishes granted. But remember when you wake, the real magic isn't having unlimited power. It's having the wisdom to know what to want, the humility to recognize your limitations, and the courage to choose wisely even when choice is difficult. The lamp glows in the darkness, waiting for you to rub it. But you don't have to. Sometimes, the greatest power is the power to walk away. And so, dear dreamer, we've reached the end of this journey together. The great chapter of our exploration through fantasy, magic, and human imagination. 35 more facts, from the lost kingdom of Lyonesse to Aladdin's wishing lamp, from the Norns weaving destiny to the Holy Grail that can never quite be found. 35 doorways into the human soul's deepest questions about fate, power, and the nature of magic itself. Close your eyes now, and let's remember together what we've discovered. We began with the final lost lands, Lyonesse, that sunken kingdom between Cornwall and the Scilly Isles, drowned in a single night with only one survivor riding ahead of the waves. We learned that the land we stand on is less permanent than we believe, that the earth itself is changeable, that what seems eternal can be swallowed by the sea in one catastrophic moment. and we climbed the mountains of the moon, those peaks that appeared on maps for 1500 years before anyone from Europe actually saw them, reminding us that mystery is more compelling than discovery, that the blank spaces on maps hold unlimited possibility. Then we met the magic workers, the practitioners of the impossible arts who shaped reality with will and word and ritual. We walked with Merlin through the burden of prophecy, understanding that seeing the future is torment rather than gift, that knowing what's coming doesn't mean you can change it, that the wisest wizard in legend was also the most tragic, imprisoned by love, undone by the very knowledge that made him powerful. We visited Circe's island and learned about transformation magic, how she turned men into pigs not randomly but truthfully, revealing their inner nature in external form. We understood that the most powerful magic doesn't create illusion but reveals truth, however uncomfortable that truth might be. We met the Witch of Endor, that unnamed woman with genuine power who summoned Samuel's spirit for King Saul, teaching us that the magic condemned by authority might be the magic that actually works, that women on margins often possess knowledge that centers of power fear. We entered Baba Yaga's chicken-legged hut and learned the rules of fairy tale survival: show respect, complete the tasks, don't ask too many questions, and understand that help from dangerous sources is still help, even if it costs you. We discovered Nicholas Flamel's real story, not a mortal alchemist but successful businessman whose charitable work created the legend. We learned that the real magic is living a life so generous that people believe you must have had supernatural help, that true immortality comes not from philosopher's stones but from buildings that stand for 600 years bearing your name. We met Morgan Le Fay in all her complexity, healer and schemer, goddess and woman, Arthur's half-sister and his ultimate doom. We understood that the most interesting magic workers aren't simply good or evil but contain multitudes, operate by their own logic, serve purposes we don't fully grasp. We sat with Evolva as she performed seer magic, honored rather than feared, her prophetic vision sought by entire communities. We learned that there was a road not taken, where women's spiritual authority remained integrated rather than suppressed, where the seer was honored rather than burned. We witnessed John Dee's angelic conversations, those meticulous records of spirit contact that produced an entire language, the Enochian tongue that occultists still use. We learned that even brilliant minds can be deceived or access something real, or possibly both simultaneously, that the line between revelation and delusion is thinner than certainty suggests. We studied Paracelsus and his medical magic, understanding that healing was once understood as requiring chemistry, astrology, theology, and prayer working together, a holistic vision we've lost and are now trying to recover. And we witnessed the Salem witch trials, that terrible collision of belief and reality where fantasy theology created real suffering, where 19 people died for impossible crimes. We learned that believing too firmly in the wrong things has consequences, that fantasy without wisdom is dangerous, that the lesson of Salem echoes in every modern witch hunt that substitutes different accusations. We met Aleister Crowley, the self-proclaimed wickedest man in the world, whose magical systems are still practiced, whose diaries record thousands of visions and rituals, whose life raises the eternal question: was he accessing something real or descending into elaborate self-delusion? Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Perhaps the question itself is wrong. Then we turn to the great question: can the future be known? We stood with the Norns at the base of Yggdrasil, watching them weave WRD, the complex web of consequence where past actions create present situations that constrain future possibilities. We learned that fate isn't simple predestination but accumulated consequence, that we're free within the web but cannot escape the web itself. We shuffled the tarot cards and learned their surprising truth. Not ancient Egyptian wisdom but 15th century Italian playing cards that became mystical tools only centuries later. We discovered that it doesn't matter if tarot's mystical origins are invented. What matters is whether the cards help us think differently, access intuition, understand ourselves. We read Nostradamus's cryptic quatrains and learned the art of the vague prophecy, so ambiguous it can fit anything after the fact but can't predict anything before. Yet we understood why he persists. Humans need to believe the future is knowable, that chaos has pattern, that someone saw what was coming and left clues. We consulted the Ching and encountered wisdom from 3,000 years ago about change, timing, and flow, learning that some divination systems aren't about predicting futures but understanding present moments and how they're naturally unfolding. We cast the runes and felt their weight. Those angular symbols carved into stone or bone, carrying meanings layered through centuries of use, connecting us to the Volva who cast them in Viking Age, the warriors who carried them, the gods who claimed them. We met the Greek fates, Clotho spinning, Lachesis measuring, Atropos cutting, and learned about destiny as absolute rather than negotiable, about the terror and strange comfort of knowing that some things can't be changed, only accepted with dignity. We gazed into crystal balls and learned about scrying, that practice of staring into depths until visions come, whether from spirits or unconscious or simple hallucination. We learned that the source matters less than the insight gained, that tools for accessing intuition work even when we don't understand why. We read tea leaves and discovered that accessible divination, fortune-telling with common household items, democratized prophecy, made magic something anyone could practice in their kitchen while sharing tea with friends. We studied oracle bones from ancient China and marveled at the sophistication, questions carved, answers recorded, outcomes tracked, creating perhaps history's first systematic database of divination results. We learned that our ancestors were more empirical than we credit them, testing and refining their methods over centuries. And we traced astrology from Babylonian ziggurats to modern horoscopes, understanding that the impulse to read meaning in the stars is as old as civilization, that mapping the heavens has always been about mapping ourselves. Then came the objects of power, those artifacts humans have longed for throughout history. We sought the Holy Grail and learned it cannot be found, not because it doesn't exist but because finding it would end the quest, and the quest is the point. We learned that some things are valuable precisely because they remain beyond reach, that the unattainable ideal shapes us more than the achieved goal ever could. We held Excalibur and learned that power is a loan, not a possession, that what comes from the lake must return to the lake, that sovereignty is temporary, that even the mightiest king eventually must relinquish the sword. We labored in alchemical laboratories seeking the Philosopher's Stone and discovered that the transformation we sought was never really about lead becoming gold, but about the base self becoming the perfected self, about achieving wholeness, integration, psychological gold. We gripped Thor's hammer Mjolnir and felt the power of blessing and destruction combined, learning that sacred objects contain contradictions, that what protects can also harm, that the flawed hammer with the too short handle is better than the perfect hammer that doesn't exist. We opened Pandora's box and watched all the evils of the world escape, understanding that curiosity has consequences, that some doors shouldn't be opened, that hope remaining in the jar might be blessing or curse depending on how you interpret it. We stood before the Ark of the Covenant and learned about holiness so intense it kills those who touch it, understanding that proximity to the divine is dangerous, that sacred power demands respect, that some things are too holy to approach casually. We slipped on the One Ring and felt its corruption begin immediately, learning that some power is inherently corrupting, that you cannot wield evil tools for good purposes, that the only victory is destruction of the power itself. And we rubbed Aladdin's lamp and discovered that unlimited wishes aren't blessing but burden, that having everything you want available instantly doesn't make you happy, that the genie's slavery is tragedy even when convenient, that the greatest power might be the power to walk away from power. 35 more facts. 35 windows into human longing, fear, and aspiration. And threading through all of them, one luminous truth. We have always sought to glimpse the future and claim power over our fate. From the Norns at the world's beginning to Nostradamus in Renaissance France to tarot readers today, we've never stopped trying to know what comes next. From the Holy Grail to the Philosopher's Stone to Aladdin's lamp, we've never stopped imagining objects that could solve our problems, transform our circumstances, make us more than what we are. Not because we're foolish, not because we're primitive, but because we're human, and humans are the creatures who ask, what if, and what next, and what could be. The magic workers we've met, Merlin and Circe, the Volva and Paracelsus, Nicholas Flamel and Aleister Crowley, they're all expressions of the same impulse, the belief that reality can be changed through will, knowledge, and ritual. The belief that we're not helpless before fate but can shape it, can influence it, can work with or against its currents. The divination systems, tarot and runes, Ching and oracle bones, astrology and tea leaves, they're all attempts to read the pattern, to glimpse the weaving before it's complete, to make decisions with more information than our limited mortal perspectives usually allow. The artifacts, grails and swords, stones and hammers, boxes and arcs, they represent our longing for shortcuts, for tools that could bridge the gap between what we are and what we wish to be, for objects that contain the power we feel we lack. None of it works the way we wish it would. The future remains mostly hidden. Power remains mostly beyond reach. Magic, if it exists at all, operates by rules we don't fully understand and can't fully control. But the seeking matters. The attempts matter. The longing itself is meaningful, teaching us what we value, what we fear, what we believe about ourselves and the universe we inhabit. So as you drift toward sleep now, let these 35 facts settle into your mind like gifts, like blessings, like keys to doors you didn't know existed. Remember Merlin, and know that wisdom often comes with suffering, that seeing clearly can be burden as much as blessing. Remember the Norns, and know that while you cannot escape consequence, you can choose what consequences you create through the choices you make today. Remember the tarot cards, and know that randomness can reveal pattern, that chance can speak truth, that the shuffle might not be as random as it seems. Remember the Holy Grail, and understand that the quest is the treasure, that seeking shapes you more than finding ever could. Remember Excalibur, and hold power lightly, knowing it must be returned, that you're steward rather than owner of whatever gifts you possess. Remember the One Ring, and walk away from power that corrupts, recognizing that some forces cannot be wielded for good no matter how noble your intentions. 35 facts become 35 dreams tonight. Let them unfold behind your closed eyes. Visions of Merlin's tower and Circe's island, of Baba Yaga's hut walking on chicken legs, of crystal balls showing futures both terrible and wonderful, of the Grail glowing in a castle you can see but never quite reach, of Mjolnir crackling with lightning, of Pandora's box with hope still trapped inside. You've traveled far through this second volume. You've met magic workers and fate weavers. You've sought artifacts and consulted oracles. You've learned that power comes with price and knowledge comes with burden, and that the future, while mostly hidden, offers glimpses to those who know where to look. And there is still more to come. More volumes, more facts, more journeys through the vast territory of human imagination. The fairy folk await in their hollow hills. Dragons still fly in future stories. Modern fantasy has evolved in ways our ancestors couldn't imagine but would certainly recognize. But tonight, rest with what you've learned. Rest with the magic workers watching over you. Merlin's wisdom, Circe's transformative power, the vulva's honored sight, Paracelsus's healing vision. Rest with the artifacts arranged around you. The Grail glowing softly, Excalibur standing guard, Mjolnir keeping watch, the Philosopher's stone transforming even your dreams from base to gold. Rest with the knowledge that you are part of this tradition, this ancient lineage of humans who seek and question and imagine and refuse to accept that reality is only what we can see and touch and measure. Thank you for walking this path with us through another 35 facts. Thank you for being someone who listens to stories about magic and prophecy and ancient wisdom and lets them matter. Thank you for carrying forward the old knowledge into the new world, where it's needed now more than ever. Sleep deeply, dream powerfully, and wake tomorrow carrying a little of the magic with you, a touch of prophetic sight, a glimmer of magical will, a whisper of the great artifacts reminding you that while shortcuts don't exist, transformation is always possible through patient, dedicated work. The future is being woven right now. The Norns threads spin and measure and will eventually cut, but between now and then, you have choices, you have agency, you have the power to shape what comes next even if you can't perfectly predict it. Good night, dear dreamer. Until we meet again in the next volume, where more wonders await. Sweet dreams. The magic continues.